Hiss. My head throbbed unbearably, itching and aching as if it were about to explode. Fragments of memory flooded in like a deluge, making my scalp tingle with pain. A remote northern village by the mountains, 1960, the Great Famine. My name is Chun Fong, a good-for-nothing. Damn, an ironclad good-for-nothing? Couldn't I have transmigrated into some wealthy young master instead? Just as I was mulling over fate's unfairness, a trembling female voice, heavy with tears, reached my ears. Please, be gentle. I instinctively looked down, my eyes widening. So pale. On the dirt Kong bed, a young woman lay there with tears streaking her face, biting her lip as her eyes remained tightly shut. My Adam's apple bobbed. The memories flooding back told me that this was Li Xuemei, 20 years old, the village belle of our little settlement. She lived with her sister-in-law and a 4-year-old niece, all of them teetering on the brink of starvation. The previous owner of this body had baited her with the promise of half a pound of meat and tricked her onto this very bed. Half a pound of meat? I glanced around the shabby room. There was only this single dirt floor and Kong bed. Where the hell could any meat be? Turns out the original owner didn't have any meat. It was all a lure, a bait for lust. This scumbag, quite the crafty work. You? What exactly are you? Don't worry, I'll give you what's coming to you. I began, before cutting myself off mid-sentence and leaning in for a kiss. Li Xuemei's nails dug into my arm as she whimpered softly. Gentler. Outside, the wind howled fiercely against the window. The paper sealing the glass panes, which had withstood the elements for 22 years, finally gave way. Rip! The window paper tore, letting in a merciless gust of wind that chilled us to the bone. It was over 30 degrees below freezing, a deadly cold. An hour of relentless wind finally subsided. Li Xuemei's shoulders trembled as she choked back sobs, her entire body shaking uncontrollably. I held her close, thinking, didn't you ask for this just moments ago? And now you're unhappy about it? I exhaled deeply and stared at the ceiling. Post-act clarity. It was still the Great Famine of 1960. The original owner of this body was parentless, wifeless, a societal outcast who stole and cheated as a way of life. Detested by all, he'd somehow gotten his hands on some meat a few days ago and used the promise of half a pound of meat as bait to deceive the desperate Li Xuemei into giving herself up. He got overly excited, only to have his place in the moment seized by me. At least I didn't waste his efforts. Except the half a pound of meat wasn't real. Rumble. My stomach growled. Hers did too. You promised me half a pound of meat. Li Xuemei finally calmed and spoke in a trembling voice. She had turned her back to me, her tone shaky. My sister-in-law and Xiaoling are still waiting at home, starving to death. If you give me the meat, I'll leave immediately. Her words finally made everything clear. I didn't answer, pulling my arm back and rolling out of bed to start searching. Memory said there was food in this house. Maybe. The stove was empty. The bottom of the pot had no trace of oil. The jars in the corner were all barren. The rice bin? Cleaner than my face. Hearing the commotion, Li Xuemei slowly turned toward me. Wrapped in the bedding, her wet hair clung to her tear-streaked face. My heart skipped a beat. What was I doing? If there really was meat, wouldn't I have just handed it over? Why would I search the room like this? Wait, could it be? Chun Fong, where's my half a pound of meat? I ignored her, reaching into a corner and feeling something hard with my fingertips. I pulled it out. A cornbread. Not too stale, still a bit warm, though slightly spoiled. Li Xuemei's pupils abruptly contracted when her gaze fell on the object in my hand. It was cornbread, not meat. Quit staring. There's no meat, I admitted bluntly. Yep, I'm just a broke ass. What? I said, there's no meat. I repeated, shaking the cornbread in my hand. This is it. All I've got left. The room fell silent for 2 seconds. Li Xuemei frowned, briefly glancing at the conspicuous patch of red on the Kong bed. When she looked back at me, tears the size of beans started falling from her eyes. You lied to me? Yep, I admitted without hesitation, but what's done is done. No point dwelling on it. Li Xuemei wouldn't hear any of it. You promised me. Half a pound of meat. I traded my body for it. Her voice cracked as she shouted. My sister-in-law is dying. Xiaoling is only 4, so weak from hunger she can't even walk. If you didn't have meat, why did you deceive me? I didn't bother arguing. Li Xuemei was starving to death. Her sister-in-law was starving to death. Her niece was starving to death. But so was I. 1 cornbread. For starving people. Not enough to go around. Not even close. So there'd be no sharing. I had to stay alive first. To stay alive, to keep living. The cornbread, give it to me. Li Xuemei rolled off the bed, her bare feet landing on the icy floor as she stumbled toward me. Even if there's no meat, the cornbread will do. Give it to me. I raised the cornbread high with one hand and blocked her with the other. The woman, weakened by days of hunger, had arms as thin as kindling. A single gentle push from me sent her stumbling back 2 steps, nearly falling. Please. Missing her target, her legs gave out, and she collapsed to her knees on the hard floor. The sound of the impact was dull but heavy. Half of it, even just half, my sister-in-law and Xiaoling, please. I stared at her. She still had the strength to kneel. It wasn't life or death just yet. Then, right in front of her, I shoved the cornbread into my mouth. In a few bites, it was gone. Li Xiumei froze. That was her last shred of hope. Gone. The promised half a pound of meat? Gone. The cornbread? Gone. Her body? Gone. Everything was gone. Her sister-in-law and Xiaoling were waiting for her to bring back food. They would wait in vain. Her lips trembled uncontrollably, unable to make a sound as tears cascaded down her face. Suddenly, her entire body shook. Ah! A blood-curdling scream ripped through the room. Li Xiumei, summoning strength from who knows where, leaped to her feet and lunged at me, her fingers aiming straight for my face. Chen Feng, I'll fight you to the death. I tilted my head back slightly, raised my right hand, and clamped her wrist with an iron grip. Light as a feather. After all, a person who hadn't eaten in days couldn't even pin down a chicken with a move like that. Her other hand swung toward me. I didn't even bother to dodge. I simply raised my left hand, capturing her other wrist. Let go of me. She thrashed wildly, kicking at the floor. Veins bulged on her neck as she struggled. But I held her up as if she were a piece of laundry hanging on a line, swaying, but never reaching me. You animal. I spread her arms apart, forcing her to stumble awkwardly forward, nearly doing a split. Let me go. She screamed curses through her tears, but her cries grew weaker, and her legs began to wobble. Already starving, the outburst had drained what little energy she had left. I felt the strength in her wrists gradually fade away, like air leaking from a deflating balloon. Shrunken, may you die a horrible death, she sobbed and cursed. I loosened my grip. She collapsed onto the ground, despair evident on her face as she wiped her tears, her shoulders trembling, unable to utter another word. Even cursing requires energy. And just then, knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door, accompanied by a woman's voice, trembling with tears. Xiumei, are you inside? Open the door. The knocking was anxious but weak, like a cat scratching at a doorframe. Following that, a tiny, fragile voice piped up. Auntie. Auntie. That voice was so small, it was like a mosquito buzzing. Li Xiumei's blood surged to her head all at once, then just as quickly drained away. She snapped her head up toward the door, spun to look at the telltale mark on the bed, and then lowered her gaze to her own disheveled state. Her face turned from white to red, then from red to ashen. Is it your sister-in-law? I asked casually. She didn't answer, scrambling to her feet in a panic and rushing to the bed to yank at the quilt, attempting to cover up the bloodstain there. Don't open the door, she rasped, suppressing her voice as she yelled at me. I'm begging you, don't open it. Knock, knock, knock. Xiumei, are you at Qinfeng's house? Say something. The woman outside sounded frantic, her voice shrill with distress. Xiaoling's cries came through fitfully, growing fainter with each sob. Li Xiumei pulled at the quilt, but she couldn't manage to cover the evidence. Her hands shook uncontrollably, trembling as though she were sifting grain. She turned toward me, and her eyes were filled with pure terror, not fear of me hitting or scolding her, but dread that her sister-in-law would see her in this state. Chen Feng, don't open the door, she pleaded. I'll do whatever you want, just let me get dressed first. Hold the door, don't let her come in. Xiumei, who are you talking to? Came another slap on the door. I stood in the middle of the room and ignored her. I lifted a foot, striding resolutely toward the door. There's no way I was going to act like a coward. Li Xiumei panicked. She leapt off the bed to try to block me. But as soon as she took a step, her legs gave out, her knees slammed into the edge of the bed, and half her body slumped on it, unable to rise. Chen Feng, stop right there. I didn't stop. My hand reached for the wooden latch on the door and lifted it. Creak. The door swung open slightly, pushed ajar by the wind. The cold gust rushed in freely, as if no one could stop it. The frigid air, over 30 degrees below zero, slapped me in the face all at once. Standing outside the door was a woman, in her early 20s, looking pale and worn. She held a little girl in her arms, around 4 years old, whose head drooped limply like a snow-crushed seedling. It was Lu Lan, Li Xiumei's sister-in-law. I frowned. Damn it. Why are they always the weak and frail? Not one of them is any help. Chen Feng. Lu Lan paused for a moment when she saw it was me opening the door. She stood on tiptoes, peering inside. Xiumei, are you here? There was no response. Chen Feng, move aside. Xiumei said she was coming to your place to get meat, to collect what you owed her. It's been over an hour, and she hasn't come back. What did you do to her? There's no meat, I said, my tone as flat as reporting the weather. What? I said there's no meat, not even a gram. Lu Lan's face froze, and then she frowned. Then where's Xiumei? Is she in your house? She is. I stood at the doorway deliberately, giving the woman inside time to get dressed. Then what is she doing? Let me in. Lu Lan pressed forward, making Xiao Ling, the little girl in her arms, whimper. Inside the house, Li Shuamei's voice finally squeezed out. Sister-in-law, don't come in. Lu Lan's suspicions arose immediately upon hearing that. She'd lived in this village for over 20 years and had heard all kinds of weeping tones. But this? Li Shuamei's voice wasn't the anger of someone who had been bullied, nor the fury of someone who had been in an argument. It was the shame of someone stripped bare and thrown into the street. Lu Lan's eyes shifted from me to the crack of the door, focusing on the bed frame visible inside. Her pupils widened bit by bit. Chen Feng. She forced the words out from deep in her throat. What did you do to Shuamei? I looked down at her expressionlessly. Stop shouting. Your sister-in-law has slept with me. The statement was blunt, slicing cleanly through the air like an axe splitting wood in one swing. Lu Lan stood frozen in the doorway, not moving an inch, utterly stunned. Inside, Li Shuamei reacted as though she'd been smacked in the back of the head with a stick. Chen Feng, shut your mouth. Too late. Lu Lan's eyelids twitched violently a few times, and her body began to sway to one side. Sister-in-law, Li Shuamei shouted from the bed. Lu Lan's knees buckled, and her entire body slumped toward the threshold. The little girl in her arms was flung forward, her tiny frame so light it rolled across the ground like a rag doll. I was fast, grabbing Lu Lan's arm before her head struck the doorframe. She had fainted, completely. Her eyes were shut, lips trembling, not a trace of color on her face. Starved for who knows how many days, she'd been running on sheer determination alone. Now that it was broken, she was done for. The girl, Xiao Ling, lay prone on the floor, silent and still. Her lips trembled slightly before a faint, mosquito-like sound emerged. Mom, Mommy's hungry. Xiao Ling's hungry. The words tore Li Shuamei's heart apart, splitting it in two, one half for her sister-in-law and the other for her niece. Tears streamed down her face as she clung to Lu Lan, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. I took in the entire pathetic scene within this room. One unconscious, one crying, one passed out from hunger, and me, dead broke. For people on the brink, huddled in a dilapidated shack. Outside, snowstorms sealing the mountains, with temperatures below -30 degrees. Enough, stop crying. I crouched down, pushing up with my arms to lift Lu Lan off the floor. She was light as a feather. Li Shuamei looked up, tears still streaking her face. You beast, what are you trying to do? Nothing. I snapped back. Really nothing. Who's thinking about doing anything? Everyone's starving. What's there to do? Carrying Lu Lan to the bed, I bent down and laid her on it. When her body made contact with the warmth of the heated bed surface, she flinched slightly, letting out the faintest groan. Don't touch my sister-in-law. Li Shuamei came over to stop me, genuinely terrified I'd do something to her. She had seen what I was capable of. Not interested, I said gruffly. Turning away, I walked into the outer room to add more firewood, ensuring it stayed warm inside. Dusting off my hands, I glanced over at this sorry state. On the bed, Lu Lan was still unconscious. Beside me, Xiao Ling was starving. In the corner of the Kong, Li Shuamei was curled up. 3 women, each one more miserable than the last. Honestly, I really didn't want to deal with any of them, only burdens. If it were just Li Shuamei, fine, I could consider her my responsibility. She was on my tab after all. But her and her daughter. TCH. If they turn out useless in the future, I'll have no choice but to kick them out. Out of nowhere, Li Shuamei gathered her strength and lunged at me again. Her fists pummeled me with as much impact as cotton balls hitting a wall, not even a sound. Without even turning my head, I shot out a hand, grabbed her arm, yanked and shoved her back onto the edge of the Kong. Stay put. Isn't this chaotic enough already? She plopped down on the Kong, almost banging her head against the wall, breathing heavily in anger. Chen Feng, you bastard. Let go of me. I did release her arm, but my voice was cold. Keep screaming, and you can get the hell out. If not, shut your mouth. You. She glanced at her sister-in-law, then at Xiao Ling. Clenching her teeth, she appeared ready to drag herself over and scoop Xiao Ling up. Just rest. I stopped paying attention to Li Shuamei and walked to the door. I bent down and picked up Xiao Ling, who was lying motionless on the ground. This little girl was frighteningly light. For years old, yet she felt as fragile as a straw doll. I feared she might break apart in my hands. Auntie, Auntie. She squinted her eyes, her voice as faint as a wisp. Don't call her. Your auntie's crying herself. I placed her on the Kong, next to Lu Lan. The little girl instinctively burrowed into her mother's embrace, like a baby mouse finding its nest. After squirming twice, she stayed still. On the Kong, Lu Lan's eyelids fluttered slightly. Sister-in-law? Sister-in-law. Li Shuamei quickly leaned toward her. Lu Lan cracked her eyes open, her gaze unfocused. After a few moments, her pupils landed on Li Shuamei. Shuamei, I'm here, don't move. Lu Lan's mind was a haze, her eyes unfocused. After a few breaths, Her gaze shifted to me. Instantly, her eyes reddened, and she gripped Li Xuemei's trembling hands. Xuemei, did he? Li Xuemei didn't reply, turning her face aside. That turn of her head said it all. Lulan knew her sister-in-law well. It couldn't have been clearer. Sure enough, I deceived her. You beast. How could you trick Xuemei? Are you even human? She was already charging toward me. Calm down. I pushed her slightly, causing her to stagger. Ouch. Lulan stumbled and fell to the side. Getting back up, she pointed at me accusingly. You've ruined my sister-in-law. You scoundrel. Sister-in-law, please stop. This is all my fault, Li Xuemei muttered, looking defeated. Your fault? He's the animal that lied to you. The two of them quarreled fiercely, which really annoyed me. Enough. I barked, my tone firm. Save your energy to stay alive. Lulan was caught off guard, her mouth gaping in stunned silence for a couple of seconds. Then, she became even angrier. But she really didn't have any energy left. Darkness swam before her eyes as her stomach writhed in pain. Li Xuemei hung her head low, tears dripping down silently. The room grew quiet. After a while, Li Xuemei wiped her tears. Sister-in-law, let's leave. It was clear she couldn't stand being here for even another moment. Two women, starved for days, supported each other, stumbling feebly toward the door. On the Kong, Xiaoling whimpered softly, Mom. Lulan turned back to carry her, but when she bent down, her vision darkened, and she nearly collapsed. Sister-in-law, let me. Li Xuemei crouched down and picked Xiaoling up. The little girl buried her head into her shoulder, her breath unnervingly cold. The three of them bumped and stumbled their way to the door. Lulan reached out to grab the wooden handle. I stood up from the Kong and walked towards them. I just thought of a way to get food. Debt collection. When I got to the door, I looked at Xuemei and sighed. There was still the matter of that money from Piaochong that hadn't been repaid. If you don't want to die, staying here would be your best bet. I'm heading out for a bit. Back soon. With that, I stepped out the door without looking back. Behind me, Lulan frowned. The cold wind bit against her frail frame, clearing her head somewhat. She mulled over what I'd said. Their home was too far. Plus, with a small child in tow, and no food back there whatsoever, what if something happened to Xiaoling? Snow covered everything, and Xuemei was injured. Even walking was difficult for her. Xuemei, should we go back inside for now? She murmured softly. I'm not setting foot in his house. He's a liar. Li Xuemei's words were firm, but her legs were trembling. But in your condition, there's nothing back home. Lulan hesitated, her gaze falling on Xiaoling. Li Xuemei also looked at Xiaoling. She opened her mouth, but no words came out this time. Let's get warm inside first. It's freezing out here. Lulan gently pushed her back inside. Li family courtyard. I stared at the closed courtyard door. Bam! I kicked it hard. The wooden gate creaked as it bounced against the stopper and nearly closed again before I shoved it open. Striding into the yard, I headed directly toward the main house. Inside, Li Dahuai sat cross-legged on the Kong with a clay brazier in front of him, smoking from a dry tobacco pipe. Wang Hohot sat at the edge of the Kong, mending clothes. Li Zhihai squatted by the fire, adding pieces of broken wood. Li Zhiming leaned against the wall with his hands tucked into his sleeves, dozing off. All four of them were nesting together to pass the winter. The door wasn't locked. I pushed it open, letting in a blast of cold air that scattered ashes from the brazier all around. Who is it? Close the door. Wang Hohot yelled without even lifting her head. I didn't bother closing it. Standing in the doorway, I swept my gaze over the whole family. Li Dahuai. My voice wasn't loud, but it carried an edge of menace. Li Dahuai raised his head slightly to look at me, the pipe still in his mouth. Oh, Fengzi, what brings you here? I ignored his question, stepping inside and shutting the door behind me. Your eldest and second sons borrowed half a pound of meat from me. I'm here for repayment. The room fell silent briefly. Li Dahuai tapped ash from his pipe with a clueless expression. What meat? Who borrowed meat from you? I don't remember anything like that. If you don't remember, ask your sons. I turned my eyes towards Li Zhihai. Zhihai, why don't you speak up? Li Zhihai's eyes flicked toward his father. Fengzi, maybe you're mistaken? When did I ever borrow meat from you? Half a month ago. Half a month ago? He scratched his head. I don't remember anything like that. I laughed. Not out of amusement, but the kind of laugh one lets out before violence. Fine. You don't remember? I stepped up to the edge of the Kong and loomed over Li Dahuai. You'd better help jog your son's memories. Li Dahuai leaned back slightly, speaking in a languid tone. Fengzi, are you here to pick a fight? We're all villagers here. Can't we settle things nicely? I tried speaking nicely. You didn't understand. My eyes landed on the earthen pot next to the Kong, covered with a bowl. Without hesitation, I reached out and lifted the lid. Underneath were two freshly made cornmeal cakes, still yellow and steaming hot. Well, do you still have any bread left at home? Hey, what are you doing? Wang Hohot sprang up, trying to snatch it back. I threw my arm out, blocking her just right. Shen Feng, put it down. That's our family's food supply. Your food supply? I put the bowl aside. What about the half gene, approximate 250 g, of meat I gave? That was my food supply. Li Dahuai's face changed. Not out of fear, but irritation from being embarrassed in his own home. In the village, he had some standing. Yet here he was being confronted face to face by some low-life debt collector. It was humiliating. Fengzi, calm down. He lowered his voice and said sternly. Even if Ji Tsai did borrow something from you, that's between the two of you. Why are you barging into my house and making a fuss? He's living in your house, eating your food, using your stuff. He borrowed and didn't return. If I don't confront you, then who? I already said I didn't borrow anything. Li Jitsai's face flushed as he got to his feet. Don't make baseless accusations. I ignored him and walked over to the corner of the room, grabbing a wooden stool. What are you doing? Li Dahuai stood half off the Kong, a heated brick bed platform. Helping your son, remember. Bang. The stool smashed down by the side of the stove. Dust and debris started to rain down. The shelf rattled, and a chipped bowl rolled off and shattered with a loud crack. My bowl, screamed Wang Hohot. Remember yet? I slammed the stool onto the ground and stared at Li Jitsai. He stumbled back half a step, mouth opening, but no words came out. The truth was, he had indeed borrowed. Half a month ago, I'd somehow gotten hold of some meat. That day, the two brothers came knocking, asking to borrow half a gene, promising to return it in a few days. The original owner of this body was such a pushover that he'd handed it over just like that, without even putting up a fight. But now, admitting to it meant they'd have to pay it back. Half a gene of meat was worth more than life itself these days. Where would they even find that kind of repayment? Fengzi, smashing up my house won't solve anything. Li Jitsai stiffened his neck. We didn't borrow anything. Show me some proof if you got it. I nodded. Fine. Then I raised the stool again. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Li Dahuai jumped off the Kong and grabbed the stool. Calm yourself. Another smash, and this stove will collapse. Then get your son to admit the truth. Jitsai, Li Dahuai roared at his eldest son. Did you borrow or not? Li Jitsai's lips clamped tightly shut, not saying a word. Li Dahuai turned to his younger son. Jiming. Li Jiming slowly pulled his hand from his sleeve, rolling his eyes. So what if we did? It's just half a gene of meat. Is it worth making this scene over? Jiming. Li Dahuai glared at him. Ah. I said, putting the stool down. Just return it, then. Who said we're returning anything? Li Jiming straightened up, though still half a head shorter than me. He stiffened his neck, standing firm. What I said is, there's no need for this drama. Are you going to return it or not? Where am I going to find meat now? He spread his hands out. Give it a few days. A few days? I tilted my head. Last time, you said a few days. It's been half a month. How many few days has it been now? You? Today, now, immediately, this instant. I enunciated, word by word. Li Jiming's face darkened. He took a step closer. Chen Feng, don't push it. Who do you think you are? You're just a lowlife. How dare you come and throw your weight around in my house? He rolled up his sleeves. I stared at him, changing my mind. These people wouldn't learn without paying some interest. Half a gene of meat, plus an extra gene of cornmeal. What? Li Dahuai thought he'd heard wrong. Interest, I said. It's been half a month. There's got to be some interest, doesn't there? Half a gene of meat and a gene of cornmeal? Li Jiming leaned forward, sneering. Chen Feng, you're dreaming, aren't you? Dreaming your mother's dream. I'm perfectly awake. I stepped forward. Li Jiming rolled up his sleeves and charged at me, right fist swinging straight for my face. By village standards, it was a properly executed punch. Full force, aimed correctly. But I merely tilted my head left, and his fist brushed past my ear. His momentum sent him forward, throwing him off balance, unable to pull back. Smack. I slapped his left cheek with just the right amount of force, loud, painful, and memorable enough for a lifetime. Li Jiming spun half a circle like a top. His shoulder clipped the edge of the Kong, rebounded into the wall, and his head thudded against the earthen wall. Dirt and dust rained down. He slid down the wall, landing on his rear. His eyes rolled back twice before he remembered where he was. The room fell silent. Wang Hohot's mouth hung open, her sewing kit having fallen onto the Kong without her noticing. Li Dahuai froze mid-drag of his pipe, while his lips moved wordlessly. Li Jitsai squatted where he was, his legs seemingly turned to lead. Jiming. Wang Hohot finally screamed. Li Jiming slumped at the base of the wall. The left side of his face was swollen like a steamed bun, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He tried bracing the ground to stand, but after 2 failed attempts, collapsed back down. I walked over and placed a foot on his back. Not too hard, but enough to pin him down like a fish on the chopping board, unable to flip over. Get your damn foot off me. His face pressed against the ground, tasting the dirt and blood in his mouth. I didn't let up. Leaning forward slightly, I shifted my weight. One more time. Listen closely. Half a gene of meat, plus a gene of cornmeal. If you don't pay up, I'll break one of your legs and use it as firewood. His face twisted into a grimace. You wouldn't dare? My dad is. I pressed down harder with my foot. Ah. His voice went shrill. Your dad? He's standing right there. You want him to save you. I glanced back at Li Dahuai. Li Dahuai gulped. He'd lived for 47 years, seen his share of fights. But this wasn't some crude village brawl. That clean dodge, that sudden slap, it was the speed and precision of someone who knew how to fight. Li Dahuai, are you going to get your son out of this or not? His lips trembled. Fengzi, remove your foot. We can talk this over. Talk this over? I pressed down further. Ah, Dad. Li Jiming wailed on the ground. Fengzi, let's all calm down. This is our fault. Li Dahuai rubbed his hands together, his face full of wrinkles trembling. That's not what you said earlier. Earlier, I was being foolish. He bent at the waist, conceding. If Jitsai borrowed from you, it should be returned. It will be returned. Dad, you, Li Jitsai protested, panicked. Shut up. Li Dahuai barked at his eldest son, veins bulging. He quickly turned back to me, forcing a smile. Fengzi, please, have mercy. Jiming is young and foolish. Let bygones be bygones. Spare me the nonsense. I cut him off. Bring me the goods. Take it out. I swear, we don't have half a pound of meat. Wang Hohat yelled. Look at this house. Do you see any meat? Go ahead, search if you don't believe me. Fine. I pressed my foot harder against the ground. Ow. Mom, stop talking. Li Jiming howled like a slaughtered pig. Wang Hohat instantly shut up, big tears rolling down her cheeks. I had run out of patience. I'm giving you a count of 5. If you don't bring it out by the time I'm done, I won't stomp on his back anymore. I'll stomp on his hand. Li Jiming's body shook violently. His hand? If his hand were ruined, how would he work for the rest of his life? Pa, hurry up and get it, he shouted at Li Dahuai. 1. Wait. I'll get it right now. Li Dahuai turned and hobbled toward the outer room, his steps as unsteady as if he had a limp. 2. Wang Hohat slid down from the bed and followed him. 3. In the next room, the sounds of rummaging were chaotic. Box lids scraping against container edges, earthen crocks knocking against the floor. 4. Here it is, here it is. Li Dahuai's tearful voice floated in from the other room. 5. I didn't stop counting. Li Dahuai stumbled back into the room, holding a tattered cloth bundle in one hand and a half-shrunken cloth sack in the other. He almost tripped over the threshold. Wang Hohat followed closely behind, her expression as pained as if someone had cut her own flesh. My foot was still pressed on Li Jiming's back. I lowered my gaze to glance at the bundle in Li Dahuai's hand. Open it. He unfolded the cloth. Inside was a block of meat, frozen rock solid, with a few blades of grass sticking to it, and its color dull. I reached out and weighed it in my hand. Li Dahuai, who are you trying to fool with this? This is all we have. Really, this is all. His voice cracked. Look around the house. Where else could we hide it? I scratched at the frozen surface with my fingernail and brought it up to my nose for a sniff. It hadn't gone bad, frozen stiff and good for storage for quite a while. The weight checked out, a bit over half a pound. All right. I tucked the meat into my coat. Li Dahuai's shoulders visibly loosened. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, my hand darted toward the cloth sack Wang Hohat was clutching. On instinct, she pulled it behind her. This is our family's cornmeal. It has nothing to do with you. Interest, I said curtly. What interest? We agreed on half a pound of meat. You've taken the meat. What else do you want? Her voice jumped nearly an octave. I glanced down at Li Jiming on the ground. He lay there groaning, half his face swelling up, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and soaking into the dirt. What did I just say? Did you not hear me? Or are you pretending to be deaf? I shifted my foot off his back. Not out of pity. Now that I had the meat, there was no point keeping him pinned. Li Jiming propped himself up on his forearm, clutching his face, his eyes red with fury. He seemed like he was about to curse me, but as soon as he caught the look I gave him, he swallowed his words. I stepped up to Wang Hohat. She retreated a step, bumping into the stove behind her and clutching the sack even tighter. This is all our family has. A family of 4 depends on this little bit of grain. Are you even human? Whether I'm human or not is none of your business, I said, palm extended. Hand it over. No way. I'd rather die than give it to you. Without another word, I grabbed the bottom corner of the sack. She clung to the mouth of the bag, and the two of us tugged at it like a tug of war. Old man, aren't you going to do something? She shouted at Li Dahuai. Li Dahuai just stood there, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. Do something? And how would he? He had just seen his son take a swing at me, only for me to dodge it with a slight tilt of my head and slap him down with one swift move. Li Jiming, who was supposed to be one of the better fighters in the village, hadn't even lasted one exchange before ending up flat on the ground. As a 47-year-old man with bad legs, charging in would just mean asking for trouble. Wife, just give it to him, he said, his voice dry. What? That's a whole pound of cornmeal. Do you know how many meals we can stretch that into? I know, but if you piss him off, forget about 1 pound. He'd walk away with 10 without a second thought. I didn't wait for her to come to terms with it and gave the sack one last strong yank. It came loose from her grip, and she fell backward, landing against the stove. My cornmeal. I weighed the sack. Light, at most a pound. I opened it to check. Coarsely ground cornmeal, yellowish, mixed with some bran. Passable for eating. Chen Feng, you damned scoundrel. She began cursing me from the floor. I tied up the sack, slung it over my shoulder, opened the door, and swaggered out. Behind me, Wang Hohat's wails mingled with the sound of Li Dahuai slamming down his tobacco pipe. He shouted, "From now on, stay away from him. Don't provoke him." I trudged through the snow back to my yard. I pushed the door open and locked it firmly behind me. That meant they hadn't left. I pounded on the door twice. "Open up." The door creaked open a crack, revealing half of Lulan's face. Her eyes were red and swollen, and the tip of her nose was bright red from the cold. The moment she saw it was me, her expression sank. I ignored her look and slipped inside sideways. "Shut the door." She latched the door, leaning against the frame, keeping a cautious distance from me. I walked over to the stove, tossed the cloth sack onto it, and then pulled the frozen hunk of meat from my coat, slapping it down onto the surface with a loud thunk. From the inner room came Li Xuemei's voice, "Sister-in-law." "Xuemei, he's back." I unwrapped the tattered cloth around the meat. Over half a pound of frozen meat lay there, as solid as a rock. The cloth sack was open, revealing its contents of yellowish cornmeal. Lulan glanced at it, her steps faltering, her eyes fixed on the lump of meat. "This is this meat." Her voice had changed, tinged with disbelief. "No, it's a rock," I quipped. Her Adam's apple bobbed, and her gaze flickered back and forth between the meat and the sack. "Xuemei," she suddenly called out toward the inner room. "Come see this." Li Xuemei supported herself on the door frame as she stepped into the main room. She stared at the meat for 3 or 4 seconds, then glanced at the sack. "This? Where did this come from?" Her voice quivered. "None of your business." She took a couple of hesitant steps closer, and her throat bobbed audibly. It was a real swallow of saliva. "There's also a pound of cornmeal," I said. Lulan's eyes reddened suddenly. These 2 items, in the winter of 1960, were life itself. Life-saving. They stood there dumbstruck. Even Li Xuemei, who had doubted me from the start, seemed genuinely taken aback. "Had enough staring? If you've seen enough, start cooking. One of you light the fire, the other cut the meat. I haven't eaten all day." Li Xuemei turned her head to the side. "You're asking me to cook for you?" Her voice rose sharply. "Any problem with that?" I tilted my head, eyeing her. "What gives you the right to order me around?" "The fact that I brought back the food. That's what you owed me." "Don't want to? Then get the hell out. I won't even give you a sliver of meat." She stared at the chunk of meat, her face turning red. "If we just left then?" The word stopped abruptly. Xiaoling couldn't travel now, and there was no firewood back home either. "Xuemei," Lulan quickly interjected. "Sister-in-law, let's cook for now." Lulan moved toward the stove, pausing for a couple of seconds as she passed me. Her gaze was complicated, but in the end, she lowered her head and murmured softly, "I'm sorry. Please don't kick us out." I glanced at her. This woman wasn't blind. As a mother, she'd do anything for her child. As a sister-in-law, she'd stand against anyone for her younger sister-in-law's sake. Lulan reached for the cleaver, nearly losing her balance before steadying herself. "I'll chop the meat." "Xuemei, light the fire." Li Xuemei squatted down, striking the match twice before it caught fire. She pushed the match into the stove, and the flames roared to life. She pulled at the bellows rhythmically, "Gouda, Gouda." The frozen meat was too tough to chop, so Lulan set the pot on the stove and added water to thaw it out a bit. Soon, bubbles began to rise, and the raw smell of meat wafted up. Xiaoling squatted by the stove, sniffing forcefully. "Mom, it smells so good." "Good? Nonsense." With no seasonings, it was barely edible, just something to get by. "It's not ready yet." "Wait a bit," Lulan responded. "I don't want to wait. I want to eat now." Xiaoling stomped her foot in frustration. "What are you yelling about? If you keep fussing, I won't let you have any." I blurted out coldly. "Should you spoil a child like this?" "No, disobedient ones shouldn't eat." Startled, Xiaoling shrank behind her mother's legs, silent now, but still sneaking glances at the pot. Lulan began chopping the meat. Her knife skills were poor, but she was frugal, refusing to waste even the smallest bits. Every tiny scrap, even those the size of a fingernail, was scraped into the bowl. She mixed cornmeal with water, kneading it into dough and flattening it into cakes that she plastered around the pot's edge. They turned golden as they cooked. By then, the thawed meat chunks went into the pot. Miraculously, there was still some salt left in the jar. She covered the pot. Before long, the aroma of meat broth seeped through the lid. It wasn't overly fragrant, but to them, it was a feast. Even Lulan's hands trembled as she kneaded the dough, while Li Xuemei's bellows pulling grew more frantic. "Gouda, Gouda." I stood with my arms crossed, my gaze shifting unconsciously from the pot to Shuame squatting in front of the stove. The heat from the fire flushed her cheeks, and her crouched posture revealed a curve that was hard to ignore. As she lifted her arm to feed the flames, her sleeve slipped up, exposing a small stretch of her fair, strikingly pale wrist. I swallowed hard, my Adam's apple bobbing. Perhaps sensing something, she suddenly turned her head to look. Our gazes collided in the dim outer room. I didn't look away. Her face flushed instantly, and with a sharp glare, she turned back toward the fire, but her ears were burning red. After dinner, night had completely fallen. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows, while only a tiny, flickering of light remained in the kerosene lamp. "Blow out the lamp to save oil," I said, sitting on the Kong and starting to take off my padded jacket. Lulan pinched the lamp wick, extinguishing the light and plunging the room into pitch darkness. Xiaoling, her little belly stuffed with a few pieces of meat and half a cake, had long since fallen asleep, curled up in the innermost part of the Kong. "Get onto the Kong to sleep." Li Shuame hesitated, standing by the edge of the Kong. "Shuame, come on up," Lulan called softly. Shuame groped her way to the side of Xiaoling, lying down with her back turned outward, wrapping herself tightly in the bedding. Lulan lay down on Xiaoling's other side. I climbed up last, lying next to Shuame. The Kong was now full. 4 people in a row, me on the outer edge, Shuame right beside me, Xiaoling in the middle, and Lulan next to the wall. The room grew quiet, the silence punctuated only by the sound of the wind and Xiaoling's breathing. Then, I extended an arm behind her, resting it lightly on her waist. Her body tensed all at once, her breathing faltered. "You, Shu," I whispered, my warm breath brushing against the back of her neck. She grabbed my wrist, trying to push me away, but I didn't budge. Instead, I pulled her closer, her back now pressed against my chest. "Let go." Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. I tightened my grip. "What? You want to freeze? All the blankets are with the little one. If I don't hold you, won't you freeze to death?" She trembled with rage but didn't dare to raise her voice. Xiaoling was asleep, and so was her sister-in-law. She wriggled twice, but my arm was like a steel band, unyielding. "If you keep moving, I might do more than just hold you," I warned. Instinctively, she froze, her face burning hot enough to fry an egg. On the other side of Xiaoling, Lulan lay staring at the pitch-black ceiling. She couldn't see anything, but she could hear everything. Even the faint rustling of cotton on blankets reached her ears perfectly. Her heart felt like it was being wrung tightly as she clutched Xiaoling's arm for comfort, her only anchor amidst everything. She knew Shuame was enduring this, swallowing her pride and self-respect after eating meat and cornmeal that wasn't theirs. She couldn't muster any sharp words for protection. This scoundrel, what a vile man, even more so now, blatantly tugging and holding her sister-in-law in her presence. Turning away toward the wall, she pressed the blanket tight over her ears. It was useless, she still heard it all. "Where's your hand going?" Shuame's voice was scarcely a whisper. "Nowhere. Your waist is too bony. Had to reposition. You, well, aren't you warmer now?" She fell silent. After a while, her breathing became quick and shallow, as if trying desperately to suppress something. Her nails dug into her palms, but she could neither break free nor run away. Gradually, either from fatigue or the warmth creeping into the Kong, her body began to relax under my arm. I felt it, but said nothing, shifting my hand back to its proper place. In the darkness, no one uttered another word. I shut my eyes, already calculating. For people crammed onto one Kong wasn't sustainable. Another room would need to be opened up. While eating earlier, Xiaoling had accidentally revealed they were out of resources back home. No firewood, no supplies. Moving back would mean certain death for them. I'd already made my conditions clear. They could stay, but only under 2 conditions, obedience and labor. I woke up before dawn. Somehow during the night, Shuame had turned to face me, nestling her head under my chin and clutching the front of my padded jacket with an iron grip. Asleep, she was much quieter, almost peaceful. I carefully slid my arm out and sat up. Most of the Kong had grown cold. No one had added fuel to the stove throughout the night. Xiaoling was curled tightly into a ball, and Lulan was shrunken into the corner against the wall. I quietly put on my padded jacket and climbed off the Kong. The outer room was even colder, my breath condensing into visible mist in front of me. I didn't light the stove right away, but stood by the table, staring at the shrunken sack of provisions. Last night, we'd used half a pound of meat and cooked a few cakes. After feeding 4 people, there was barely anything left. Less than half a pound of cornmeal and a fist-sized chunk of frozen meat remained. It would last no more than 2 days. For survival, we needed food. The mountains were an option, but I wouldn't return empty-handed. A slingshot? A bow and arrow? Traps made of wire? If I could get my hands on just one of those, I could venture into the mountains. I picked up an unburnt piece of firewood and tested its weight in my hand. No, I need something more sturdy than that, a real weapon. I pushed the door open, and a gust of cold wind rushed in head-on. The sky was just beginning to brighten, gray and hazy, while the snow-covered ground reflected a pale, almost ghastly light. A fresh layer of snow had blanketed the courtyard overnight, crunching underfoot as I stepped out. I rubbed my hands together and hunched my shoulders against the cold, making my way forward. I had spent the whole previous night thinking. A slingshot was easy to make, but it wouldn't work on anything big. For wire traps, I'd need wire. A bow and arrow would be my best bet, but carving one myself was time-consuming, and with no decent wood available, it'd likely end up a flimsy piece of junk. The quickest solution? Find one ready-made. I trudged east along the snowy path running through the middle of the village, sifting through the original owner's memories in my head. The original owner of this body was a useless good-for-nothing, but after wandering aimlessly around for years, he knew roughly what each household had hidden away. Li Dahuai's family owned a hunting bow. The previous body had coveted it, but never built up the courage to ask. Midway down the path, a figure emerged from the snowy distance. It was Li Jiming. The kid was wrapped in a threadbare padded jacket, carrying a bamboo shoulder pole over one shoulder and holding a bow in his right hand. It was that bow. With its birch body, sinew string, and arms about an elbow's length long, it wasn't particularly large, but for this village, it was a prized possession. He noticed me too. We stood about 10 paces apart, staring at each other in the middle of the snowy path. His steps slowed, and a fresh bruise, dark and swollen, marred the left side of his face, a remnant of yesterday's slap. He stopped in his tracks, neither advancing nor retreating. I fixed my eyes on the bow and strode toward him. Chen Feng, you better not. He took half a step back, then forced himself to stop, straightening his back and steeling himself as he shifted the bow to his back. What are you looking at? Looking at you. I replied without slowing down. What happened yesterday? My dad told me to stay away from you. But I, Li Jiming, am no coward. Don't think that one slap means you can. I couldn't be bothered to listen. 10 steps. 8 steps. 5. What are you trying to do? Let me tell you, today I'm not alone. My big brother's right behind me. 3 steps. I lifted my foot and kicked. The kick landed on his stomach. Not hard, but his feet slipped on the snow, and he fell backward. The bamboo pole went flying. The bow slipped from his grip, and he crashed onto his back in the snow, the back of his head thunking against the packed surface. Ow! In 2 strides, I was on him, planting my foot on his chest. Same position, same action, same force as yesterday. He flailed his legs, but they couldn't gain traction. His face turned beet red. You son of a, you're at it again? Let me ask you, whose bow is this? I bent down and picked up the bow from the snow. It felt good in my hand. The string was taut. I flicked it with my forefinger, and it produced a crisp, resonant hum. A fine piece indeed. That's my family's bow. Put it down. I turned the bow over to examine the limbs and gave it a half draw to test the poundage. It was enough, more than sufficient for shooting wild birds. Chen Feng, are you seriously going to rob me? I looked down at him. Yeah, I'm robbing you. What are you going to do about it? The corner of his mouth twitched a couple of times. Lying in the snow, pinned down, the sting of yesterday's slap still fresh on his face. And to make matters worse, his claim about his brother being nearby was a complete bluff. His brother hadn't followed him out at all. He was on his own. Chen Feng, just you wait. When I get back, I'll call my dad, my brother, the whole village to deal with you. Go ahead. I squatted down, using the tip of the bow to tap on his nose. And when that happens, I'll just say this. The son of Li Dahuai was out early in the morning, carrying a hunting bow up the mountain. What for? Hunting. His mouth snapped shut. The production team owns this bow, and you sneaked it out for your own use. When the team leader finds out, what do you think will happen to your dad? His expression shifted. This bow wasn't actually his family's. It was communal property of the production team. In the fall, after the hunting team disbanded, the bows and wire traps had been collected and stored at the team headquarters. Since Li Dahuai kept account of work points, he had taken advantage of his position to secretly stash the bow in his family storeroom. Not many people knew about this, but the original owner had known. That idle loafer had seen Li Jiming sneak the bow out of the storeroom late at night on one occasion and had never forgotten it, though he never had the guts to speak up. Now, the guts were here. How do you know about that? His voice dipped, losing confidence. I didn't answer. I simply removed my foot from his chest, stood up straight, and dusted off the snowflakes. He scrambled to his feet, his eyes darting nervously between me and the bow, sweat beading on his forehead. Chen Feng, give me back the bow, and we'll both pretend none of this ever happened. Give it back to you. I weighed the bow in my hands. Let me ask you, did you catch anything when you took this bow up the mountain? No. What a waste of a good bow. I clicked my tongue. And if you're caught carrying it up the mountain? What if a patrolling militia member sees you? What if someone from the commune comes to inspect? Your dad's secret hoard of public property would blow wide open. He gulped. He'd thought about it before. Every time he sneaked the bow out, his knees went weak at the mere sight of a shadow on the road. But his family really had no food left to eat. "Let me explain something to you," I said, my tone suddenly softening, as if I genuinely cared for him. "You carrying around the production team's bow is a small thing. Not being able to catch anything? That's small too. But if you're seen and caught in the act, your dad will be done for." He opened his mouth, but said nothing in return. "You think you're the only one who knows about the bow?" I lowered my voice a bit. "That old gossip, Aunt Jo. One slip of her tongue, and your entire family will be standing front and center at a struggle session." His face went pale. Aunt Jo's mouth was infamous. Anything she got wind of would spread through the entire village within half a day. "Then what should I do?" His voice trembled as he asked. That was the moment I'd been waiting for. I could have jumped for joy inside, but on the outside, I kept a serious, worried frown for his sake. "This bow is only going to bring trouble to your family. Bringing it out to use is even worse. Sooner or later, someone will snitch, and when that happens, your dad will be branded a thief who stole communal property. That label? He'll never shake it off for the rest of his life." He swallowed hard. "But if this bow is in my hands, it's a different story." "How so? What kind of person am I?" "A loafing good-for-nothing," I said, patting my own chest. "Who in the village takes me seriously? If I carry a bow up the mountain, who cares? At most they'll say, that rascal must have stolen another broken bow from somewhere, and that'll be the end of it." He froze. That seemed to make sense. "But it's something my dad hid." "Your dad hid it? Fine. Then this bow is something your dad stole. In your house, it's stolen goods. In your hands, it's evidence of a crime." I flicked my fingers lightly against the bow's limb. "If I take it off your hands, then your family is in the clear. If the commune comes to investigate and turns your house upside down, they won't find a thing. Doesn't that mean your dad will be safe?" His mind was buzzing. Something felt wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Every single sentence I'd said made sense, and when strung together, they seemed even more logical. "And I'm not taking it for free," I said, as if reading his thoughts. "Whatever I hunt, you get a share. You don't have to take risks. You're eating meat now, and I even want to help your family with their problems. Do you think you made a loss or came out ahead? You're giving me a share? Do I keep my word or not? Go and ask your father. Did I take credit for that pound of meat and cornmeal yesterday? Besides, yesterday, I stepped on you, took your bow, and left without asking for anything more. Try messing with someone else, like Zhao Yuhua. That guy snatches any chicken that ends up in his yard, wrings its neck, and stews it. Even when people confront him, he bites back. At least I have the decency to reason with you." He stood in the snow, his brain feeling like it was stuffed with mush. He'd gotten kicked, his bow taken away, but after hearing what I said, it almost felt like he had somehow come out ahead. "Then, you're really giving me a share? Would I lie to you about having meat to eat?" I slung the bow over my shoulder and added, "Go back. Don't stand out here in the cold and catch something. It'll just be a waste of grain to nurse you back." He stood there motionless, watching me head eastward with the bow on my shoulder, his mind still in a haze. He couldn't shake the feeling that he'd been played and was still counting someone else's money for them, yet he couldn't pinpoint what had gone wrong. The bow was gone, but so was the trouble. Scratching his head, he grumbled, "What's wrong with this guy? Robs you, and he's got a whole speech for it." With that, he hunched his shoulders and went home. I left the village and started walking up the old path along the foot of the mountain. The snow was waist-deep in some spots, but near the forest's edge, the wind had blown it thinner, so it only came up to my calves. I bent down and slipped into the fringe of the forest. The pines and birches were heavy with snow, their branches creaking softly under its weight whenever the wind passed. Inside the forest, there was no wind. Except for the occasional dull thud of a clump of snow falling to the ground, it was dead silent. I squatted down. There was a fresh trail in the snow. 3 toes pointing forward, 1 pointing backward, small gaps between steps, shallow scratches in the snow, all still sharp-edged, untouched by wind. Scraping aside the top layer of snow, I uncovered a small pile of dark green droppings that hadn't frozen solid yet. A pheasant. Nearby. I straightened up, but didn't rush after it. First, I scanned the area. The tracks led from under a pine tree, looping around toward a thicket. Instead of heading straight in, I took a roundabout route, approaching from the downwind side. Wild pheasants in winter are skittish and will take off at the slightest sound. But they have one fault: they're greedy. Once they find a patch with seeds to root around for, they'll keep coming back. The scratches in front of the thicket became denser. I lowered myself, pressing my body flat against the snow as I crawled forward and cautiously poked my head out. There, a male pheasant. A white ring around its neck, a long tail dragging over the snow. Weighing a little over a pound, its head was buried in a snow pocket as it foraged. I reached back and drew an arrow. Every motion was as slow as possible. The arrow was nocked, the bowstring making the faintest of sounds. The pheasant didn't react, still digging away. I drew the bowstring taut, aiming the arrowhead squarely at its body. 30 meters away, not easy. I squinted, aimed, and released. Whoosh. The arrow struck squarely in its breast, burying itself completely and driving the bird half a foot back. The pheasant flapped its wings in a panic, almost escaping. I darted forward, grabbed its comb with one hand, and gave a hard twist. Crack. Pulling out the arrow, a spurt of blood shot out, quickly draining. Just over a pound. It was on the scrawny side, but not bad luck at all. Carrying the pheasant by its legs, I started back toward home, plucking feathers as I walked. You have to do it while it's hot. Once it cools, it's a hassle. Step by step, I plucked, heading for home. By 2 in the afternoon, I was back. Hauling a bundle of firewood, I knocked on the door. Who's there? Lulan's muffled voice came from behind it. Open the door. The door opened a crack. I leaned the firewood against the frame. Lulan reached out to grab it, but her gaze caught on what I had in my other hand. Her movements froze. A pheasant, plucked clean, gutted, and naked. Its neck drooped limply, stiff with cold. She opened her mouth, but it was a long while before she managed to speak. This you? Get inside first. I shoved the pheasant into her arms and closed the door behind me. She cradled the bird in shaking hands. He brought home game? He could hunt? Where'd he get the tools? Xuemei, she called out, carrying the pheasant back to the inner room. Li Xuemei stared at the bird for several seconds, her lips moving slightly as if to speak, but no words came out. On the Kong, both women were looking at me, their eyes filled with astonishment. I leaned the bow and quiver against the wall. What are you staring at? Never seen a pheasant before. Lulan came to her senses, wiping at her eyes as she asked in a low voice. You went up the mountain? Yeah. I sat on the edge of the Kong to take off my shoes, gesturing toward the bird with my jaw. Get moving. I'm starving. I'll do it right away. She swallowed and hurried to the outer room. I glanced at Li Xuemei. Still hurts. Humph. She snorted coldly and hobbled off the Kong to help. By 4 in the afternoon, hot steam was rising from the big iron pot in the outer room. Lulan worked quickly with her knife, chopping the pheasant into pieces with practiced efficiency. The coarse cotton clothes she wore couldn't conceal her full figure, especially when she bent to add firewood to the stove. The curve of her back was taut and perfect. I sat cross-legged at the edge of the Kong, enjoying the free view through the doorframe. This widowed sister-in-law, she definitely had something going on. When the pot came to a boil and the meat was added, it wasn't long before the rich aroma of meat began to waft through the cracks in the door. In times like these, catching a whiff of meat cooking could practically pull someone's soul out of their body. Lulan stirred the broth, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Yesterday, she had wanted nothing more than to take a knife to me. Today, staring at this pot full of chicken meat, all her resentment had evaporated. This man might be a scoundrel, but he could bring home meat. Forget cooking. She'd willingly do anything else he asked. She sneaked a glance at me. This good for nothing. Today, he seemed oddly pleasing to the eye. Fengzi, the food's ready, she called, her tone softer now. She carried the large clay bowl of chicken stew into the main room, accompanied by 4 big cornmeal pancakes. Next to her, Li Shaoling was already drooling, leaning over the table and staring intently at the meat in the bowl. I ladled out portions. First, I served myself 2 large drumsticks and a chunk of chicken breast, enough to fill a whole sea bowl with both soup and meat. Then I served a bowl of broth for Shaoling, picking out 2 tender pieces for her. Eat up. Careful, it's hot. Thanks, Uncle Chun, Shaoling said, as Lulan had taught her, grabbing a pancake and eagerly slurping the broth. For Lulan, I ladled a bowl too, giving her a generous share of meat. She looked at me, startled yet delighted, and nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Fengzi. Finally, I served half a bowl of soup for Li Xuemei, adding a chicken wing, the tail, and some small bits of meat, then pushed it toward her. She was huddled at the edge of the Kong, far from the table, and hadn't spared me a kind look since I'd entered. Come over and eat. I tapped on the table. She turned her head away, refusing to look. I don't want to. Oh, I chuckled. Still got some spine, huh? What? My pheasant's not to your taste. Something you brought back. I find it filthy. The temperature in the room plummeted. Lulan flinched in alarm and quickly tugged at her sleeve. Xuemei, stop babbling. What's that? It's meat. She quickly shook her hand off. Sister-in-law, you can eat it if you want, but I can't stomach it. Have you forgotten how he bullied me yesterday? Lulan was at a loss for words. Her heart ached, but if she didn't eat, what would happen to her daughter? Wouldn't Xuemei's innocence have been lost in vain? She wanted to persuade her, but her throat felt like it was blocked. I put down my chopsticks and looked at Li Xuemei. What did you say? I thought this woman had issues. She had humbled herself over half a pound of meat not too long ago, and now when it's free, she's pulling a long face? Who spoiled her? She stiffened her neck and puffed out her chest. I said, I'm not eating it. I'd rather starve to death than take one bite from you. I nodded, picked up the bowl of meat soup from in front of her directly. Great, more for me. I turned around and emptied the chicken tail into Xiaoling's bowl. Here, kid, this is for you. Xiaoling saw an extra piece of meat in her bowl and clapped her hands happily. Li Xuemei froze. She had thought I would try to coax her, or at least force her to eat. After all, the man had been so domineering toward her earlier that day. I took a bite of the wheat cake and chewed it crunchily with the chicken broth, not even looking at her. Let me make this clear, under this roof, I'm the sky. The food I bring here didn't just fall from the sky. Don't want to eat? There's the door. Go out and drink the northwest wind. Lulan panicked and pleaded for her sister-in-law. Fengzi, don't be like this. She just needs time to come around. Give her another bowl, please. I glanced at her from the corner of my eye. Say one more word, and not even the chicken tail goes to the kid. Lulan immediately shut her mouth, not daring to say another word. She called out, Xuemei, hoping her sister-in-law would yield. But Li Xuemei turned her head to the side. Lulan sighed, leaving half of her portion, hoping to save it for Li Xuemei. But I noticed it and ate that half as well. You? Lulan frowned and managed just one word, unable to say more. I continued eating. The wild chicken meat was a bit tough, but it was natural and untainted, passable. I made a point of crunching loudly on the bones, sucking on each piece so noisily that the sound traveled all the way to the yard. Li Xuemei sat huddled in the corner of the calm, her eyes red. She was starving, really starving. The smell of the meat made her stomach feel as if it were on fire. In her heart, she thought, I've already given you my dignity. Can't you let me have even a bite? Grievance. She felt utterly wronged. I tore into a chicken leg, and her stomach growled so loudly that everyone in the room could hear it. I paused my chopsticks and looked out the window. Wow, snow with thunder, huh? Li Xuemei, humiliated and angry, buried her head in her knees, tears streaming down her face. Her body had been taken, and now she couldn't even get a bite to eat. How was this life even bearable? I ignored her. The best way to deal with such a stubborn little fairy was to let her go hungry a few times. Once the hunger became unbearable, she'd crawl over on her own. A beggar acting as royalty? No way. The game I caught with my skills. Why should I pamper her? Still, I was puzzled. A little fairy in this day and age? Could she be a deity sent to challenge me? Full and satisfied, I belched loudly. Comfortable. After 2 days of crossing into this life, I'd finally had a proper meal. Lulan began clearing the dishes. When she picked up my bowl, she paused. There was a little over half a bowl left. She quickly took it away and washed it outside. Xiaoling, now full, became drowsy and soon fell asleep at the end of the calm. The sky had turned completely dark. Winter nights came early, and by less than 5 o'clock, everything was pitch black. The temperature inside dropped as the hearth fire died out, cold air creeping in through the cracks in the windows. I took off my shoes and sat cross-legged at the end of the calm, feeling the warmth beneath me. Then, I glanced toward the far side of the calm. Li Xuemei was still curled up there. Without food, her body lacked warmth, and she shivered in the cold. Her thin, coarse cloth clothes were no match for the chill. She curled into herself, her shoulders trembling as she continued to cry. The Kang's warmth was most comfortable, but it would be even colder in the middle of the night. I'd have to find a way to stay warm. I tilted my head and looked at her. She was huddled in the middle of the calm, half a meter from me, trembling with hunger and cold. Her stomach growled again, a loud gurgle. I sneered. What? Breeding frogs in that belly of yours? Sure sounds lively. Her back to me. She trembled with anger. Get lost, she spat through gritted teeth. With that, she shifted inward, her back against the sleeping Xiaoling. Beyond Xiaoling was Lulan. I wasn't going to indulge her. Stretching my long arm, I reached across the half-meter distance and grabbed her arm. You, what are you doing? She cried out in shock. With a twist of my wrist, I pulled her into my grasp entirely. She was so weak from hunger that she had no strength to resist. The room spun as she tumbled into my arms. Let me go, she pushed against my chest with all her might. With that strength of yours, you couldn't even scratch an itch, I said, wrapping my arms tightly to hold her in place, one hand resting on her waist. So slender. Women of this era had no excess weight on their bodies. Not an ounce of fat at her waist. You brute. Don't touch me. Her voice was lowered in anger, afraid of waking her sister-in-law and niece. I'm touching my own woman. Seems perfectly natural to me. Who's your woman? Have you no shame? What? After sleeping with me, you think you can be someone else's woman? You? She was speechless. Right. What choice did she have? She was no longer pure. Humiliated. Deeply humiliated. She opened her mouth, intending to bite my shoulder, but I grabbed her jaw swiftly. What? Are you part dog? Trying to bite me? You eat my food. Live in my house. What's the problem if I use you to warm the bed? I didn't eat your food. But your sister-in-law and niece are people too. aren't they? My logic was flawless. Try squirming again, and I'll deal with you right here and now. It's not like I've got anything better to do. The weight of my threat was clear. Her body stiffened instantly, too scared to move. She knew full well how much of a scoundrel I could be, capable of anything, without hesitation. I smiled with satisfaction. Now that's better. Stay still, and you won't freeze. I'm warm. I drew her into my arms, enveloping most of her small frame. My warmth surrounded her as she shut her eyes, weakly sobbing. Her tears soaked into my clothing. I pretended not to notice. While women crying in general annoyed me, her quiet sobbing didn't disturb much and even helped lull me to sleep. Through the sleeping Xiaoling, Lulan clearly hadn't fallen asleep in reality. She lay facing outward, tightly clutching the corners of her blanket. The wooden Kong passed along sound far too clearly. The entire exchange, every scuffle, word, and rustle of fabric, Lulan heard perfectly. What a taste. But now, on the same Kong bed, less than a meter away, a young and vigorous man was bullying her little sister-in-law. She listened to the suppressed sobs, her heart sour. Xiaomei was suffering, all for the sake of this family. But she didn't dare make a sound. That pheasant today had completely shattered her bottom line. In this winter that could starve people to death, a man who could bring home meat was like heaven. She was afraid of offending me, afraid I'd get angry and drive the three women out. At minus 30 degrees outside, stepping out would mean death. She bit her lip and closed her eyes, but her ears disobediently caught every sound from that side. My breathing was heavy. Her struggling sounds grew weaker and weaker. Lulan's face burned hot. She felt ashamed. How could she eavesdrop like this? Yet her body reacted strangely, heat rising under the covers. She clenched her hands tightly, and her breathing quickened. This rascal, such a scoundrel. She shook her head, trying to cast away the chaotic thoughts. Sins everywhere. She could only murmur silently in her heart. The next morning, at dawn, the wind had stopped, and so had the snow. I opened my eyes on time, my biological clock waking me at this exact hour every day. Looking down at my arms, Li Xiaomei was sleeping soundly, clinging to me like an octopus, her cheek pressed against my chest. Her sleeping face was serene, with none of the ferociousness from last night. I pinched her without courtesy and sighed. Poor thing, I need to find a proper room soon. Getting out of bed carefully, I took the stolen hunting bow from the corner of the wall, slung the quiver over my shoulder, and grabbed the last remaining cornbread, my ration for the trip up the mountain. Pushing the door open, I stepped into the snowy wilderness with big strides. As soon as I left, the door creaked shut tightly. Lulan got out of bed, put on her shoes, and went to the outer room to heat up the small half-bowl of meat soup from last night. She knew very well that I had left it intentionally. With my appetite, an entire pheasant, bones and all, could be devoured, yet I left several small pieces of meat at the bottom of the bowl. This man had a sharp tongue, but still thought about Xiaomei in his heart. This gave her a sliver of hope. She carried the steaming clay pot into the room. Li Xiaomei was still huddled under the covers like a curled-up ball, her stomach growling audibly even through the quilt. Xiaomei, get up and have some hot soup. Lulan placed the pot on the bedside table. The aroma of meat wafted straight into Xiaomei's nose. She didn't say a word. I'm not eating his food. Who are you mad at, girl? Lulan tugged at the quilt. Do you think this soup just fell out of the sky? Fengzi deliberately left it for you last night. Didn't you see his appetite? And yet, he left the thickest chicken skin and bits of meat in the bowl, showing he still cares about you in his heart. He cares about me? Xiaomei snorted from under the quilt. He's just an animal. You heard how he bullied me last night, didn't you? Lulan sighed. I heard. But so what? In these times, can dignity fill your stomach? Look at Xiaoling. She had a bit of meat yesterday, and today her face has a healthy glow. And then look at yourself, so weak from hunger you can hardly get out of bed. Do you really want to starve to death on this Kong? Xiaomei kept her lips tightly sealed. Let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart, Lulan said after a pause. Fengzi may be a bit of a scoundrel, but he can get us meat. Here in this village by the mountain, a man who can keep us 3 women fed. That's as good as heaven. You've given yourself to him already, so what's with the act now? If you starve to death, he'll just find a young maiden to warm his bed. Wouldn't that be a loss for you? Lowering her voice, she leaned in closer. Look at him, sharp-tongued, but far better than those useless men out there. He's responsible. He's already out hunting on the mountain this morning. With him around, the 3 of us won't starve. Xiaomei suddenly ripped off the quilt, her eyes red. Sister-in-law, why are you on his side? I'm thinking of what's best for you. Don't let the sacrifice of your body go to waste. Lulan placed the pot in front of her, tears welling up. Xiaomei, if Feng bullies you again in the future, I, as your sister-in-law, will stand up for you. Sister-in-law. Xiaomei's tears streamed down. No, don't. Please don't. I won't let that bastard bully you. Then hurry up and drink while it's hot. Lulan said, wiping her tears. Xiaomei stared at the bowl of meat soup, her stomach churning in hunger. Starving. Absolutely starving. She swallowed her saliva. Drink. Lulan pushed a wooden spoon into her hand. Xiaomei finally couldn't hold back. She picked up the pot and gulped down the soup. Warm liquid flowed into her stomach. Comfort. Such comfort. Tears dripped into the bowl. Crying, she licked every bit of meat from the bottom clean, not wasting a single drop of oil. Her body warmed significantly. She set the pot down, hating Fengzi, but hating her own weakness even more. A bowl of meat soup, and she was sold. Lulan watched her, sighing in her heart. Women, accept fate. On the mountain, the air was so cold it stung like icy shards in the lungs. I pulled out the barely warm cornbread, dry and cracked like gnawing on wood shavings, but I forced myself to swallow it. Chewing as I wandered through the snowy woods, pines and birches crowded together, their branches laden with heavy snow. I crouched under an old pine. A line of footprints in the snow, 2 large round dots in front, 2 smaller ones behind, rabbit tracks. Following the prints, they led behind a thicket. There was likely a burrow nearby. Unfortunately, I only had a bow and arrows, no wire traps. Rabbits move at night. Catching them in the day was impossible. Never mind, I'd mark the route and bring wire next time to set snares. I stood up, brushed off the snow, and headed deeper into the forest. After half an hour, I stopped at a sheltered slope. The snow had been dug up, exposing yellowed grass roots. I lowered myself cautiously, holding my breath. In the thicket ahead, a hen pheasant moved unsteadily, an older bird from its 4th or 5th mating season, weighing less than a kilo, but still meat. I drew an arrow and pulled the bow. Swish. A muffled thud, my arrow pierced the base of its neck. It didn't even have time to squawk before flapping twice and collapsing into the snow. I quickly ran over, picked it up, broke its neck, and started plucking as I made my way down the mountain. Grayish-brown feathers flew into the air, landing on the snow, creating a strange and eerie beauty. In no time, the bird was stripped bare. I pulled out my knife and gutted it, keeping everything but the waist and bile. The tail, the youngest loved it best. Weighing the bare bird in my hand, I felt content. Bringing it to the black market would fetch a few coins or a heap of coarse grains, but I wasn't planning to sell. It was too far, too risky. On the way back, luck favored me. I found a frozen sand hen, hard as rock. I also gathered some firewood, just enough for the night. Firewood had long been picked clean by others. Around 3 in the afternoon, as I neared the village gates, I passed a household. The courtyard wall made of adobe bricks was covered with a thick grass mat. Sounds came from the yard. Snap. Then came a child's joyful cheer. Got it. I hit that tree branch. I peeked through a crack in the door. A little boy about 7 or 8 years old was holding a slingshot made from a wooden fork, aiming at the sparrows in the tree. The rubber bands were cut from old tires, giving them impressive elasticity. An idea struck me. Bows and arrows had more power, but lacked the flexibility of a slingshot. Slingshots were much better for hunting small animals. Hey, kid, playing with a slingshot. I pushed the door open and strode in casually. The boy was startled. When he saw it was me, his smile vanished instantly. Chun, crazy Chun, what are you doing here? In this village, my reputation couldn't have been worse. Kids were more afraid of me than they were of wolves. I squatted down, trying my best to appear friendly, though in his eyes, I probably looked even more sinister. Don't be scared. I just noticed your slingshot looks pretty good. Thought we could chat about its design. The little boy clenched his slingshot tightly and stepped back 2 paces. My mom said, I'm not allowed to talk to you. Hey, kid, I said without getting angry. I pulled out a sand grouse and swung it in front of him. See this? Know what it is? The boy's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. Sand grouse. At 4 p.m., I arrived back at my own home's courtyard gate and half buried the wild bird inside. Then, I knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? Lulan's cautious voice came from inside. It's me. She recognized my voice and quickly opened the door, letting me in. I stepped inside and shut the door behind me. Lulan was about to say something when her eyes landed on my hands and froze. In my left hand was half a stiff, frozen sand grouse. In my right was a well-sanded, gleaming wooden slingshot tied with 2 black elastic bands. Another wild grouse. Her voice trembled as her gaze fixated on the half a bird. I placed some firewood down and shoved the half bird into her arms. Cook it. She fumbled to catch the bird. It was ice cold to the touch and had some heft. Fengzi, why is there only half a bird? Where's the other half? I didn't answer and headed straight inside. Li Xiaomei was sitting on the edge of the Kong bed. Hearing the commotion, she looked up. I took off my shoes, crossed my legs, and sat down at the corner of the Kong, tossing the slingshot onto the table. The other half is buried in the courtyard. Use it sparingly. Oh, Lulan murmured, her attention turning to the slingshot. She put the bird on the stove and came over to have a closer look. A slingshot. Yeah, traded it for a sand grouse. I admitted without hiding anything. What? Fengzi, you traded meat for a toy? You can find wooden forks like this all over the mountains. It's not worth that. Li Xuemei, sitting nearby, also seemed to think I'd gone mad. Sand grouses were real, tangible meat. In this famine-ridden winter, meat traded for a slingshot. It made no sense. I shot them both a glance and grumbled. Brains full of fluff. Long hair, short insight. I picked up the slingshot and pulled at its elastic bands. A crisp snap echoed. This elastic band is cut from tractor inner tubes, a lot of elasticity. The wooden fork is made from old jujube wood, sturdy and easy to handle. The leather pouch is real cowhide. I smacked the slingshot onto the table. Forget it. Even if I explain, you two wouldn't understand. Lulon gave it some thought. It did have its advantages. The slingshot was small and could easily be hidden in one's coat. With my aim, I could shoot even birds in flight. Hitting sparrows? A piece of cake. Fengzi, I'll go cook. Go ahead. Ahead. Chop it into bits for minced meat. Add more water. Half a bird was barely enough to stretch out. It couldn't be like last night where it was served in big chunks. Sure. Lulon smiled and left for the outer room. Having food to eat was more than enough. What was there to be picky about? Li Xuemei stayed on the Kong edge, casting a sideways glance at me, her thoughts complicated. In the outer room, the kitchen knife chopped against the wooden block with loud thunks. Lulon worked quickly. In 10 minutes, she had turned the half-bird into minced meat, bones crushed and all. She threw it all into water to boil, nothing fancy. After a while, steam began rising, and the meat aroma seeped through the door cracks. It had a faintly gamey smell. Li Xuemei's stomach betrayed her with an audible growl. She quickly held it, her face flushing red. Leaning against the wall, I couldn't help but glance at her and coolly remark, "So you're going on a hunger strike again tonight?" Li Xuemei turned her head away, silent. Anger still simmered inside her, but it was overshadowed by a sense of helplessness. That bowl of sand grouse soup from yesterday had already shattered half of her pride. Tonight's wild grouse meat would likely erode the rest. On the Kong, Xiaoling rolled over and sat up, rubbing her eyes. "Mom, it smells so good." From the outer room, Lulon called back, "Xiaoling's awake? Just wait a little longer. It'll be ready soon." Half an hour later, Lulon carried a large earthen basin into the room and set it on the table. It was full to the brim with wild grouse meat soup, with floating bits of fat and minced meat. That was dinner for tonight, nothing else. I straightened up and scooped out portions with a wooden ladle. First, I filled a big bowl for myself, all thick meatier parts. Then, I ladled half a bowl of soup for Xiaoling eat up. Clapping her hands happily, Xiaoling grabbed a corn bun and began stuffing it into her mouth. I served another bowl, generously packed with meat, for Lulon. She thanked me repeatedly, sipping her soup in small mouthfuls, the heat making her slurp with satisfaction written all over her face. Finally, I ladled a bowl of plain soup with 2 bony pieces of chicken for Li Xuemei and pushed it towards her. She stared at the steaming bowl. Unlike yesterday, there was no resistance, no cutting remark. Silently, she took it and slowly sipped a mouthful. There weren't many seasonings, just a pinch of salt, but it filled the stomach. She kept her head down, eating in small bites, slowly, as if trying to imprint every thread of flavor on her tongue. I gobbled up the meat in large chunks, crunching through bones with audible cracks, watching her all the while. This woman had finally learned her place. The meal ended with the basin scraped clean, not a drop of soup left. Lulon, efficient as ever, cleared the bowls and went to the outer room to wash them. Xiaoling, full and satisfied, lay at the Kong corner playing with the slingshot I had brought back. Leaning against the wall, I let out a burp. The residual warmth from the stove made the Kong comfortably toasty. Li Xuemei sat at the far end of the Kong, hands cradling her belly, savoring the rare feeling of being full. Sneaking a glance my way, she saw me leaning back with eyes closed, breathing evenly. A complicated emotion stirred in her heart. The humiliation lingered, and so did the resentment. But beneath it all, a faint, reluctant sense of reliance began to take root. In this snowbound winter, where hunger consumes the weak, having a man who could hunt and bring back meat meant survival. And that sense of security? It was dangerous, almost fatal. She was starting to worry. What if one day, I didn't come back? How would she, Lulon, and Xiaoling make it through? The clatter in the outer room ceased. Lulon wiped her hands clean and came back in, shutting the door tightly behind her. "Fengzi, the dishes are done." I opened my eyes and gave a nod. "Time to sleep." She blew out the oil lamp, plunging the room into darkness. As always, the 4 of us lay on the Kong. I was on the outermost edge. Next to me was Li Xuemei, with Lulon in the middle, and Xiaoling. Lon cradled her daughter in her arms. The night grew late, and outside, the wind howled louder and louder, causing the paper on the windows to rustle noisily. The temperature in the room began to drop. I lay on the edge of the bed, my whole body hot and restless. After a hearty meal of meat, it felt like there was a fire blazing inside my young body. Reaching out with my long arm, I wrapped it around her waist and pulled her into my embrace. Ah! Li Xuemei let out a startled cry, quickly covering her mouth. Her whole body collided into my chest. What are you doing again? She whispered anxiously, her voice filled with panic. Sleeping, I answered righteously. Let me go. She pressed her hands against my chest, trying hard to push me away. Sister-in-law is right next to us. She's asleep, I said, tightening my grip instead of letting go. The woman had downed a large bowl of hot soup earlier, and now there was finally some warmth emanating from her, no longer that icy coldness. Holding her soft body against mine felt pretty darn good. You're lying. She just went to bed. There's no way she's asleep yet, she protested, squirming impatiently. If you keep moving. I leaned close to her ear, my voice dropping to a low whisper. I didn't finish the sentence, but she got the message. In an instant, she stiffened and dared not move a muscle. That's better. I smirked, pleased. If the child next to us weren't here, I wouldn't care whether she was Lu Lan or Li Xuemei. She sucked in a sharp breath and clutched my wrist. Stop. She pleaded softly, her voice tinged with desperation. I beg you, not here. Not on the bed? Then where? Out in the yard to freeze. You bastard. She cursed, but that was all she could muster. I brought back a wild pheasant for you to eat. If you don't pull your weight, how does that work? My logic was crystal clear. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. That was just a bowl of soup. A bowl of soup out there could get a big girl to share her bed for warmth, believe it or not. She fell silent, knowing I was right. In this deadly cold winter, let alone a bowl of meat soup, just a simple cornbread roll could make some women take off their clothes. Seeing her quiet, I chuckled. She covered her mouth, perhaps moved to tears. Lu Lan, lying next to us with her back turned, wasn't really asleep. Facing away to the outer side, she clung tightly to the edge of the quilt, curling up underneath it. She had heard every word exchanged between me and Li Xuemei. Her cheeks burned hot, the blush spreading all the way to her ears. This scoundrel, he was a complete rascal. How dare he act like this in front of her, his sister-in-law? Yet, beneath her shame, Lu Lan couldn't summon much anger. As the wind roared louder outside, she felt a strange heat spreading through her own body. The temperature under the blankets grew almost unbearably warm. She could only pull Xiao Ling, the child, closer to her chest, forcing herself to shut her eyes. What a sin. How would she endure these days going forward? I didn't care what she was thinking. 10 minutes on the bed, and I was doing whatever I felt like. At some point, Li Xuemei's resistance softened. The hands that had initially pushed against me instead unconsciously clung to my clothing. Be gentle. Her voice was barely audible, as quiet as a mosquito's buzz, laced with a hint of irritation. You're so troublesome, I muttered, though the corner of my lips curved into a smirk that almost reached the back of my head. The two of us whispered in hushed tones, our voices inaudible to anyone else. Sometimes, she let out a soft in response, and tears quietly slid down the corners of her eyes. Lu Lan lay there with her eyes shut, listening. Inside, she cursed me as shameless and despicable, a real bastard. The next morning, the room was as cold as an ice cellar. When I opened my eyes, I felt a weight pressing on my chest. Looking down, I saw that Li Xuemei had curled up against me for warmth, her face nestled against my neck as she slept soundly. I shifted my arm slightly. Ah! She woke with a startled yelp. Realizing the situation, she recoiled in alarm, bumping into the wall behind her. What are you doing? She hissed, her face flushed red. I was going to ask you that. I sat up and started putting on my pants. Climbing into a man's arms first thing in the morning, taking advantage of me. You're talking nonsense, she stammered, quickly grabbing her trousers. It was you last night who? What about last night? I replied with feigned innocence. Who was it that was so cold they insisted on snuggling up? I was kind enough to be your heater, and now you're turning it back on me. Her teeth ground together as her face grew even redder with anger. Fine, stop pretending to be all pure and innocent. I pulled up my trousers and swung my legs off the bed. We're practically an old married couple. Stop making it so awkward. Why, you shameless scoundrel, she sputtered, almost too angry to speak. Put your pants on, will you? Have some decency. I turned my back to her. Animal, she spat furiously, quickly pulling on her pants. She had never met someone so brazenly shameless before, accusing her while being the actual wrongdoer. From the outer room came the sound of movement. Lu Lan had risen and was tending to the fire in the stove pit. I pushed open the main room door, and a blast of icy wind mixed with snowflakes hit me square in the face, stinging like needles. Outside was a vast expanse of white, Snowflakes as large as goose feathers swirled wildly in the sky. The snow in the yard had piled up past my knees, nearly leveling with the courtyard walls. I frowned. The snow was far too heavy. A blizzard like this would seal the mountains entirely, putting any plans to head into the forest to rest. In weather like this, you couldn't even distinguish east from west, let alone venture far without risking your life. Lulan approached with fire tongs in hand, staring despondently at the scene outside. Fengzi, this snow is relentless. I doubt we'll be able to go out today. I shut the door to block out the wind and snow. She quickly turned her head, avoiding looking at me. Deep down, she felt an unsettling warmth stirring within her. I found several dried willow sticks and a small bundle of hemp rope, then sat down on the edge of the heated brick bed, pulling out my pocket knife to start carving the wood. Chips of wood fell lightly to the ground. Little Ling, who had been lying on the bed playing with a slingshot, turned her head at the sound and rested her chin in her hands, watching me work. After a while, she grew curious and crawled over timidly. Uncle Chun, what are you doing with the wood? Making something. What kind of something? Her little head almost touched my arm. A trap. Little Ling tilted her head in thought for a moment. Can you eat a trap? She asked, swallowing audibly. I chuckled. This girl could only think about food. You can't eat it, but it can help catch food. I began carving grooves into the wood with the tip of my knife. Catch what? Her eyes lit up. Sparrows. If we're lucky, maybe even partridges. Upon hearing that we could catch meat, she leaned in even closer. Are sparrows tasty? Yes. Pluck off their feathers and roast them over a fire until the oil sizzles. You can even crunch up their bones and swallow them. I slowed my voice deliberately for effect. She listened, swallowing hard as her stomach growled audibly. What about the partridges? They're bigger than sparrows and have more meat. When you stew one in a pot, the smell of meat fills every corner of the house. I began tying the hemp rope to the wooden sticks. Little Ling clung to my knee with her tiny hands, looking like she wished she could eat some right now. Uncle Chin, you're amazing. I raised an eyebrow and didn't respond. I began tying 4 wooden sticks into a square frame and splitting thick ropes into finer threads to make a net. Uncle Chun, how is this thing supposed to catch birds? She stared at the empty frame, puzzled. When it snows, birds can't find food and get desperate. I kept weaving as I explained. Sprinkle some corn bits on the snow, prop the frame up with a small stick, tie a long rope to the stick, and hide inside while holding the rope. Xiaoling listened intently. When the sparrows come in to eat, you yank the rope suddenly, smack. The frame falls over, trapping the birds inside. I mimicked the pulling motion. Wow. Uncle Chun, you're so clever. Li Xuemei was sitting at the edge of the heated bed mending clothes. While listening to our conversation, her heart filled with disdain. This scoundrel. He doesn't just bully me. Now he's deceiving even Xiaoling. Xiaoling is only 4 years old yet falls for his words so easily. Yesterday, she was terrified of him, and today she's sweetly calling him Uncle Chun like they're best friends. Putting down her sewing, she looked at Xiaoling, who was clinging to my knee with an admiring expression. Her chest tightened as she moved over and grabbed Xiaoling's arm to pull her away. Xiaoling, come here. Xiaoling stumbled from the abrupt tug. Auntie, what are you doing? Don't bother him, she said firmly while pulling Xiaoling behind her, glaring at me warily. I stopped what I was doing and gave her a mocking smile. What's this? I'm just teaching a little girl some survival skills, and you have a problem with that? She doesn't need you to teach her, she replied coldly. Fine, I nodded. When the snow clears and I catch sparrows, don't eat a single bite. She gritted her teeth and leaned down to whisper into Xiaoling's ear. Remember what Annie said, stay away from him. He's a bad man. Xiaoling looked at her, then at me. Uncle Chun can bring us meat. He's not a bad man. Li Xuemei was speechless. The little girl had been won over by the promise of a single meal of meat. What do you know? Have you forgotten how he scared you yesterday? Xiaoling shrank her neck, too timid to say anything. Li Xuemei, you really have no backbone, I said as I continued tying the rope. If you're so principled, then don't eat the things I bring back. Eating my meat only to turn around and call me a bad person. Your skin is thicker than a city wall. Her face flushed red at being struck where it hurt. She wanted to argue but couldn't find the words, so she pulled Xiaoling and retreated quietly to the edge of the bed. Ignoring her, I focused back on carving and building the trap. From the yard, Lulan came in after shoveling snow, standing by the door as she observed the room. I kept my head down, skillfully slicing the wood with a knife while concentrating on my work. Watching my profile, an inexplicable feeling stirred in her chest. There was something solid, something rugged about this man. Her cheeks warmed as memories of last night's activity under the blanket surfaced. That masculine scent had permeated even through the layers of bedding. A normal woman wouldn't be unaffected after 3 years of deprivation. Watching my broad shoulders and the arms revealed as I worked, her heartbeat quickened noticeably. Sister-in-law, Li Shuamei's voice rang out suddenly, startling her. Lulan snapped out of it quickly. Why are you out here? Why not stay in the inner room? Li Shuamei walked to the stove angrily and lowered her voice. I can't stay in there anymore. Did you see the way he acts? He's even tricking Xiaoling. What did he trick Xiaoling about? He took that wooden frame and claimed he could catch sparrows and quails with it. He makes it sound so convincing. And now Xiaoling is sweetly calling him Uncle Chun all the time. Her frustration grew with each word she spoke. Lulan shook the water off her hands. Shuamei, Fengzi was teaching Xiaoling a skill. Learning a bit more is never a bad thing in times like these. Li Shuamei's eyes widened. Sister-in-law, are you taking his side? Lulan sighed and pulled her into a quieter corner of the outer room, away from the inner door. Keep your voice down. You don't want him to hear. What if he hears? You think I'm afraid of him? She retorted sharply, though her voice noticeably softened. Lulan whispered to herself. You were screaming so delicately last night. Out loud, she said. Shuamei, let's be honest. If it weren't for Fengzi these past couple of days, what do you think our fate would have been? Li Shuamei gritted her teeth and said nothing. Yesterday's soup, the minced meat this morning. Did you eat it or not? That was something he owed me. She faltered, clearly uncertain. Owed you what? Your pride. Lulan shook her head. These days, pride doesn't count for much. Li Shuamei's eyes reddened. Sister-in-law, how can you say such things? Everything I've done was for you and Xiaoling. I know. Lulan interrupted, her voice trembling with emotion as well. I remember everything you've done for us, truly. But you have to face the reality. Fengzi may be an ass, but he hasn't driven us out. He's even gone to bring us food. Think about your uncle's family. When we went to borrow grain, they wouldn't even open the door for us. Fengzi? He went straight to their house and took meat so we could eat. In times like these, reason doesn't matter. You have to be ruthless to survive. Li Shuamei turned her head away as tears rolled down her cheeks. But he's still a thug. And he forced me. Forced you? Lulan sighed. Did you really not want to go inside with him back then? Deep down, you knew no one else could save Xiaoling. That stabbed Li Shuamei where it hurt the most. She cried, Sister-in-law, you're stabbing me in the heart. Feeling guilty, Lulan wrapped her arms around her and gently patted her back. I'm not blaming you, Shuamei. I only feel for you. But what's done is done. We have to look forward. Fengzi is rough, yes, but he'll soften if we don't fight him. He won't mistreat us. Li Shuamei pushed her away and wiped her tears aggressively. He's nothing but a scoundrel. An animal. Last night, he even. Her voice faltered, and she turned bright red, too embarrassed to finish. Lulan suddenly felt her heart skip a beat, images of last night flooding back. Her own face flushed even more. Shuamei, maybe he's not that bad after all, she blurted out without thinking. The room froze at her words. Li Shuamei stared at her, stunned. What did you just say? Her voice quivered. Realizing her mistake, Lulan quickly lowered her head and pretended to fiddle with a dipper. And nothing. I just meant, he's brought us food. We have to rely on him. Li Shuamei grabbed her arm in disbelief. Sister-in-law, have you gone mad? He bullied me, and now you're defending him? Has a couple of meals of meat completely bewitched you? Lulan, struck where it hurt, turned crimson all the way to her neck. She shook her arm free and raised her voice. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm doing this for who? Isn't it for you and Xiaoling to survive? If it came down to it, I'd even take your place and accompany him. As soon as the words left her mouth, the room fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Lulan wanted to slap herself. How could she have said such a thing out loud? Yuan, did you spit it out? She quickly lowered her head, turned around, and pretended to scoop slop. Li Shuamei looked at her sister-in-law, tears streaming down her face. She understood that her sister-in-law was doing this to protect her. After her brother's death, her sister-in-law struggled to raise Xiaoling on her own while taking care of her younger sister-in-law, enduring countless hardships. Now, to shield her from greater suffering, she was even saying such things. Sis, don't do anything foolish. Li Shuamei grasped her hand tightly in reverse. I've already given my body to him. There's no turning back. You don't have to sacrifice yourself too. Lulan held her hand tightly. Shuamei, your sister-in-law is a widow. As long as no one knows, I don't care about my reputation. As long as you all can survive. Li Shuamei felt her heartache. Play along with him a little. He won't treat you badly. Lulan forced a weak smile. Li Shuamei lowered her head and, after a long while, nodded. I'll try my best to hold myself back. Just don't do anything foolish. If you really go to him, I won't have the face to face my brother for the rest of my life. Lulan let out a sigh of relief, though it felt like a lump was stuck in her chest. All right, as long as you figured it out. She patted the back of her hand. The snow stopped. Thick clouds cracked open, letting a pale sunlight filter through. The snow in the yard was thick, crunching underfoot. I walked out of the house and closed the door behind me. My gaze swept over the bare old elm trees outside the courtyard wall. On the branches perched a few small, dark balls of fluff, sparrows. I reached into my pocket and fished out a slingshot I'd traded half a chicken for, along with a perfectly round stone. The slingshot was made of jujube wood, and the rubber band was cut from a tractor's inner tube. It was quite elastic, but took some effort to pull back. Squinting one eye, I aimed at the fattest one at the highest branch. I pulled back the band and released my grip. Snap! With a crisp sound, the ball of fluff dropped into the snow, flailed twice, and went still. The others, startled, were just about to fly. But I was quick, reloaded, and drew the slingshot again. Snap! 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 Not a single miss, and the sparrows dropped one after another. I walked over and picked them up. These creatures were so small, less than 50 grams each, mostly bones with very little meat. They're nearly extinct anyway. Clutching 5 sparrows, I pushed open the door and went inside. Lulan was squatting in front of the stove, feeding the firewood. Hearing the commotion, she looked up. I tossed the sparrows directly onto the stove. Sis, clean these up, pluck the feathers, gut them, and roast them in the stove. Lulan stared at the sparrows, her eyes wide. Fengzi, you shot these with your slingshot? What else? Caught them with my bare hands. She picked one up and inspected it. Wow, your aim is incredible. Sparrows are so sharp during winter. Most people can't even touch a feather. Enough chatter. Hurry up and deal with them. I pushed open the door to the inner room. Xiaoling was lying on the Kong bed. When she heard the commotion, she scrambled up, running out without even putting on her shoes. Uncle Chun, did you catch sparrows? She stood barefoot by the threshold, peering at the stove. I leaned down and pinched her small face. Calling me Uncle Chun sounds too distant. Then what should I call you? She blinked her big eyes, then suddenly blurted, Dad. Lulan happened to hear this. Her pupils shrank, and she quickly rushed over to cover Xiaoling's mouth. You little girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Call him Uncle Chun. Li Xuemei glared at me, muttering something under her breath. I glanced at her, but didn't respond. It's better if everyone keeps to their own business. Before long, Xiaoling bounced back. Uncle Feng is amazing. Do you want to eat them? I asked, walking toward the stove. I do. She nodded enthusiastically. If you want to eat, then wait. Your mom will cook them, and I'll share them with you. I sat down by the edge of the Kong bed. Xiaoling was so excited she started hopping around, circling my legs. Uncle Feng is the best. You can hunt pheasants and sparrows. This little girl. Yesterday, she was scared to tears, and today, after a meal of minced meat and a few sparrows, she's already switched sides. Li Xuemei watched her act so spineless and couldn't suppress her anger. Xiaoling, come here. Reluctantly, Xiaoling turned her head. Auntie, Uncle Feng caught sparrows. We'll get to eat them soon. I told you to come here. Didn't you hear me? Xiaoling pouted, dragging her feet as she moved toward her. Li Xuemei pulled her to a far corner of the Kong bed, lowering her voice. Why don't you have any sense? Did you forget how he scared you yesterday? Xiaoling lowered her head, feeling wronged. But Uncle Feng gave me meat to eat. Just because he gives you meat doesn't make him a good person. He's tricking you. He's a bad guy. Stay away from him. Uncle Feng is not a bad guy, Xiaoling retorted, lifting her head in defense. Uncle and his family are the bad ones. They don't feed us. Uncle Feng gave us pheasant and now sparrows. Li Xuemei was at a loss for words. You don't understand. Remember this. Don't get close to him, and don't eat anything he gives you. Why shouldn't she eat it? I interjected. Li Xuemei jumped in fright, looking up to find me watching her with great interest. I worked hard to hunt this meat. I'll give it to whoever I want. I snorted. What? Are you going to control everything, even when and where people take a shit? You? Her face flushed red. I'm not putting up with this. I cut her off. What kind of nonsense are you filling the kid's head with? I'm a bad person? If I were really a bad guy, you 3 would already be dead in the snow. Don't think you can win people over just by giving them some food. I'll never forget the disgusting things you've done. Forget it or don't, up to you. I shrugged. Either way, you're eating my food, staying in my house, and warming my bed at night. Your mouth keeps saying no, but your body is pretty honest. You're shameless. She trembled with anger, grabbing a piece of clothing to throw at me. I casually blocked it, brushing the clothing aside. Seeing her furious, yet helpless expression felt incredibly satisfying. This woman, she has to be dealt with like this. The prouder she acts, the more fun it is to crush her. Keep that attitude up. I like it. From the outer room came the sound of sizzling. Lulan, holding the sparrows, walked over to the water vat, cracked the thin layer of ice, and scooped out some water. Fengzi, these things are so small. If I drain the blood, there won't be any meat left. I'll just pluck the feathers and gut them directly. Do what you think is best. I leaned against the doorframe. Make sure they're cleaned up. No one wants a mouthful of bird droppings. She worked quickly, stripping the sparrows down to their bare skin in no time. Then she skewered them onto a thin iron rod and propped them over the glowing coals in the stove. Sparrows don't have much meat, but their bones are oily. When the coals started roasting them, the scent of scorched fat filled the air, even more enticing than yesterday's pheasant soup. In winter, roasting sparrows like this is a luxury only landlords and the rich could afford, Lulan said, turning. At home all night, terrified to come out. Now, standing before me, he couldn't be more timid. He clutched the shriveled sweet potato tighter, his lips trembling as he stammered. Brother Chun, my father sent me here too. I narrowed my eyes, voice cold and sharp, cutting through the frosty air. Sent you here to what? Spit it out. He glanced past me into the warmth of the room, then quickly shifted his gaze away when he caught sight of my glower. My father told me to return the half gene of millet we owe you. But right now we only have this to spare. He raised the pathetic half block of sweet potato, hands shaking. My lips curled into a sneer. This? You're telling me this puny chunk of dried up trash is worth half a gene of millet? He looked humiliated, beads of sweat mixing with the frost on his brow despite the cold. Brother Chen, times are hard. You know the harvest was bad this year. We'll definitely pay back everything we owe. Just give us a little more time. I leaned against the door frame, arms crossed as I stared down at him. Time? So you want me to give you time, while my family works their hands bloody just to scrape by? Brother Chun, please. His voice cracked, the desperation thick in the air. The winter is harsh, and my siblings, they haven't eaten for 3 days. This is all we had left to offer. Please, just accept this for now, and we'll make it up to you in spring, I promise. I exhaled through my nose, the frosty plume of breath adding to the tension in the air. Behind me, I could hear the shifting of footsteps. Lulan had come to stand near the partition, clutching the plate with the last roasted sparrow. Her soft voice interrupted the standoff. Fengzi, let him in at least. It's freezing out there. I didn't bother glancing back. My focus was on the quaking boy in front of me. I stepped aside but didn't fully open the door, my towering presence still blocking most of the entrance. Come in before you freeze solid. But don't think this means you're off the hook. Relief flashed across his young face as he shuffled in, closing the door behind himself with shaking hands. The warmth of the room was immediate as he rubbed his hands together, his bony figure barely able to contain his gratitude and anxiety. Lulan offered him a faint smile, then walked over to the table, her actions purposeful. She put the sparrow down onto the plate and gestured for him to sit by the warmth of the clay stove. He hesitated, overwhelmed by the sight of food, the smells overwhelming his senses as his stomach let out an involuntary growl. But before he could say or do anything, I barked out, "Don't even think about it." My tone sharpened once again. I gestured to the dried-up sweet potato he had clung onto so tightly his knuckles whitened. That's all the grain you're returning? You're giving me this embarrassment of a payment to save your family. He stammered again, but the words stumbled out disjointedly. I wouldn't come here empty-handed. We didn't have anything else, Brother Chun. I snatched the shriveled piece from his hand and flicked my wrist, tossing it onto the corner of the table like it meant nothing. That trash wouldn't even feed a pigeon. He cowed further into his hunched body, weather-worn and guilt-ridden. Lulan, sensing the heightened tension, finally stepped in, placing herself partially between us. Her gentle words contained a touch of compassion that my own rude words and actions lacked. Fengzi, just let it go for now. Winter has been cruel to all of us. We've been lucky we had even a bit of game left to roast tonight. Her glance flickered subtly towards the boy trembling before the warm glow of the stove. He's only a boy. I crossed my arms, my jaw tightening as I remained unmoved, but sighed deeply. Fine. This one time. The boy looked up, his emaciated face etched with gratitude despite his humiliation, stammering out thanks before quietly retreating toward the door. I called out, "Wait." He stopped dead in his tracks, panicked. Slowly, I moved to the table, grabbed the last roasted sparrow, and handed it to the boy. Take it back. Feed your family. He froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. But, Brother Chun, don't make me say it twice. Just take it and go, I said gruffly. Tears welled in his eyes as he clutched the sparrow with both hands, as if it were a priceless treasure. Thank you, Brother Chun. As the door slammed shut behind him, a new hush fell over the room. Lulan shot me a knowing look, a rare smile tugging at her lips. I shrugged off her gaze and returned to my seat. Soft-hearted fool. I muttered at nothing in particular. But deep down, I knew it wasn't entirely about the boy, or even his family. Some days, even the harshest storms can't strip the humanity away, no matter how hard life conspires against it. The room was so quiet, you wouldn't even dare let out a fart. I'm here for Lanzi. He stuttered, not daring to look me in the eye. I sneered. Lanzi? That's pretty intimate. What do you want with her? He nervously swallowed, daring to peek behind me, just catching sight of Lu Lan standing by the stove. Instantly, he pasted on a sycophantic grin, ignoring me entirely as he called into the house. Lanzi, come out. I brought you something good. Lu Lan's expression immediately darkened with disgust, and she stepped back, clearly unwilling to entertain him. Seeing that Lu Lan didn't come out, Li Jizai edged closer, trying to slip past me into the house. Lanzi, don't avoid me. You must be starving these past few days, right? I was thinking about you, so I saved something for you to eat. He raised half a dried-up sweet potato into the air. The sweet potato was dry, shriveled, and dusted with grime. Hardly appetizing, but for someone hungry, it could stave off starvation. His face was plastered with a flattering smile, his tone indecently familiar. I saved this, squeezing it out from between my teeth. My parents don't even know about it. Go on, take it to fill your stomach. Seeing you go hungry makes me miserable. Lu Lan stood by the stove, watching him. This wasn't the first time Li Jizai had sidled up to her, using his position as her brother-in-law to gain some advantage. To avoid suspicion, she always kept her distance from him. Now, with him showing up at this moment to act all nice, she knew exactly what game he was playing. Li Jizai, take that stuff and leave. I don't need it. She refused coldly. He wouldn't let it go, pressing closer still. Lanzi, why are you being so formal with me? We're family. Seeing you and little Ling suffering here breaks my heart. Take the sweet potato. If you're still hungry, tonight, I'll bring you something else to eat. The implication of his words was unmistakable. My brows furrowed, and I grabbed him by the collar. Li Jizai's neck tensed as his entire body was lifted. Chen Feng, what are you doing? Let go of me. I didn't waste words, dragging him single-handedly toward the courtyard. Let me go? What's it to you if I'm here to see Lanzi? He still spouted back defiantly. When I reached the middle of the courtyard, I gave my arm a good heave and threw him out. Thud. He landed heavily in the snow, face first, eating a mouthful of it. Struggling, he got up, spitting snow, and pointed at me as he cursed. Chen Feng, you useless thug. Who do you think you are to hit me? Lanzi is my sister-in-law. What's wrong with me bringing her food? I took a step forward, my tall frame casting a shadow over what little weak sunlight was left. Your sister-in-law? Your so-called family watched her and her daughter starve and did nothing, and now you want to play the good guy? I leaned closer, my voice turning colder with every word. Half a sweet potato, and you think you can take advantage of her? You think my place is for you to mess around in? Li Jizai's true intentions were laid bare, and his face flushed red and pale in turns. I care about her. What right do you have to interfere? I let out a cold laugh and pointed at him with my finger. Let me make one thing clear. Lu Lan is mine now. She eats my food, sleeps under my roof. Anyone who dares have any ideas about her will be dealt with by me. The courtyard fell silent at my declaration. Li Jizai froze, staring at me in shock. Even Lu Lan, who stood by the stove, was stunned. She was still clutching a roasted sparrow, her face flushing red, all the way to the tips of her ears. I paid no mind to what she was thinking. Turning back to and still staring Li Jizai, I cursed impatiently. Still not leaving? What? Waiting for me to serve you dinner. I lifted my foot, feigning a kick. Li Jizai flinched, shuddering all over, before scrambling and stumbling out of the snow, running straight out of the courtyard gate. Only after reaching the gate did he stop, spinning around with his teeth clenched, muttering under his breath. Chen Feng, you just wait. You're stealing my sister-in-law? You're not getting away with this. Li Jizai ran straight back to the Li family home. Li Dehuai was seated cross-legged on the kong, puffing on his brass pipe. The room was dim, no lamps lit. Father, that lunatic Chen Feng has gone mad. He's practically a bandit. Li Jizai collapsed onto the edge of the kong, embellishing and dramatizing the courtyard incident. He said right in front of me that Lu Lan is his woman, and if anyone dares touch her, he'll deal with them. That good-for-nothing dares to step all over the Li family. Li Dehuai took 2 slow drags on his pipe without immediately responding. Father, say something. Second brother just got beaten up by him not long ago, and even lost his bow. And now he's keeping Lanzi all to himself. Are we just going to sit back and take it? Better humiliation than starving to death. Li Dehuai suddenly snapped, raising his voice. He pointed at him and cursed. You witless fool. That guy's nothing less than a fearless lunatic right now, so why provoke him? What can he do even if he's crazy? There are several grown men in our family. Are we supposed to be afraid of one thug? You know nothing. Li Dehuai stomped his thigh in frustration. The heavy snow has sealed the mountains, and no house has enough food to get by. Even the cornmeal we had left got taken by him a few days ago. Why are you worried about someone else's business? But isn't Lanzi my sister-in-law? What right does he have to keep her? Because he can get meat. Li Dehuai struck directly at the root of the matter. Lu Lan can get meat with him. With us, she'd survive on nothing but cold air. What do you have to offer? That dried-up sweet potato you couldn't bear to eat yourself? Li Jizai's face alternated between redness and paleness, unable to utter a word for a long time. Li Dehuai sighed and softened his tone slightly. Jizai, listen to me. Right now, Chen Feng's like a man with nothing left to lose. Not even the brigade leader Zhao Fuliang wants to cross him. Our priority is to get through this winter, so don't mess with him. Got it, Li Jizai mumbled in reply, though who knew what thoughts were churning in his mind. After tossing Li Jizai out, I dusted off my hands and walked back inside. Lu Lan was still standing by the stove, holding the roasted sparrow. Seeing me enter, her heart raced uncontrollably, and she quickly bowed her head. I glanced at her. Sis-in-law, take out the half-wild chicken left over from yesterday and chop it up to cook. Oh, all right. Right away, she replied hurriedly. I turned and entered the inner room. Li Xuemei was still crying, while little Ling sat on the Kong, cheerfully calling out, Uncle Feng. I ruffled little Ling's hair and then walked to the Kong where Li Xuemei was. Still crying over me? I'm not dead yet. Save those tears for my funeral. She lifted her head, her eyes red and swollen, glaring at me fiercely. What are you glaring at? You're eating my food, living in my house, expecting me to pamper you too? Go help make dinner. All you do is cry all day. Even the brigade's donkeys are busier than you. Li Xuemei froze at the rebuke. The words she'd wanted to say swallowed back down. Reluctantly, she climbed off the Kong and went to the kitchen. I let out a cold chuckle. That woman needed to be kept in line. Skip a couple of meals, scold her a few times, and she'd fall in a place better than anything else. The next morning at 6:30, the sky was just beginning to lighten. The room was so cold it could freeze your ears off, yet under the quilt, it was warm and cozy. I stretched out a hand, and Li Xuemei suddenly jolted awake, her body instantly tensing. What are you doing? Her face flushed bright red. Touching my own wife? Is that illegal? Let go of me. Sister-in-law is right next to us, she nearly cried, panicked. She sleeps like a log. She won't hear anything. Li Xuemei was so embarrassed her neck turned red, her breathing uneven. Chen Feng, don't go too far. I'm the one putting food on the table for you. What's the big deal about this? At the other end of the Kong bed, Lu Lan had been awake for a while. With her back to us, she was clutching little Ling tightly in her arms, not even daring to take a deep breath. Hearing the commotion, her face burned with embarrassment. I sat up and climbed down from the Kong. Li Xuemei quickly rolled over, her shoulders trembling with anger. I shoved my feet into my felt boots stuffed with straw. They were bulky, but in the -30-degree snowy terrain, they were far more effective than ordinary cotton shoes. I plucked my hunting bow off the wall, slung it over my shoulder, grabbed my slingshot, and pushed open the door to head outside. Today, I had to bring back some meat. After more than an hour of walking, I stopped in front of a patch of shrubs, crouching low to inspect the tracks in the snow. A series of tiny claw marks showed 3 toes pointed forward and 1 backward, the steps close together, the prints fresh. Not pheasants. These were sand partridges. Their scientific name is Tibetan snowcock. Each was at most half a pound. I followed the tracks cautiously, bending low to avoid dried branches, even lightening my breath. Moving past a snow lump, a soft rustling sound came from beneath the shrubs ahead. Peeking out half my head, I saw 7 or 8 sand partridges with gray-brown feathers, clustered together, scratching at the snow for food about 20 meters away. I set the hunting bow aside and pulled out my slingshot. Squinting, I aimed. Released. Smack. A pebble shot through the air, striking one partridge on the head. It collapsed into the snow, its legs twitching twice before going still. The flock was startled, their wings flailing as they tried to flee deeper into the shrubs. Reacting quickly, I grabbed another pebble, loaded, drew, and released in one swift motion. Smack. Another one took a hit to its wing, tumbling into the snow. I didn't stop. My third shot struck a partridge in midair, hitting its neck and sending it rolling to the ground. The remaining birds disappeared into the thicket. Walking over, I picked up the 3 partridges and weighed them in my hands. Each weighed about 150 grams, nearly a pound in total. Not bad luck today. With my game bagged, I decided not to venture deeper into the mountains. The heavy snow had sealed off the terrain, and going further and increased the risk of encountering wolves. Armed with just a bow and a slingshot, I wouldn't stand a chance. I retraced my steps back, plucking feathers and gutting the birds as I descended, occasionally gathering some firewood along the way. Bit by bit, it adds up. Having left early, I returned earlier than expected. Just as I was about to turn into the village, a figure stepped out ahead, blocking my path. It was Zhao Yuhua, the youngest son of the village head Zhao Fuliang, a notorious troublemaker in the area. Well, Fengzi, he said, eyes glued to the worn cloth sack in my hand. What do you want? I replied calmly. Don't play dumb. He tilted his chin upward. What's in the bag? Show me. Open it up. I chuckled lightly. Why should I? Leave the stuff, and you can go. He stepped closer, his tone turning threatening. And if I don't? Humph, Fengzi, getting bolder, aren't you? You're not afraid I'll. Before he could finish, I stepped past him as if he didn't exist. Stop right there, he shouted, reaching out to grab me. The next moment, Zhao Yuhua went flying through the air, landing face first in a snowdrift, his head buried deep in the white powder. Ugh, MMPH. His muffled grunts came from the snowbank. I shot him a glance. What an idiot. Back at the Qin courtyard, I knocked on the door. Who is it? Lulan's voice called from inside. It's me. The latch was drawn, and Lulan stepped aside to let me in. I walked in and tossed the cloth sack onto the wooden stump in the middle of the room. Fengzi, what's in the bag? She asked. I untied the hemp rope and tipped the sack over, letting 3 plucked, clean sand partridges roll out. Sand partridges? Lulan's face lit up with delight. You caught live game again despite the snow sealing off the mountain? I plucked them and cleaned out the guts on my way back. Go wash them up, chop up 2 for the pot, and add extra water. Let's make some hot soup. Lulan efficiently scooped up water and began cleaning the birds. Meanwhile, a crack in the inner room door revealed Li Shuamei's half-curious gaze before she shrank back onto the Kong bed. Lulan quickly chopped 2 birds into pieces, tossing them into the pot and covering it with the wooden lid. The room began to warm with the promise of food. I sat by the stove, warming my hands by the fire. Fengzi, you're really skilled at hunting. Lulan praised sincerely as she added firewood. Even the seasoned hunters in the village wouldn't dare go into the mountains in this weather, yet you've managed to bring back meat. This is nothing. Once the snow melts a bit, I'll bag a wild boar and really show you something. If you can manage to bring down a boar, we'd be set for the winter. As long as you all behave, I guarantee none of you will go hungry, I said flatly. Behave. Lulan felt a slight pang in her chest, her face flushing again. Sister-in-law, is the meat ready yet? I called out, breaking her thoughts. Huh? Oh yes, it's ready. She lifted the lid and stirred the broth, her gaze increasingly attentive toward me. I handed her a large bowl, and Lulan ladled out a full serving, broth and meat together. I blew on the steaming surface and greedily drank down a big gulp. The rest is for you all to share. Lulan served half a bowl for Little Ling and half for herself, then took a full bowl to Li Shuamei. Shuamei, drink while it's hot. Li Shuamei opened her mouth to refuse, the words, I'm not eating, on the tip of her tongue. But her stomach betrayed her, growling audibly enough for Lulan to hear. Mortified, she turned her head away. Lulan sighed and leaned closer, lowering her voice. What's the point of being stubborn? Do you know how difficult it is for Fengzi to get this food with the mountain sealed off by snow? By not eating, you're practically spitting in his face. If not for yourself, at least think of Little Ling. Trust me, surviving is what's most important. Men value appearances, just go along with him a bit. Times will pass eventually. The image of me carrying the sand partridges home flashed in Li Shuamei's mind. Despite my harsh words and rough demeanor, I had indeed fed them meat over the past few days. Swallowing her refusal, she slowly reached out, taking the hot bowl into her trembling hands. Though the bowl scalded her fingers, it gave her a sense of surety. Bowing her head, she sipped slowly, savoring each bite, even licking the tiny scraps of meat left at the bottom. After finishing, she stood up with the empty bowl in hand. Sister-in-law, I'll wash the dishes. Lulan blinked in surprise, quickly handing over the bowls and watching her sister-in-law silently. The girl squatting at the edge of the wooden basin sighed deeply, her back facing me as she worked. This girl had finally come to her senses. She understood that as long as she kept her head down, the days would still go on. Xiaoling had eaten her fill and grew bolder, trotting over to me on her short legs. She tilted her little face up and called, Uncle Feng. I lowered my head and ruffled her hair. Did you eat enough? Full, she exclaimed, patting her round belly, her eyes squinting with joy as she grinned. Lulan stood to the side, listening to Xiaoling call me Uncle Feng. It made her recall how Xiaoling addressed me as Dad yesterday, as well as the words I shouted in the courtyard to Li Jizai. She's under my protection now. Her cheeks flushed red. She stole a glance at me, observing me quietly. This man, just sitting there, resembled a wall, steady, dependable, exuding an indescribable sense of reassurance. Yesterday, when he said those words to Li Jizai, was he just driving him off, or did he mean it seriously? The more Lulan thought about it, the faster her heart raced. She bit her lip, wringing her fingers around the hem of her garment. Xiaomei had been pulled into this mess and bore the consequences. Her fiery temperament trapped her, leaving her in tears every night. But if using myself could mean peace for Xiaomei and food for Xiaoling, then I would do it willingly. After all, as a widow, my reputation was already ruined. If it gave the children a chance at life, did it matter who I was with? Furthermore, Chen Feng, he's actually pretty decent. Her chaotic thoughts ran wild, replaying the possibilities of what might happen later that night in her mind. Suddenly, I turned to her, staring straight at her. Sis-in-law, why is your face so red? Night fell, and the kerosene lamp had long since been extinguished. There was only one thin quilt in the house, and it was given to Lu Lan and Xiao Ling to cover themselves. Xue Mei and I, on our side, had nothing but the bare stone bed to endure the cold. I extended my long arm to scoop the trembling Li Xue Mei from the corner against the wall into my embrace. You, she whispered hoarsely, pushing with her hands against my chest. It's cold. Hold still for a while. My voice was firm, and not only did I not let go, I held her even tighter. She couldn't break free and had no choice but to lie against me. Sis-in-law is still on the other side. Her voice quivered as she anxiously whispered. She's sleeping like a log. She can't hear a thing. I replied nonchalantly. Her body stiffened, and she pressed down on my hand firmly. Don't. I'm begging you. I leaned in close to her ear. You ate what belonged to me. Isn't paying a little interest reasonable? She wanted to curse me, but the broth she'd eaten to sustain herself in her belly was indeed provided by me. In these tough times, a single meal could mean the difference between life and death. What could she possibly use to argue with me? My body hurts. She reached for an excuse. Hurt or not, you endure it. I didn't take care of you so you could act spoiled like royalty. You beast. That's right, I'm a beast. That salted wildfowl you ate today? It was that same beast who caught it. Left with no option, she endured her frustration in silence. What's the point of avoiding me? The bed is so small. Where would you even run to? An almost inaudible whimper slipped from her throat. Startled, she quickly covered her mouth. I found her reaction amusing. What? Weren't you pretty tough just a moment ago? Her retort came in the form of streaming tears. She could do nothing else but pound feebly on my shoulder. The strikes felt more like a soft itch than real force. Before long, she stopped making any sound. After all, she had no argument to stand on, and no strength to resist either. At the other end of the bed, Lu Lan faced away from us, holding a peacefully sleeping Xiao Ling in her arms. She wasn't asleep. The room was so quiet that, despite how much we tried to lower our voices, she heard everything crystal clear. Keeping her eyes shut tightly, her palms were clammy with cold sweat. Her mind was trapped replaying the image of me returning from the hunt earlier today. Tall, robust, coarse with words, but efficient in action, a truly dependable man. Yesterday, in the courtyard, I had pointed my finger at Li Jitsai's face and yelled, Lu Lan is under my protection now. The statement echoed repeatedly in her brain like an incantation. What if the person lying in Feng's arms was me? The thought jolted her, leaving herself both stunned and frightened. He was Xue Mei's man, her younger sister-in-law's partner. Lu Lan, how could you even think of such a thing? Have you no shame? And yet, the body doesn't lie. She shivered from the cold, but her internal temperature grew warmer and warmer, searing even, until she felt unbearable. Shrinking into herself, she continued clinging tightly to Xiao Ling for comfort. The torment was too much to bear. She even found herself feeling a pang of jealousy toward Li Xue Mei. Xue Mei might call him names, but at least she had someone to lean on, a broad chest to shield her. In the past, when Li Jitsai came to harass her, she had no choice but to hide, not daring to make a sound. But now, with Chen Feng beside them, who would dare lay a finger on her or her daughter? The more she thought about it, the more she came to view Chen Feng as a solid pillar, her fortress, her protector. Gradually, the walls in her heart started to crumble. She even began to picture him as her husband. The wind subsided at dawn. I opened my eyes, carefully pulled my arm free, and sat up. As I moved, Lu Lan also propped herself up. Fengzi, you're up so early? Her voice was hoarse, her dark circled eyes revealing how little she had slept. Didn't sleep well? I glanced at her. She blushed, lowering her head. No. Xiao Ling kicked the blanket off, so I got up a few times to check. I chuckled softly. She must have heard everything last night, didn't she? When I'd taken the quilt away halfway through the night for cover, she had noticed but pretended otherwise. The same thing happened that first night, and the second and the third after that. I didn't press further. I'll make some hot water for you, she quickly offered, slipping out of bed and putting on her shoes. She walked toward the outside door. I watched her back as she left. Not bad at all, I thought to myself, idly reaching out to pinch Li Xue Mei one more time. By 8 in the morning, the hearth's fire burned strong as steam curled from the pot. Sitting on a wooden stool, I chomped down on half a coarse cornmeal flatbread. The grainy texture scratched at my throat, but I swallowed it without pause, finishing it in a few bites. Lu Lan ladled out half a bowl of hot water from the pot. Fengzi, drink this to soothe your throat. I took the bowl from her, blowing on it before gulping it down. Warmth quickly spread through me. Heading to the mountains again today? She asked. I'll check the south slope and set some traps. She went to the corner, retrieving that worn dogskin hat of mine. The snow's thick outside. Be cautious of ditches. Come back early. I'll watch over things here. Taking the hat from her, I studied her for a moment. This woman was getting better by the day, her words and actions already carrying the calm authority of someone running a household. If I'm not back, lock the door. Don't open it for anyone. Got it. I'll remember. Tucking some wire snares into my belt, I pushed open the door and stepped out. As I walked away, Lulan stood in the doorway like a wife seeing her husband off, watching until my figure faded. For the first time in so long, she felt a sense of security. With this man around, there was hope for the future. I made my way south, walking for about an hour. This area was full of shrubs, sheltered from the wind, with dry grass beneath the snow. Wild rabbits and birds often searched for food around here. Once I reached the spot, I began scanning the snow for tracks. After a heavy snowfall, animals came out looking for food, leaving fresh imprints in the snow. There it was, a neat trail of tracks. 2 small circular prints in front, followed by 2 longer ones in the back. Rabbit tracks. I squatted down, brushing my fingers across the marks. Rabbits have a habit of taking the same paths, frequently returning to a single path. Back and forth it goes. I'm here looking for a rabbit trail eye, a narrow gap bordered by bushes on both sides. Rabbits running here have no choice but to squeeze through. About 10 steps forward, I stop. Between the roots of 2 thick willow trees is a gap just as wide as a palm. Rabbit tracks pass right through. An ideal spot. I pull out a wire, loop one end, pass the other through, and create a slip knot just wide enough to fit a fist. The loop hangs mid-gap, for fingers above ground. Too high and the rabbit will pass underneath. Too low and it'll step over. 4 fingers high is perfect. When the rabbit comes through, its head slides directly into the loop. Startled, it jumps forward, tightening the noose until it's strangled to death. Satisfied with the first snare, I dust the snow off my hands and continue searching ahead. I set 5 in total, using up all the wire from my belt. This kind of work depends on experience and patience. Place the snare right. Come back tomorrow morning to collect. I look up at the sky. The sun's already high. This will be enough for today. On the way back, I switch to another path, hoping for luck. Times are tight at home. Barely enough to eat from one meal to the next. Right now, we only have a half-dead chicken to sustain us. What good is that? I search as I gather firewood, bagging 3 sparrows and a sandbird. Luck hasn't completely deserted me. Down the mountain. At the mountain's foot, I stop. In the snow, there's a chaotic trail of footprints. Not animal prints, but a person's. Deep imprints, steps uneven, like someone drunk or exhausted stumbling through the snow. I trace the direction, spotting a mound of snow about 10 steps away. Not a typical site. This area is usually flat. There shouldn't be a mound so large. Narrowing my eyes, I spot the edge of the snow mound. A section of black cotton pants revealed. Approaching, I kick aside the loose snow to uncover the figure beneath, lying face down, buried motionlessly. I grab the back of the coat collar, flipping him over. A face, frozen bluish. It's Zhou. From the East Hamlet, famously stubborn, just turned 18 this year. Quiet, hardworking, unbelievably headstrong. Right now, his eyes are closed tight, lips purple, barely breathing. I test his nose, faint and weak, hanging by a thread. Starved badly, frozen a night out in the snow, he's collapsed from exhaustion. I straighten up. These days, nobody's got a pot to cook with. Someone dying of hunger by the side of the road? That's normal. Me? I've got 3 women to feed back home. No time or energy to care whether others live or die. I turn, heading towards the hamlet. 10 steps out, I stop, glancing back. Right now, I can hunt, I can get meat. But those 3 women back home, all they can do is cook, keep a bed warm, and bear children. If something happens, they're no help at all. I need a runner. Someone who can help me gather information in the hamlet, handle dirty and tiring tasks. Zhou got no family, no burden. He can feed himself and stay unencumbered. Most importantly, the kid's got a backbone, stubborn to the core. Someone like this. Give him a meal, save his life, and he'll owe you everything, even his life. I walk back, crouching beside him, pulling out one of the freshly caught sparrows, defeathered and gutted, frozen stiff. Prying his mouth open, I mutter, "Lucky you. Today, I'm in a good mood." I shove the raw bird directly into his mouth. His teeth are clenched tight from unconsciousness. I press harder, stuffing it to the back of his tongue. The raw, blood-tinged scent hits him. When someone's starved to the brink, survival instincts overpower everything. His throat convulses involuntarily. Without even chewing, he gulps it down whole. The moment the meat hits his stomach, his body jerks violently, coughing, heaving for air. I take half a step back, observing. He coughs for a while, eventually catching his breath. Slowly, his eyes flutter open. Still blurry, it takes him a moment to focus on me. "Chun. Phone." His voice is hoarse, barely audible. He tries to get up, his limbs too stiff from the cold to cooperate. I grab his arm, yanking him upright. His legs are like jelly, and he uses a tree trunk to stay steadied, panting heavily. You saved me. Want to live or not? I cut straight to it. Want to, he answers firmly. I pull out 2 more sparrows, handing them over. Help me with something. No exaggerations. I'm barely surviving myself. Not in the business of making grand promises. If you brag, choose the right audience. He glances at the meat in his hands, then back at me. No hesitation, drops to his knees in the snow with a thud. Brother Fong, my life is yours from now on. Each word carries weight, his head knocking against the snow with a muffled thump. I hurriedly yank him up. Never imagined 3 sparrows could bring someone to their knees. Stand up. A man's knees are worth gold. Using the tree for support, he stands. Carefully tucking the sparrows into his chest, he looks at me with resolve. Brother Fong, just give the word, whether it's scaling blades or walking through fire. If Shohung so much as frowns, I'll call myself your grandson. No need for firewalking. I cut him off. Just help me with 2 things. He straightens up, listening intently. First, gather intel on every household in the hamlet for me. Who's still got spare food? Who's running dry? Who's hoarding something valuable? Find it all out. He hesitates, scratching his head with a troubled look. Brother Fong, how do I figure that out? These days, grain's as precious as life. I can't exactly knock on doors asking if they've got any cornmeal to spare. I'd get beaten out with a club. I lift a foot and kick him lightly on the backside. Not hard, just a lesson. Use your brain. Who told you to ask directly? What are your eyes for, huh? Decoration. He takes the kick without complaint, grinning as he moves closer. Brother Fong, teach me. I point towards the hamlet. Look at the chimneys. I break it down for him. Right now, every family's hunkering down for the winter, conserving food. 1 meal a day, sometimes even 1 every 2 days. But if they're having 2 or 3 meals a day, what does that mean? His eyes light up. They're cooking up something extra. They've got reserves. At least you haven't completely lost it. Also watch the kids. The half-grown ones running around the hamlet. Check their faces. If a kid looks lively, or you spot cornmeal crumbs at the corners of their mouths, that family isn't starving. He nods vigorously. And what else? The outhouse, I say bluntly. In the thick of winter, whose chamber pot hasn't been emptied. Look at the waste they dump. Eating cornmeal leaves yellow remains. Eating tree bark and cottonseed shells? That stuff's black. If there's no trace of waste for days, they're eating clay to stave off hunger. They're on the brink. He gasps audibly. He'd only ever known how to work hard, never considered these subtleties. How does Brother Feng's mind work? Even bowel movements become a clue. Don't slack off at night either, I add. In the dead of night, stake out by the walls of the wealthier households. Eavesdropping by the walls. Whose family has chewing sounds in the middle of the night? Whose couple fights over half a bite of food? Take notes on it all. Got it. He pounded his chest. Trust me, Brother Fong, I'm always wandering around the village. I'll guarantee to figure out everyone's secrets, down to their underwear. I nodded and my expression turned serious. The second thing, I lowered my voice, and it's the most important. He held his breath as well. Find out for me. Where is the production team's shotgun, the one hanging on the wall exactly? He jumped in shock. Brother Fong, isn't that shotgun already handed over to the commune by the team leader, Zhao Fuyang, back during autumn? Bullshit, I sneered. Zhao Fuyang is a wily old fox. When the mountains are sealed with heavy snow, if a group of wild boars or wolves enters the village, without a gun, the entire village is doomed. You think he'd hand over something that could save his life? He thought about it, and found it reasonable. So you're saying he secretly hid it? Almost definitely. Even if it's not in his hands, it's definitely with some old hunter or militia member in the village. You need to watch closely for me. How should I watch? Tell his youngest son, Zhao Yuhua. That kid's a spoiled rich brat, incapable of keeping secrets. If there's really a gun at home, he'll surely show it off. Get close to him, listen to his boasting, and draw him out. I paused. And also, those old hunters in the eastern part of the village who've fought wolves before, hang around near their courtyards. Smell for gunpowder. Check if there are gunpowder gourds hanging on their walls. He jotted everything down. Brother Fong, got it. Investigate the food, investigate the gun. Gun. I've got it all written in my head. Remember, don't alert anyone. You're just a beggar, a starving loner at his last breath. If people curse you, take it. If they beat you, endure it. Don't retaliate. Don't talk back. Just bring the information back. Understood. He snapped his legs together like a soldier. By now, he completely obeyed me. The life-saving meat I gave him earlier, paired with the schemes in my head, convinced him that following me meant survival. Go. He turned around, sucked in a gulp of cold air, and though his steps wobbled, his whole demeanor brimmed with energy. With a sparrow cradled in his chest, he now had a sense of direction. I watched his figure disappear into the snow before turning back toward my home. With this informant, I'd be able to keep tabs on everything happening in the village. As for that shotgun, that was something I must have. Right now, All I had was a hunting bow and a slingshot, good enough for wild pheasants or small game. But if faced with wild boars, wolves, or bears, they were far from sufficient. In these times, having a gun meant standing tall. With it, I could roam the mountains unchallenged, securing more meat. The next morning, 6:30 a.m. The sky was just beginning to brighten, the room as cold as an ice cellar. I opened my eyes on cue and sat up directly, throwing off the blanket. Next to me, Li Xuemei was still curled up in a ball, asleep. Last night, the blanket wasn't enough to keep her warm. I slipped into my shoes stuffed with dry grass and stepped onto the ground. Sounds came from the outer room. I opened the door and walked out. Lu Lan was already up, crouched in front of the stove, tending the fire. The flames reflected on her ruddy face. Steam rose from the pot. "Fengzi, you're up," she said, standing and handing me half a ladle of hot water. "Have some to warm up." I downed it in a few gulps, stomach warming. "I'm heading out," I said as I handed the ladle back. I slung my hunting bow over my back and shoved the slingshot into my pocket. "The ground's icy. Be careful," she reminded me from behind. I didn't turn back, pushing the door open as I left. Today, I had to check the traps I'd set yesterday. The snow had stopped for an entire day and night. The animals in the mountains would surely be out looking for food. I followed the footprints I had left the day before, heading south. The morning wind slashed my face like a knife, urging me to quicken my pace. After more than an hour, I arrived. The thicket stood in eerie silence. Slowing down, I hunched over and crept forward, following my markers. The first trap, empty. The steel wire loop dangled there untouched, with no signs of fresh footprints nearby. I wasn't discouraged. Broad nets catch more fish. The second trap, empty. The third, still empty. My brows furrowed. Had the rabbits taken a different path? I continued towards the fourth. This one was set in a gap among thick willow roots, an ideal rabbit pathway. I circled around a snow mound and peered through a few dead branches toward the base of the willows. One glance froze me in place. From a distance, something was thrashing violently at the trap. Lucky day. Today's fortune was good. Both the fourth and fifth traps had caught prey. Laughing out loud, I reached down and released the snare with a snap. The small rabbit went limp. Its struggles ceased. The other one had died not long ago either. 2 rabbits in hand, weighing at least 5 or 6 pounds combined. Here in the winter of 1960, this was nothing short of a windfall. I tossed the rabbits onto the snow and pulled a sharply honed iron shard from my pocket. Freshly hunted animals needed to be bled immediately, or the meat would reek. Grabbing the larger rabbit by its hind legs, I slid the iron across its neck. Dark red blood trickled down its fur and pooled into the snow, staining it crimson in seconds. After bleeding it, I slit open its belly, steam rising as its warm insides met the icy air. Skinning it, the hide would fetch a price. Gutting it, its heart, liver, lungs, and intestines spilled out together. These innards, dismissed in later years, were now lifelines for survival. Even the dung-filled intestines could be cleaned with lye water at home and turned into a hearty broth. When finished, I scrubbed everything with snow, packed it all into a burlap sack, and started down the mountain. On the way, I picked up some firewood. Never go home empty-handed. Trudging through the thick snow, I neared the village entrance. From afar, I spotted a figure bent over, holding a long stick, searching through the snow. It was Old Lady Zhou. At 42, she was notorious in the eastern village for her wagging tongue. Any trivial family secret that reached her ears would spread across the entire village in no time. Sure enough, she spotted me too. With a rickety wicker basket strapped to her back and a manure fork in hand, she pretended to look for animal droppings. But in this snow-covered landscape, even a bird shadow was rare. Where would droppings come from? She was clearly using manure collecting as an excuse to loiter near the village gate, hoping to snag some advantage. Hearing my footsteps crunching the snow, she straightened and turned. The moment she saw me, she froze briefly, her gaze instantly locking onto the burlap sack slung over my shoulder. Her eyes stayed glued to it, unblinking. Red. That was meat, definitely meat. Freshly hunted, too. Old Lady Zhou swallowed hard. The wrinkles on her face scrunched into a chrysanthemum-like bloom as she hustled over immediately. Oh my, isn't this Fengzi? Out so early in this freezing cold. What's the windfall you've been up to in the mountains? Just wandering, I replied flatly. She leaned in closer, her eyes fixated on the cloth bag, sniffing twice with exaggerated effort. Spinning around can result in such a big bag. She rubbed her hands together, her grin ingratiating. Fengzi, I've watched you grow up. This bag must be full of wild game from the mountains, right? Something big, I'm sure. Seeing that I wasn't responding, her eyes shifted, and she quickly replaced her expression with one of distress. Fengzi, you're a capable man. Have mercy on your old aunt's household. The rice jar's been empty for days. Your uncle hasn't had the strength to get out of bed and has been groaning endlessly. As she spoke, she used her sleeve to wipe away non-existent tears. I'm not being greedy, just asking to borrow a bit of food. Just a little meat broth would do. I'll repay you double in the spring. Borrow. Her version of borrow was like throwing a steamed bun at a dog. Once gone, never coming back. But I didn't rush to send her away. This woman, though petty and gossipy, was a living intelligence hub and broadcasting station in this village. Sure, I could get my hands on meat, but my reputation was already too rotten. Li Daohuai's family was scheming, and Zhao Yuhua, that spoiled brat, was also a troublemaker. If I could leverage her mouth, use her to build up my reputation, spread the word that crazy Qin isn't to be messed with and Qin Feng is a big deal, it could save me a lot of trouble down the line. In times of food scarcity, dominating alone isn't wise. When others are starving and you're feasting, what do you think will happen? Even rabbits bite when cornered, let alone humans. So I paused and started planning ahead. I needed allies. Auntie, is your family really facing starvation? Hearing this, she thought she had hooked me, nodding like a woodpecker pecking a tree. Truly starving. Would I lie to you? Yesterday, I was so hungry that I coughed up yellow bile. I nodded and placed the cloth bag on the snowy ground. Her eyes clung to the bag, her breaths quickening, fully expecting me to pull out a piece of meat for her. I untied the rope and reached inside. She went on her tiptoes, craning her neck so far that it almost seemed she wanted to dive into the bag herself. Feeling around for a moment, I pulled out a bloody mess and handed it right to her. Here, take it, Annie. She hurriedly took it with both hands. The bundle, wrapped in leaves, was heavy in her grip. She couldn't resist peeling back a corner. Inside was a tangle of red and white viscera, rabbit lungs, rabbit intestines. She froze for a moment, clearly not expecting scraps. But then, she couldn't hide the joy spreading across her face. In this winter, when even tree bark was nearly stripped clean, forget rabbit offal, people would fight over a bloody bone. Taking this back, cleaning out the intestines, blanching them in hot water, chopping them up, and tossing them into a pot with water and a couple of frozen cabbages could make a pot of greasy, rich soup, enough to last her family 2 days. Oh my heavens! Her voice cracked with excitement. Fengzi, this is life-saving stuff. Truth be told, it wasn't much. Just half a set of innards, 3 or 4 ounces at most. Auntie, I need to save these 2 rabbits for the mouths at home. Can't spare any meat. Take this offal back and make some soup to rejuvenate. She nodded repeatedly, grinning ear to ear. Understood. Annie understands. You've got 4 mouths at home to feed. Lan'er and Xiao Ling rely on you. Giving me this much, I'll remember your kindness for life. I retied the cloth bag, swung it back over my shoulder, and grabbed some firewood with my free hand. Auntie, it's nothing. I deliberately lowered my voice, letting some audacious confidence seep through. Give me a few days. I'll head deep into the mountains and bring back a wild boar. You'll have your share of meat broth too. She gasped audibly. A wild boar. In this village, only a few old hunters with guns dared to mess with wild boars. But glancing at the bloody bag on my shoulder and my fearless demeanor, she almost believed me. 7 or 8 parts, at least. This Qin Feng, once a good-for-nothing, was now a living demon king, a man of real skill. Fengzi, don't worry. She was quick-witted and caught on immediately, patting her chest in assurance. From now on, in Dongtuan, if anyone dares badmouth you, Andy will be the first to jab them with a dung fork. That's exactly the promise I wanted. All right, then hurry home and make that soup. Use it while it's fresh. Clutching the bundle of offal, she didn't even bother going back for her basket and dung fork. She turned and ran toward the village. After just a few steps, I called her back. Auntie, about this hunting business. She interrupted before I could finish, her expression uncharacteristically serious. Don't worry. This is just between you and me. Not even my family will hear a word. I'll take it to my grave. Good. That puts me at ease. I wasn't worried about her spreading it around. After all, doing so wouldn't benefit her in any way. Everything must be done discreetly. After parting ways with Aunt Jo, I carried a few dry branches in one hand, a rabbit slung over my shoulder, and trudged through the thick snow toward home. Before long, I arrived outside the courtyard. The gate was open, so I went straight in and knocked on the wooden door of the main room. Who is it? Lu Lan's voice came from inside. It's me. The door opened. It wasn't Lu Lan who answered, but Li Xuemei. She glanced at me without saying a word, her gaze landing directly on the firewood in my hand. She stepped forward, reaching out to take it. I didn't let go, raising an eyebrow as I looked at her. Her face flushed, and she forcefully yanked the firewood away, turning to head toward the stove pit. Watching her back, I sneered inwardly. This stubborn and unyielding rock had finally warmed up a bit. Hunger was more effective than anything else. As long as she was willing to work, life could go on. The intention behind the act was never about the act itself. What I wanted wasn't labor, it was obedience. I carried the burlap sack inside and shut the door tightly. Lulan was squatting by the stove pit. She looked up and smiled at me. "You're back." "Yeah." She leaned closer and lowered her voice. "The snow on the mountain is so thick. You didn't run into any trouble, did you?" "No, everything's fine." I was about to set down the sack when I heard the sound of footsteps crunching in the snow outside the courtyard. "Brother Feng, are you there?" It was Zhou Hong. I opened the door, carrying the sack back out, and shut it behind me. Zhou Hong was shivering from the cold, but stood upright. "Got news already?" He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Brother Feng, there's a situation." "Speak." "Last night, a couple got into a fight over half a piece of dried sweet potato. Old Wang beat his wife so badly that her head was bleeding," he said quickly. "And there's another family where the outhouse hasn't been used. I think they ate guanyin clay and got blocked up. This morning, I heard the wife crying in the courtyard." I didn't respond. "Any news about the gun?" He shook his head. "Zhao Yua didn't leave his house today. He's been holed up inside. I'll need more time to check on the other families." "All right, no rush." I flicked the ash off my cigarette. "Anything else?" He hesitated, glanced at the door behind me, and lowered his voice further. "Brother Feng, I heard something in the village today that might be useful to you. The Li family has an empty house with an east-west layout." My eyebrows raised. An east-west layout? The house I was in now was just a single main room, without even an inner chamber, with one Kong bed crammed with 4 people. At night, if I wanted to do anything, Lu Lan and the child were right there. Troublesome, though admittedly thrilling. I had been fretting over not having a spacious place, and now this news had come to me. "Tell me more." "That house was originally built by Li Shuamei's biological brother, Lu Lan's late husband. Then how did it end up in Li Dahuai's hands?" "What else could it be?" "Bullying a widow and her orphaned child." He spat on the ground. 3 years ago, when Lu Lan's husband died, Li Dahuai stepped in, claiming as the uncle he had to manage the family property. He forced Lu Lan, Li Shuamei, and Xiao Ling into a small mud house and took over the bigger one. Now that house is empty, with Li Zhizai and Li Jiming using it as a warehouse for junk. In times like these, everything was scarce. The Li family crammed together to save resources, leaving that house vacant. I sneered inwardly. This family really knew how to exploit the vulnerable. That house is just sitting there, occupying space without being used. Might as well clear it out for someone to live in. Zhou Heng immediately caught on. "Brother Feng, if you're planning to move on that house, I can check it out tonight. See if the courtyard walls are easy to climb and what the locks are like." "No need," I said flatly. "I've got my ways." He knew I was resourceful and must have a plan. I bent down to untie the burlap sack. The smell of blood mixed with the scent of meat wafted out. I pulled out a set of innards and handed them to him. I had intended to give him half, but this information was worth the whole set. "Take it." Zhou Heng froze in place, staring at the meat, his atoms apple bobbing. "Brother Feng, this." He didn't dare take it, rubbing his hands on his tattered cotton jacket. "I told you to take it, so take it." "Stop wasting time," I said, shoving the meat into his hands. "You handle things efficiently. You deserve it." He held the half a pound of innards in his hands, stunned for a long time. He didn't say any flowery words of gratitude, just tucked the meat into his chest, straightened up, and squeezed out 2 words, "Thank you." He was a man of action, not sweet talk. "All right, go back now." He nodded, turned around, and walked away on the snow, his steps much steadier than when he came. I carried the burlap sack into the main room. Lu Lan was busy by the stove pit. Hearing the commotion, she stood up. I pulled out the rabbits and placed them in front of her. "Fengzi, are these rabbits?" Her voice trembled. Li Shuamei, who was in the inner room, came out when she heard the noise. Seeing the 2 large rabbits, she froze in place. I placed the sack on the stove with a dull thud. "Let's have a good meal today," I said, pointing. "Use half the innards and cut half a pound of rabbit meat to stew together." The 2 rabbits weighed 4 pounds. Cutting half a pound would leave 3.5 pounds, which had to be rationed carefully. Lu Lan was so excited she didn't know what to do with her hands and feet. She leaned in to take a closer look. The rabbits were cleaned thoroughly, their meat firm and mouth-watering at a glance. I'll get to it right away." Her eyes turned red. Since her husband passed away, she hadn't seen this much meat. My temper might be rough, but I sure could bring food home. Li Shuamei stood at the doorway of the inner room, looking at the meat on the stove, her emotions a mix of bitterness and gratitude. "Shuamei, come help," Lu Lan called out. "Oh." She snapped out of it and quickly went to assist. In the outer room, Li Shuamei squatted by the stove pit, breaking dry branches and feeding them into the stove piece by piece. The flames licked the bottom of the pot, crackling and roaring, turning her thin face bright red. Lu Lan stood at the cutting board, carefully slicing the half-pound of rabbit meat, one precise cut after another. The water in the pot gradually heated up, releasing a misty white steam. Lu Lan put down the knife, washed her hands, and walked over to the stove pit. She leaned close to Li Xuemei's ear and whispered, "Xuemei, the water's hot. Scoop a basin and take it inside for Fengzi to wash his feet." Li Xuemei's hands paused. She looked up abruptly, her face full of disbelief. I'm not going," she refused outright. Lulan sighed deeply and poked her forehead. "You silly girl, why are you so stubborn?" "Me stubborn? Sister-in-law, why should I serve him?" Her eyes reddened, tears of grievance welling up. Lulan glanced at the tightly closed door of the inner room, making sure I hadn't heard, then pulled her up. "These past few days, I've come to terms with it," she said, her tone both helpless and pragmatic. "Your purity was taken by Fengzi. That's my fault for not protecting you. But what's done is done. Your purity is his now, so you're his woman." "I'm not his woman," Li Xuemei interrupted, flustered. Lulan shook her head. Why couldn't she see reason? In times like these, who could afford to cling to pride and dignity? She stared at Li Xuemei. "Then tell me, whose woman will you be in the future?" The question hit Li Xuemei like a heavy blow, leaving her speechless. That's right, whose woman would she be? In these hard times, when even food was scarce, who would want a woman who had lost her purity? And even if someone did, would they be like Chen Feng, bringing home meat every few days? Protecting her and her family from hunger and cold? Lulan saw her dazed expression and thought she still hadn't figured it out. "Fine, if you can't figure it out, forget it." She turned to grab the wooden basin in the corner. "You rest. I'll go wash his feet." "Sister-in-law, no." Li Xuemei grabbed the hem of her clothes. How could she let her sister-in-law do such a servile task? Her sister-in-law already had it hard enough, raising little Ling on her own and taking care of all the household chores. Now she was expected to serve that brute too? She couldn't bear it. Lulan stopped, turned around, and spoke earnestly. "Xuemei, search your conscience. In this freezing weather, with snow up to your knees, Fengzi went into the mountains at the crack of dawn. For what? Isn't it so the three of us can have some meat to eat and survive?" Li Xuemei lowered her head, staring at the flames, silent. Lulan pointed at the meat on the chopping board. "We have a warm bed and meat soup at home, while he's out there risking his life. You even feel wrong to bring him a basin of foot-washing water. In your heart, can you really justify that?" Li Xuemei bit her lip, her fingers nervously picking at the hem of her clothes. She hated Chen Feng's domineering and unruly ways, but every word Lulan said made sense. If it weren't for him, Xiao Ling would have starved to death long ago, and she and her sister-in-law wouldn't have made it through this winter. Those 2 rabbits weighing 4 pounds today, any other man in the village who would be willing to give them up for her to eat. Lulan patted her shoulder, her voice softening. "We women should stick to our roles. If a man can provide for the family, bring in food and meat, then a woman should take care of things at home. That's an unchanging rule through the ages." Li Xuemei raised her head, a flicker of struggle in her eyes. "You really need to change your temper," Lulan said, her tone growing heavier, with a hint of warning. "Fengzi is the kind of person who responds to softness, not hardness. If you keep going against him every day, what good will come of it? If one day he truly gets angry and leaves, he won't come back. By then, the 3 of us will just be waiting to die." Li Xuemei blurted out, her voice lacking confidence. "He will. He dares." Lulan finished for her, her tone rising. "He's a man who can eat his fill and not worry about anyone else. Why should he have to drag along us burdens? Xuemei, accept your fate. Following him, it's him who suffers, not you." "You." Hearing this, Li Xuemei completely deflated. She looked at the meat on the chopping board, then at Xiao Ling squatting on the ground, staring eagerly at the meat. Xiao Ling was so thin she was skin and bones. It was only after having some meat soup in the past few days that her face had regained a bit of color. The pride in her heart was finally crushed by reality. She stood up, walked to the water jar, picked up the gourd ladle, and silently scooped hot water into the wooden basin. Lulan watched her back and let out a sigh of relief. This girl had finally come to her senses. As long as she was willing to bow her head, life could go on peacefully. In the inner room, I sat cross-legged on the heated brick bed, holding a piece of rag in my hand, carefully wiping the hunting bow. The bow was old, but it was powerful and the most handy tool I had. Catching 2 rabbits today was pure luck. Tomorrow, when I head into the mountains, I'll still rely on it to get some game birds. Creak. The wooden door was pushed open. I looked up. Li Xuemei walked in carrying a steaming wooden basin, her head lowered, a few strands of hair hanging by her cheeks, obscuring her expression. I raised an eyebrow. What's gotten into this woman? Normally, she'd stay as far away from me as possible, but today she's actually bringing water in on her own? She walked to the edge of the bed, placed the basin on the ground, and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Wash. Wash your feet." I put down the bow and looked at her with interest. Her face was flushed, whether from the heat of the stove or from embarrassment, I couldn't tell. Her hands were twisting together, her expression a mix of reluctance and helplessness. My mind turned, and I instantly understood. This wasn't something she would have thought of on her own. With her proud nature, she'd rather starve than voluntarily serve me. It had to be Lu Lan. That sister-in-law of mine was a sensible woman, someone who understood the rules and knew how to handle things. With her mediating, this household avoided a lot of trouble. Not bad at all. Well, what are you standing there for? I stretched my feet to the edge of the bed, my tone teasing. You've brought the water, aren't you going to take off my shoes? But this woman needed to be taught. Li Xiumei held the basin of hot water, the steam rising to her face, turning her usually cold expression bright red. The two of us were at a standstill. I didn't rush her, just stared at her, curious to see how long she could hold out. After a long while, she finally couldn't take it anymore. Biting her lower lip, she said, Can't you take them off yourself? Her voice grew softer and softer, tinged with grievance. I tilted my head, half smiling. What's this? You're unwilling. She turned her face away, silent. Fine. If you're unwilling, forget it. I acted indifferent. I've got plenty of people to help me wash. As soon as I finished speaking, I shouted toward the tightly closed wooden door, Sister-in-law. Come help, don't. Li Xiumei shuddered in fright, the basin in her hands shaking violently, nearly spilling the hot water. She stomped her feet in panic. If her sister-in-law really came in to wash my feet, where would she put her pride? Outside, Lu Lan called through the door. What's wrong, Fengzi? Li Xiumei hurriedly replied. Nothing. Sister-in-law, you go about your business. The outer room fell silent for a moment before Lu Lan responded. All right, call me if you need anything. Hearing no further movement, Li Xiumei let out a long sigh of relief, then turned to glare at me fiercely. I grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth, looking as infuriating as possible. She took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and bent down. Take them off, I ordered. Her face darkened. She had never even washed her own brother's feet, and now she had to squat in front of a scoundrel who had taken her innocence and serve him. But thinking of her sister-in-law and Xiaoling, she endured. She reached out with 2 fingers, pinching the shoelaces disdainfully and tugging at them. The shoes had been trudging through the snow all day and were frozen stiff. She tugged for a long time, but the laces wouldn't budge. Didn't you eat? Use some strength, I urged. Grinding her teeth in frustration, she used both hands and gave a hard pull. With a ripping sound, the laces came undone. As the worn shoe came off, a mix of sweat and the sour stench of straw stuffing wafted out. She turned her head away, holding her breath, and pulled out the corn husk stuffing inside, tossing it aside. So, smelly, I raised an eyebrow. You don't stink after running around outside all day? Should I wash your feet instead? She was at a loss for words and continued her task. Once both shoes were off, I plunged my frostbitten, reddened feet directly into the hot water. The heat stung, but it felt good. Li Xiumei squatted beside me, her hands hovering over the water, reluctant to start. What are you waiting for? Washington. I splashed the water with my feet, spraying her. Clenching her teeth and closing her eyes, she dipped her hands into the basin, giving my feet a perfunctory scrub, as if trying to get it over with quickly. You call that washing? Are you tickling me? I lifted my toe, splashing a handful of water onto her hand. Hurry up. She froze, startled by the splash, and could no longer hold back her grievance. I've never washed a man's feet before. The moment she said that, a surge of conquest filled my heart. I leaned closer to the top of her head and lowered my voice. It doesn't matter if you haven't done it before. From now on, you'll do it every day. You'll get used to it as you go. She suddenly raised her head, glaring at me angrily. What are you staring at? Put some effort into it. Her brows furrowed tightly as she gritted her teeth, grabbing my foot and scrubbing it with all her strength. The water splashed wildly, and her nails left a few red marks on the top of my foot. I wasn't annoyed. Instead, I felt quite comfortable. Yes, just like that. Harder. As she scrubbed, I could tell she was cursing me 1,000 times over in her heart. Outside the room, Lu Lan tiptoed to the door and pressed her ear against the crack to listen. My earlier shout had startled her, and she was worried that Li Xiumei's stubborn temper might flare up and lead to a confrontation with me. In this freezing weather, if I got angry and drove the 3 of them out, they truly wouldn't survive. After listening for a while, she only heard the sound of water and a few teasing remarks from me. Li Xiumei neither responded nor caused a commotion. Lu Lan let out a long sigh of relief, completely reassured. As long as Xiumei came around and stopped opposing me, everything would be fine. She returned to the stove. In the large iron pot, half a pound of rabbit meat and some offal were simmering, bubbling away, and the meaty aroma was wafting into her nose. It wasn't fragrant, just the smell of meat. Xiaoling squatted by the stove pit, resting her chin on her hands as she stared at the pot, swallowing her saliva repeatedly, her little stomach growling. Mom, I'm hungry. Lu Lan stroked her dry, yellowed hair and pulled her into her arms. Be good, Xiaoling, wait a little longer. She pointed to the inner room and lowered her voice. We have to wait until Uncle Feng finishes washing his feet. He eats first, then we can eat. Understand? Xiaoling tilted her head up. Why, Mom? My stomach feels so empty. I want to eat meat. Because Uncle Feng is our great benefactor. Lu Lan taught her word by word. With the mountain snow blocking the way. If it weren't for Uncle Feng going into the mountains to hunt, the three of us would have starved to death. The meat in the pot was exchanged for his life. In this house, he's the most important. If he hasn't started eating, no one else can eat first. Got it. Xiaoling nodded, half understanding, then turned to look at the tightly closed door and the steam rising from the pot. After a while, she suddenly tugged at Lu Lan's clothes. Mom, can I call him Dad? On the Kong table were 4 bowls of rabbit soup, each portion clearly divided. The bowl in front of me was the largest, filled with meat and broth. Lu Lan and Li Shuamei's bowls were smaller, mostly broth with a few scraps of bony meat. Xiaoling's bowl was the smallest. Lu Lan had deliberately picked out a few soft, boneless pieces for her. The room was filled with the smell of meat, but it couldn't be called fragrant. In these times, when even basic food was scarce, there was no way to add spices like star anise, pepper, scallions, or garlic. The pot contained only water and a pinch of salt. The rabbit meat was lean, with a mix of earthy and grassy odors that hit the nose directly. Xiaoling knelt by the edge of the Kong, clutching the table, her eyes fixed on my bowl, swallowing hard. Lu Lan sat beside her, not looking at the meat, but staring intently at her daughter's mouth. That earlier question, can I call him Dad, had scared her out of her wits. If Xiaoling said that in front of Li Shuamei, the scene. Lu Lan sneaked a glance at me, suddenly feeling strange inside. If Xiaoling really called me Dad, how would I react? She realized she didn't dislike the idea at all. Instead, her cheeks flushed, and an indescribable embarrassment filled her heart. She quickly lowered her head, not daring to think further. Eat. I gave the word, picking up my chopsticks and stuffing the largest piece of meat into my mouth. As soon as the meat entered my mouth, I frowned. It was truly awful. Wild rabbits run around the mountains all day, so their meat is tough. Boiled without oil or seasoning, it was dry and stringy, like chewing on wood shavings. At least it had some saltiness, making it swallowable. As soon as they saw me start eating, they immediately picked up their chopsticks. Xiaoling was the first to lose patience, grabbing a piece of meat without caring about the heat and stuffing it into her mouth, devouring it ravenously. Eat slower, don't choke. Lu Lan quickly helped her break the meat into smaller pieces. Li Shuamei sat at the edge of the Kong, head lowered, holding a bowl, picking up a small piece and putting it into her mouth. Tonight, she was unusually quiet, perhaps because she had figured things out. Or maybe she was just really hungry, drinking soup and chewing meat in big bites. Lu Lan ate the slowest, quietly transferring the meat from her bowl into Xiaoling's bowl, eating less herself. I noticed but said nothing. A mother's love is truly great. After eating more than half a bowl, I put down my chopsticks, took a sip of soup, and turned to ask Lu Lan, sister-in-law, why does this meat have no salty taste? Why not add more salt? Lu Lan quickly put down her bowl, speaking cautiously. Fengzi, it's not that I'm stingy. It's just that the salt jar at home is almost empty. I looked at her, waiting for her to continue. I scraped the bottom of the salt jar today, and it can last for at most 2 or 3 more meals. If we use it all today, we won't even have a hint of salt for the next couple of days. If people go without salt for too long, they feel weak and can't even walk. Afraid I might misunderstand, she hurriedly raised her hand. Fengzi, I swear, I absolutely didn't sneak any salt. I nodded, casually replying. All right, I understand. It seems we need to get some daily necessities. I poked at the remaining pieces of meat, lost in thought. After finishing, I put down my chopsticks, wiped my mouth, and asked, sister-in-law, I want to ask you something. Lu Lan straightened up. Go ahead. I heard you used to have a house with an east and west wing. As soon as I said this, the air in the room seemed to freeze. Li Shuamei, sitting at the edge of the Kong, suddenly stopped her chopsticks and turned to look at me. The east and west wing, that was their former home. Lu Lan was also stunned. Yes, there was such a house. Made of adobe bricks. She sighed, but it was taken over by Uncle and his family. 3 years ago, after my husband passed away, last year he brought Ji Chai and Jiming over, saying he was afraid we, as a widow and orphans, couldn't hold on to the property, and forcibly drove us into this broken house. Li Shuamei gripped her chopsticks tightly beside her. Is that house empty now? Yes. Lu Lan looked up. Their family squeezes into their own house to save money, so the east and west wing is empty. Ji Chai and Jiming use it as a storage room for firewood. I rubbed my chin. If it's empty, that's easier to handle. Is everything inside still intact? Except for the big iron pot in the outer room, which they took away, everything else is there. The Kong table, Kong Chin, tables, and stools are all made of wood. I had a plan in mind. As long as there's a Kong and a table, it's livable. I happen to have a big iron pot here, so that's perfect. The most important thing is the layout. I can live in the east wing with Li Xuemei, and Lu Lan can stay in the west wing with Xiaoling. With a central hall in between, it would be convenient for anything at night. I could plow however I wanted. Li Xuemei and Lu Lan exchanged a glance. Neither of them was foolish. They knew I wasn't just making idle conversation. Lu Lan's heart raced as she tentatively asked, Fengzi, why are you asking about this? Li Xuemei also stared at me, holding her breath. I'm taking it back tomorrow. My tone was calm, but resolute. The next morning at 9, after eating and drinking my fill, I pushed open the courtyard gate and stepped out into the thick snow. Smoke was already rising from the chimneys of a few houses in the village. I didn't bring a bow or a slingshot, just walked empty-handed, striding toward Li Dahuai's house. The Li family's courtyard gate was open. In these times, every household was so poor that they rarely locked their doors during the day. I stepped into the courtyard, walked to the main room's door, and raised my hand to knock. Who is it? Li Zhichai's voice came from inside. I didn't answer, simply pushed the door open and walked in. You? Li Zhichai saw it was me and was so startled, he took 2 steps back, his back hitting the doorframe. I swaggered over the threshold and walked into the east room. The room was quite spacious. Li Dahuai sat cross-legged on the Kong, holding a tobacco pipe and stuffing it with tobacco leaves. Wang Hohot squatted at the edge of the Kong, holding a broken porcelain basin with some shriveled cornmeal, preparing to make breakfast. Li Jiming huddled at the edge of the Kong, wrapped in a tattered cotton jacket, his face pale, probably still recovering from the beating he took a couple of days ago. The family of Fur hadn't even had breakfast yet. Seeing me suddenly burst in, the air in the room instantly froze. Li Dahuai's hand trembled, scattering tobacco leaves all over the Kong. He glared at me and pointed, You, what are you doing at my house? Nothing much, just here to inform you to clear out the west wing of the house, I replied calmly. The room fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Wang Hohot dropped the porcelain basin in her hands with a clang, scattering cornmeal all over the floor. She didn't even care about the mess as she jumped up, pointed at my nose, and started cursing. You damned scoundrel! What madness are you spouting in my house? Clear out what room? I frowned. Why are you yelling? That west wing built by Lu Lan's husband. You've occupied it for 2 years now. That's long enough. Clear out your junk today. I need to use it. Li Dahuai finally understood and started trembling with rage, his fingers shaking as he pointed at me. You're dreaming. That's my Li family's house. Why should I give it to you? Your Li family's house? I sneered. Li Dahuai, have some shame, will you? That house was built by Li Xuemei's own brother, Lu Lan's late husband. The second year after he passed, you used the excuse of managing the family estate for your niece to drive the mother and her 2 kids into a shabby mud hut while you took over the main house. Now you'd rather use it to store firewood than let a widow and orphans live there. Who in the village doesn't know about this? Li Dahuai's face turned red with embarrassment as I hit a sore spot. After a long pause, he finally blurted out, I'm her uncle. Managing my brother's estate is only right and proper. Right and proper, my ass, I retorted bluntly. You've managed the estate straight into your own pocket, haven't you? Now Li Xuemei and Lu Lan are my people, and their belongings are mine. I'm not here to negotiate today. I'm here to inform you. Before sunset, clear out the west wing. If you don't, I'll personally help you move. Wang Hohot plopped down on the ground, slapping her thighs and wailing. Oh heavens! There's no justice left. A scoundrel's come to seize our house. Everyone, come and see. How can we live like this? Her voice was so loud it carried out through the open courtyard gate. I sat on a stool, watching her tantrum with cold eyes, not moving an inch. Li Zhichai and Li Jiming exchanged glances, both seeing the fury in each other's eyes. Being bullied in their own home. If they didn't stand up now, how could they hold their heads high in the village in the future? Li Zhichai, relying on his large build, stepped forward and shouted with his neck stiffened, Chen Feng, don't get too cocky. This is my house, get out. Li Jiming chimed in, though he didn't dare step forward, only adding his voice from the edge of the Kong to bolster their stance. Yeah, if you don't leave, we'll make you. I turned my head and glanced at the 2 brothers. Without saying a word, I slowly stood up, flexed my wrists, and my knuckles cracked loudly. Seeing my stance, Li Zhichai felt a jolt in his heart, and most of his earlier bravado dissipated. He had seen with his own eyes how I dealt with Li Jiming before. That ruthless energy was something he couldn't handle. Li Jiming shrank back even further, pressing his back against the wall, afraid I might kick him again. Want to make a move? I stepped forward, closing in on Li Zhichai. Go ahead, try it. Today, I want to see which one of you Li family members has the guts. Li Jizai swallowed hard, his feet involuntarily retreating. Seeing both his sons cowering, Li Dahuai slapped the edge of the Kong in anger. Useless. Two grown men. And you're afraid of a good-for-nothing? Get up. Drive him out of here. The two brothers looked at each other, but neither dared to move. Enough with the tough act, I said flatly. Let me make this clear. This house, you're moving out whether you like it or not. If you're not happy about it, call whoever you want. I'll be right here waiting. Wang Ho-hat was still wailing on the ground, her cries growing louder and louder. Her shouting soon attracted all the neighbors. It was the dead of winter, and everyone was cooped up at home with nothing to do. Hearing the commotion, they didn't even bother buttoning their coats, shoving their hands into their sleeves as they hurried into the courtyard. In no time, a dozen people had gathered outside the main room, craning their necks to see what was going on. What's happening? Why is the Li family making such a fuss so early in the morning? I heard Crazy Chun is here to take the Li family's house. What do you know? That house originally belonged to Lu Lan's husband. The Li family has been occupying it for 3 years. Looks like Crazy Chun and Lu Lan have teamed up to settle the score. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Aunt Zhou elbowed her way to the front. She had received a rabbit from me recently, and now was her chance to show her loyalty. Clearing her throat, she raised her voice deliberately. Oh my, the Li family really isn't doing the right thing here. Forcing a widow and her kids into a shabby mud house to freeze. And now Fengzi is standing up for them to reclaim what's rightfully theirs. What's wrong with that? Someone nearby chimed in. Exactly. That house is just sitting there empty anyway. The Li family is so heartless. Li Dahuai sat on the Kong, his face alternating between green and white. He was a man who cared deeply about his reputation, and now he was being publicly shamed. His old face was thoroughly disgraced. What are you all babbling about? He shouted toward the door. This is a family matter for the Li family. It's none of your business. Just then, a commotion arose outside the courtyard, and the crowd parted to make way. Aunt Zhou, with her sharp eyes, exclaimed, "The captain is here." I looked up toward the door. Zhao Fuliang walked into the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back, taking his time. "Captain, you have to do something. The Li family is turning the world upside down." Aunt Zhou called out. Zhao Fuliang ignored the others and walked straight into the east room. As soon as Li Dahuai saw him, he jumped off the Kong, not even bothering to put on his shoes, and rushed over barefoot to grab his arm. "Captain, thank goodness you're here. You have to stand up for me." He pointed at me. "Look at this good-for-nothing. Coming here early in the morning to take my house. Is there no law anymore?" Seeing the captain arrive, Wang Ho-hat immediately perked up. Slapping her thighs, she wailed, "Captain, you're our savior. Chun Feng is bullying us. He's trying to drive our Li family to death." Zhao Fuliang frowned and pulled his arm away. He glanced at the cornmeal scattered on the floor, then at me, standing there as steady as a mountain. "What's all this commotion so early in the morning?" he said in an official tone. "Chun Feng, what are you doing at the Li family's place? Isn't the village chaotic enough already?" "Captain, you're just in time," I said calmly. "I was just about to ask you to mediate." "Meditate on what?" I pointed at Li Dahuai. "Li Xuemei is my woman now, and Lu Lan is my sister-in-law. Their family's business is my business. 3 years ago, when Lu Lan's husband passed away, Li Dahuai used his position as the elder to drive her and her children into a shabby mud house, while he occupied the house her husband built. Now the house is sitting empty, used for storage. Today, I'm here to reclaim it for my woman. No matter where you take this, it's justified, isn't it?" Li Dahuai became furious, pointing at me and cursing. "Nonsense. That's the property of the old Li family. I'm managing it for my brother. It's only right and proper." I sneered, slamming my tobacco pipe onto the table. "Managing the family property into your own pocket?" I stood up and stepped closer to him. "The widow and orphan are freezing to death, and you, their uncle, haven't even given them a single pancake. Now that I'm supporting them, the house naturally belongs to me. You're hogging the latrine without using it, piling up firewood instead of letting people live there. What's your intention?" Li Dahuai was rendered speechless, his old face turning red as he stammered. I'm her uncle. I have the final say." "You're full of crap," I retorted bluntly. Zhao Fuliang understood the situation. He had initially intended to use this as an opportunity to put me in my place, but it was clear that Li Dahuai's actions were indeed unjust. The surrounding villagers were whispering and pointing fingers. Aunt Zhou chimed in. "Captain, Fengzi is right. That house originally belonged to Lu Lan, but the Li family is hogging it and refusing to give it back. It's disgraceful." With someone taking the lead, a few villagers echoed her sentiments. Zhao Fuliang shot Aunt Zhou a glare, and she quickly shrank back and fell silent. Zhao Fuliang coughed twice, trying to mediate. All right, we're all from the same village. We see each other every day. Oldly, since the house is vacant, let Fengzi stay there for a few days. Fengzi, don't make a fuss, just go back." I wasn't pleased when I heard that. Staying under the pretense of borrowing was possible, but that wasn't my style. Captain, I don't like what you're saying. What do you mean by borrowing? That house originally belonged to Lu Lan. I'm just taking back what's rightfully hers. Why would I need to borrow it? Zhao Fuliang's face darkened. This troublemaker actually dared to contradict him in public? I didn't give him a chance to lash out. I stepped forward, leaned in close, and lowered my voice so only the two of us could hear. Captain, our Kaoshan village is a model brigade in the commune. You're known for being fair and respected. If word gets out that there's bullying of widows and orphans and property being seized in the village, and it reaches the commune, it might affect your evaluation next year. Zhao Fuliang's heart skipped a beat. This kid's words carried a hidden threat. What he valued most was his reputation and the commune's evaluation. If this matter blew up and the commune investigated, it would be a fact that Li Daihui had seized his niece's property. As the brigade leader, he would be held accountable for shielding his relative and face disciplinary action. I stepped back 2 paces and raised my voice. The commune is currently advocating for the eradication of bad practices. Li Daohui's behavior of exploiting orphans and widows is a prime example. Captain, you're the leader. If you don't handle this, who will? Make a decision for everyone today. If you don't, I'll go to the commune tomorrow to seek justice from the leadership. Zhao Fuliang was completely cornered. This kid wasn't just bold. He was sharp, with a knack for using policies to his advantage. Weighing the pros and cons, he made his decision. I was now a thorn in his side, someone with nothing to lose. Li Daohui was already in the wrong, and to protect his own reputation, Zhao Fuliang had no choice but to sacrifice him. Enough. Everyone quiet down, Zhao Fuliang shouted. The courtyard fell silent instantly. He turned to reprimand Li Daohui. Old Li, you're in the wrong here. The house built by Lu Lan's husband belongs to Lu Lan. It was fine for you to look after it for a couple of years, but there's no reason to keep it indefinitely. Now that she wants it back, it's only fair and reasonable. Li Daohui was dumbfounded. He had thought the captain would help drive me away, but he hadn't expected him to side with me. Captain, how can you give it to him? He's just a loafer. So what if he's a loafer? Zhao Fuliang glared at him. He's supporting Lu Lan and Li Xuemei now, so they're a family. Hurry up and clear out the east and west rooms today. Move all the firewood and junk out. Don't let everyone laugh at you. Li Daohui's face turned beet red, his lips trembling, unable to say a word. He didn't dare defy Zhao Fuliang. The brigade leader was like a king in the village. Offending him would mean trouble with food rations and work assignments in the future. Wang Hohat didn't dare to wail anymore. She got up from the ground, glaring at me venomously, but didn't dare utter a word. Li Jizai and Li Jiming stood at the edge of the Kong, heads lowered, fists clenched tightly. Li Jizai took a step forward, as if he was about to make a move. Zhao Fuliang pointed at him and scolded. What do you want? Still thinking about fighting? Try moving and see what happens. Tomorrow you'll be hauling manure at the brigade office. Li Jizai, frightened, quickly pulled back his foot. I laughed and cupped my hands toward Zhao Fuliang. The captain is fair in handling matters. Everyone's watching. With this level of awareness, you'll surely be an advanced model again next year. Zhao Fuliang, pleased by the flattery, softened his expression. He waved his hand and shouted toward the door. All right, disperse. It's the dead of winter. Go do what you need to do. The members, seeing the matter settled, began to disperse while chatting. I turned to look at Li Daohui, my tone calm, but laced with threat. Did you hear what the captain said? Before sunset, clear out the house. If even one piece of wood is missing, I'll hold you accountable. With that, I shoved my hands into my pockets and swaggered out of the courtyard. Li Daohui slumped onto the Kong, covering his face with a long sigh. What a sin. Truly a sin. Wang Hohat pointed at him and scolded. You spineless coward. Watching the house get taken and not daring to say a word. Why did I marry such a useless man? Li Daohui suddenly raised his head and roared. Shut up. The captain has spoken. What can I do? Go argue with the captain yourself. Wang Hohat froze, then plopped down on the edge of the Kong, wiping her tears. Li Jiming leaned in and whispered, Dad, are we really moving? What else can we do if we don't? Li Daohui gritted his teeth. Hurry up and pack. That lunatic Chen isn't someone we can mess with right now. Better to avoid him for now. The family of 4, under a cloud of gloom, reluctantly began moving things from the east and west rooms. I walked home, stepping on the snow. The cold wind brushed my face, and I felt completely at ease. The house was coming back to us, and life would be better from now on. The east and west rooms were separated by the main hall, so at night, we wouldn't have to squeeze 4 people onto one Kong anymore. Next, I needed to prepare some winter supplies, salt, kerosene, and quilts. 1 quilt for 4 people was far from enough. When I reached my courtyard, I stepped inside and walked to the main hall door, raising my hand to knock. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Lu Lan's nervous voice came from inside. It's me. The latch clicked, and the door opened. Lu Lan stood behind it, holding a kitchen knife in her hand. Seeing that I was unharmed, she let out a long sigh of relief and quickly placed the knife on the stove. Li Xiumei also came out from the inner room, standing by the doorframe and looking at me with a hint of worry in her eyes. I took note of their reactions and nodded to myself. These two women were finally starting to feel a sense of belonging. I stepped inside and closed the door tightly behind me. Lu Lan came closer and lowered her voice. Fengzi, there wasn't a fight, was there? No fight. She relaxed, her worry dissipating. She had been afraid I might injure the Li family, which would lead to trouble with the brigade. Li Xiumei couldn't help but ask, and what about the house? I looked at her, then at Lu Lan, and announced, pack up. We're moving. In the east and west rooms, Li Daohuai's family of 4 was busy moving things out. The house was indeed spacious, with a large courtyard and firewood sheds on both sides. Over the past 3 years, the Li family had used it as a warehouse, filling it with broken wood, old farm tools, and miscellaneous items. Wang Hohat came out holding a bundle of broken sorghum stalks, cursing all the way. That damned lunatic Chun. He won't die a good death. Taking our house, doesn't he fear retribution? Enough. Stop wailing. Li Daohuai scolded. The captain has spoken. What's the use of cursing? Hurry up and move. If that lunatic comes back, who knows what trouble he'll stir up again. Li Jitsai carried a wooden box out, set it down in the courtyard, and turned to look at Li Daohuai. Dad, are we really giving him the house? He asked through gritted teeth. The wooden furniture in this house is made of good wood. Shouldn't we take it with us? Why leave it behind? Li Daohuai glared at him. And where would we put it? Our house is already cramped. If we bring it back, there won't even be room to stand. Still, we can't just let that scoundrel have it for free. Li Jitsai stiffened his neck. Why don't I take an axe and chop up all the tables and chairs for firewood? Better to burn them than leave them for him. Shut up, Li Daohuai hissed, lowering his voice. Stop causing trouble. If you smash the furniture and that lunatic comes after us, how will you pay him back? Can you fight him? Li Jitsai was left speechless, his anger bottled up with nowhere to vent. Li Jiming huddled over with a pile of junk in his arms. Brother, Dad's right. Chen Feng is a reckless bandit now. Don't mess with him. My hand still hurts. Looking at his younger brother's cowardly demeanor, Li Jitsai grew even angrier, but had no choice but to suppress his fury. The family of 4 went back and forth 5 or 6 times, finally clearing out most of the stuff. Li Daohuai patted the dust off himself. Old woman, you come with me to take these things home first. Jitsai, Jiming, you two go and carry out that last cabinet. Once you're done, leave quickly. Wang Hohat reluctantly followed Li Daohuai out of the yard. Only the 2 brothers were left in the courtyard. They walked into the east room. Li Jitsai stood by the edge of the Kong, looking at the spacious room, feeling more and more stifled. Mingzi. He suddenly turned his head. What is it, brother? Li Jitsai pointed at the Kong and lowered his voice. We can't let him off so easily. I can't swallow this anger. Li Jiming was startled. Brother, don't do anything rash. Dad just said not to cause trouble. What are you afraid of? Dad's not here. We won't break anything. Just leave him a mark. Let's pee on the Kong so he sleeps in the stench tonight. Li Jiming's eyes lit up. This idea was nasty but effortless. Will it work? Why not? No matter how sharp he is, he can't sniff out whose pee it is, Li Jitsai said as he took off his shoes and stepped onto the Kong. Li Jiming followed him up. The 2 stood on the Kong mat, just about to undo their belts. At that moment, an image suddenly flashed through Li Jiming's mind, me stepping on his back, nearly crippling his hands. The thought of that ferocity made him shudder. Brother, forget it. If that lunatic finds pee on the Kong, he'll definitely guess it was us. He'll skin us alive. Li Jitsai froze mid-action. As much as he hated me, the thought of facing my fists made him hesitate. Damn it. This is so frustrating, he cursed, reluctantly pulling up his pants and jumping off the Kong. The 2 of them lifted the broken wooden cabinet and carried it to the main room. To the left of the main room was the door to the west room. Li Jitsai set the cabinet down and stared at the slightly ajar door. He knew the layout. I would definitely share the east room with Li Xiumei, while Lu Lan and Xiaoling would stay in the west room. Thinking of Lu Lan, Li Jitsai couldn't suppress the wicked fire in his heart. He had secretly liked Lu Lan for years, always trying to take advantage of her, but in the end, this beast, had taken everything. The hatred of losing both his woman and his house drove him to lose all reason. If not the east room, then the west room will do. He gritted his teeth, glaring at the door. Brother, are you crazy? Li Jiming panicked. The west room is where Lu Lan stays. If you pee there, Chen Feng will still go berserk. Shut up. Li Jitsai shoved the door open and strode in. I have to discuss them today. Li Jiming stomped his feet anxiously in the main room. He was truly terrified of being beaten and didn't dare take a single step into the west room. Li Jitsai walked to the corner of the room and undid his belt. Chen Feng, "You bastard, I can't beat you, but I'll disgust you to death." The sound of urine splashing. "Brother, hurry up. They might come back any moment." Almost done, Li Jizai fastened his belt and, together with his brother, quickly carried the cabinet and ran off. Haha, that felt great. At 3 in the afternoon, in the courtyard of the east and west rooms, I was stacking the firewood we had dragged over from the adobe house, piece by piece, into the woodshed. This courtyard was more spacious than the previous one, with the woodshed conveniently located on the left. I worked quickly, and before long, the firewood was neatly stacked. Inside the main room, Lulan and Li Xuemei were busy cleaning, with Xiaoling helping out. This house had been vacant for 2 years. Li Dehuai had only used it to store miscellaneous items and never maintained it, so it was covered in dust. Lulan held a broom, sweeping cobwebs from the corners. Li Xuemei carried a half basin of water, kneeling on the Kong in the west room, scrubbing the Kong mat. She was working especially hard today, scrubbing the Kong mat over and over, even pressing down the curled edges. "Sister-in-law, this west room Kong is really spacious," she said, straightening up and wiping her sweat with the back of her hand. "Tonight, the 3 of us can sleep here without feeling cramped. The east room will be left for him alone, and finally, we can get a good night's sleep." Speaking of this, she let out a long sigh of relief, finally lifting the weight that had been pressing on her heart for days. Ever since I took her body, the 4 of us had been crammed onto one Kong bed these past few days. She was tormented every night and was on the verge of losing her mind. But now, with 2 rooms separated by the main hall, once the doors were closed, no one would bother anyone else. Lulan was pushing a wooden box into the corner of the wall when she paused upon hearing this. She turned her head to look at her sister-in-law's rare expression of ease and sighed inwardly. This girl was thinking too simply. Lulan, having been through it herself, had been quietly observing these past few days and had already figured out about 70 to 80% of my temperament. That man was domineering and extremely possessive, going to such lengths, even offending the team leader, to forcibly take back the house. Was it just to sleep on an empty Kong? Impossible. She could bet that I wanted this east room purely for the convenience of nighttime activities, without having to worry about her and Xiaoling being nearby. But seeing Li Xuemei's happy expression, Lulan opened her mouth, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to tell the truth. Xuemei had suffered enough grievances these past few days. Let her enjoy her happiness a little longer. "Yes, it is quite spacious," Lulan replied vaguely, turning back to continue tidying up. "Wipe down the Kong mat, and I'll bring the quilt over to lay it out in a bit." "Got it," Li Xuemei responded crisply, her hands moving even faster. In the yard, I placed the last branch neatly and dusted off my hands. Pushing open the wooden door of the main room, a wave of dust hit me, though it was much cleaner than before. I stood in the outer room, glancing around. The doors to both the east and west rooms were open. Lulan was sweeping in the west room, while Li Xuemei was wiping the Kong. I walked over and leaned against the doorframe of the west room. "Almost done cleaning?" Lulan straightened up, placing the broom aside. "Just about. The dust is swept, and the Kong mat is wiped. Once we light a fire and warm up the room, it'll be ready for people to stay in." I nodded, scanning the room before speaking directly. "All right, here's the arrangement. Xuemei and I will take the east room, and you, sister-in-law, will sleep in the west room with Xiaoling. The quilts will be in the west room for you two to use." As soon as I said this, the west room fell silent. Lulan lowered her head without a word, but Li Xuemei froze on the Kong, her cleaning cloth slipping into the water basin with a splash. She turned her head sharply, her eyes wide with disbelief. What did you say?" "I said, you'll sleep in the east room with me," I replied calmly, as if stating the most ordinary thing. Li Xuemei jumped off the Kong, not even bothering to put on her shoes, her bare feet hitting the ground as she pointed at me and shouted, "No way. Why should I share a room with you? I want to stay in the west room with my sister-in-law." I raised an eyebrow, ignoring her, and turned to walk toward the east room. "It's settled. Bring your things over." "I'm not bringing anything." She rushed over in a few steps to block me. "Chenfeng, don't push it. There are 2 rooms now. Why are you still clinging to me? I'd rather sleep in the outer room than share a room with you." She was trembling with anger, her eyes red. I stopped, turned around, and looked down at her. Taking a step forward, I cornered her against the doorframe. "Why?" I sneered. "Because I'm the one providing for you. Because you eat the meat I bring back every day. I can stop eating your meat." "Too late," I interrupted her. "You've eaten my food, so you're my responsibility. In this house, I make the decisions. You don't get a choice." She was so infuriated by my domineering logic that she couldn't even speak, only gasping for air. I couldn't be bothered to argue further and turned to Lulan. Why do I smell something strange?" I instinctively looked at Xiaoling, who quickly hid behind Lulan. Lulan hurriedly spoke up. Oh, okay. We'll get to it right away. She then pulled Li Xuemei to leave. Wait, I called out to her. What now? Li Xuemei glared at me. Not your concern, I replied, turning to Lu Lan. Sister-in-law, come in for a moment. Lu Lan's mind seemed to freeze for a moment. You bastard. Don't you dare lay a finger on my sister-in-law. Li Xuemei shielded Lu Lan. Enough, you stubborn mule. Step aside, I snapped. But Lu Lan held Li Xuemei's hand. Xuemei, some things can't be avoided. No matter what kind of person Feng Zi is, he did save the three of us. He's our benefactor. Sister-in-law, no? Let me go instead. Wah. The two of them argued, but I was used to being forceful and let my mouth run unchecked. I couldn't be bothered with them anymore. Striding into the west room, I casually left the door half closed, my gaze falling on the corner of the room as I frowned. But this act of closing the door halfway seemed, in Lu Lan's eyes, to force her into a choice. Halfway, or all the way. Xuemei, listen to your sister-in-law. Lu Lan pushed Li Xuemei aside and rushed into the west room. Bang. She even shut the door firmly behind her. No. Sister-in-law, open the door. Li Xuemei pounded on the door. Xiaoling started crying too. Mom. Lu Lan slammed the door latch shut, her whole body leaning weakly against the door, her chest heaving violently as she gasped for air. Outside, Li Xuemei pounded on the door with a deafening noise. Sister-in-law, open the door. Don't do anything foolish. At worst, we'll leave. We don't have to put up with him here. Little Ling wailed, Mom. I want my mom. Lu Lan closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Leave? Where to? The heavy snow had sealed the mountain. Going out would mean certain death. I may be domineering, a good-for-nothing, but I can get meat and keep the three of them alive. In times like these, dignity is worth nothing. She took a deep breath, suddenly opened her eyes, and raised her trembling hand to the button at her collar. It took her a long time to undo the first one. Feng Zi, her voice trembled, her eyes red. I beg you, don't make things hard for Xuemei. For Xuemei. She's stubborn. The more you push her, the more she'll resist. As she spoke, she continued unbuttoning. Little Ling is still young. She can't handle being scared. As long as you don't drive us away and give us something to eat. She steeled herself. I'll do whatever you want. However you want it, I'll serve you. I stood 2 steps away, arms crossed, watching her with great interest. This woman has quite the imagination. As soon as I entered the room, I smelled that strange odor and wanted to call her in to ask about it. But instead, she rushed in, shut the door, and started undressing. Well, no harm in playing along. Lu Lan's figure was indeed flawless. Though wrapped in a bulky, tattered cotton jacket, the charm of a mature woman was something Li Xuemei, that little girl, couldn't compare to. Especially now, with her tear-streaked face and submissive demeanor, she was quite alluring. Seeing that I didn't respond, she assumed I had agreed. Resolutely, she undid all the buttons of her cotton jacket. She then yanked open her coarse inner shirt, revealing her doo-doo, which rose and fell with her breathing. The room had no fire, and the cold wind made her skin break out in goosebumps. She leaned against the door with her eyes closed, her arms hanging limply, looking resigned to her fate. After a long while, there was no movement in the room. She grew puzzled. Wasn't this man usually impatient? Had he changed today? She peeked through a slit in her eyes and met my amused gaze. I took a step forward, leaned in close, and pinched her chin with 2 fingers, lifting it to force her to look at me. Sister-in-law, are you offering yourself to me? She froze, her eyes full of confusion. Huh? What? What do you mean? A rural woman like her wouldn't understand such refined language. I didn't explain, instead stepping back and pointing to a wet patch in the corner of the room, frowning. Sister-in-law, is this your doing? Her mind was still foggy, and she opened her eyes wide. Huh. Following my finger, she saw a large damp patch on the dirt floor in the corner, emitting a faint smell of urine. Only then did she realize that I hadn't called her in for that kind of thing. Lu Lan was so embarrassed she wished she could disappear into the ground. The blush spread all the way to her neck. She hurriedly gathered her clothes, covering her chest with both hands, and shook her head repeatedly. No, it wasn't me. How could I possibly pee in the room? Then was it Xuemei? Or Little Ling? She shook her head like a rattle drum. Impossible. Xuemei is clean, and Little Ling would call me if she needed to pee. It definitely wasn't them. My expression darkened instantly. If it wasn't the 3 of them, then who else could it be? Li Dahuai's family had just moved out. It must have been the Zhao family. Can't beat me. So they resort to such despicable tricks to disgust me? My eyes narrowed slightly. Daring to cause trouble on my turf. Do they think my nickname Madman is for nothing? Lu Lan also caught on. Feng Zi, it must have been that bastard Li Jizai. He's always been pestering me, and now that you've driven him out, he's holding a grudge. I know. My voice was icy. The pounding on the door grew louder. Chen Feng, you bastard. Don't you dare touch my sister-in-law. The wooden door shook violently under the blows. I turned and yanked the door open. Li Xiaomei was about to throw a punch, but as the door opened, she couldn't stop her momentum and rushed straight in. She immediately saw Lu Lan leaning against the wall, her face flushed red, frantically buttoning up her clothes, her hair disheveled, her attire in disarray. In her eyes, this was someone who had just suffered inhumane abuse. Tears streamed down Li Xiaomei's face as she pointed at me and cursed. "You beast! You even laid hands on my sister-in-law. I'll fight you to the death." She lunged at me, clawing at my face. I didn't move. When she got close, I grabbed her wrist and gently twisted it. "Ah!" she cried out. In pain, forced to turn halfway around, her back to me as I restrained her. "Why are you wailing like someone died?" I interrupted her. "Don't you know what I'm capable of?" I let go of her wrist, cast a cold glance, said nothing more, and turned to stride out of the west room. Crossing the main hall, I yanked the front door open. Bang! The door slammed shut with such force that dust fell from the doorframe. Inside, only Xiaoling's frightened cries remained. "Mom, I'm scared," Xiaoling sobbed, her face covered in snot and tears. Lu Lan crouched down, pulling her into her arms and gently patting her back. "Xiaoling, be good. Don't be scared. Mom's here." While she comforted the child with her words, her own heart was pounding in her throat. The scene just now, she had never been so humiliated in her life. Her buttons were completely undone, her undergarment exposed, and she had closed her eyes, bracing herself for what was to come. But instead, he had simply pointed to the corner of the room and asked who had peed there. If word of this got out, she might as well find a rope and hang herself. A widow for 3 years, she usually felt uneasy even speaking a few extra words to the men in the village. Yet today, she had taken the initiative to undress in front of a scoundrel. But what choice did she have? The heavy snow had sealed off the mountain, leaving them without food or drink. I was their only hope. Li Xiaomei glanced at the tightly shut door of the main hall, making sure I had truly left, before turning to look at Lu Lan. What she saw left her stunned. Her sister-in-law's clothes were wide open, her shirt torn, exposing a large expanse of fair skin. Her hair was disheveled. She looked as if she had just been severely mistreated. She hurried over to help Lu Lan straighten her clothes, her voice trembling with tears. "Sister-in-law, what happened? Did that beast lay hands on you?" Lu Lan was so ashamed she wanted to disappear. While wiping Xiaoling's tears, she stammered. No, he didn't touch me." "He didn't touch you? Then what's with your clothes?" Li Xiaomei clearly didn't believe her. "Did he threaten you with Xiaoling?" "I knew it. He insisted on having this room, just to do something so vile." Lu Lan was so anxious she stomped her foot, but the more she explained, the worse it sounded. She gritted her teeth and pointed to the puddle in the corner. "Really, no? He called me in just to ask who made that puddle." Li Xiaomei followed her gaze and frowned. Who did this? It must have been Li Jizai and his lot, trying to disgust us on purpose," Lu Lan sighed. Li Xiaomei still felt something was off. "Then why did you start unbuttoning your clothes when he asked about that?" Lu Lan froze mid-motion. Twisting the hem of her clothes, she hesitated for a long time before finally steeling herself and whispering. "I misunderstood. I thought he called me in because he wanted to. As long as he gave us something to eat and didn't drive us out, I just undid them myself." After saying this, she turned her back to Li Xiaomei in shame, not daring to look at her. Li Xiaomei stared at her sister-in-law's trembling back, stunned. Her sister-in-law undid her own buttons? How was that possible? Her sister-in-law was such a proper person, she couldn't even comfortably talk to men. It had to be that bastard Qin Feng forcing her. He must have used some despicable means to threaten her, and she, to protect herself and Xiaoling, had no choice but to say this. Yes, that must be it. That beast wasn't satisfied with taking her own body. Now he wouldn't even spare her sister-in-law. He was utterly devoid of humanity. Just as the oppressive atmosphere in the West Room reached its peak, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the courtyard. "Brother Feng, Grandpa Feng, let go of me." It really wasn't me. It was Li Jiming's voice, tinged with sobs and terror. The courtyard gate was pushed open. "Shut the hell up. Get your ass inside," my angry voice roared. Earlier, as I walked along the dirt road toward the Li family, I spotted Li Jiming at the alley entrance. Perfect. I'd found someone to vent my anger on. I dragged him all the way here, but he clung to the doorframe, refusing to go in. "Brother Feng, I really didn't do anything. Please spare me." I kicked him in the backside and shoved the main hall door open. Bang! Li Xiaomei and Lu Lan jumped in fright, quickly shielding Xiaoling behind them and peeking toward the main hall. They saw me with a dark expression, gripping Li Jiming by the back of his collar. Like dragging a dead dog, I hauled him into the main hall. He clung to the doorframe with both hands, pleading incessantly. "Brother Feng, I was wrong. I really didn't do anything. Please let me go." I ignored him completely and dragged him straight into the West Room. Lu Lan and Li Xuemei were so terrified they pressed themselves against the wall, not daring to make a sound. I dragged him to the corner of the wall where the urine stain was. Lick it clean. Li Jiming lay on the ground and finally burst into tears. Grandpa Feng, please spare me. It really wasn't me. He lay on the ground, his face smeared with snot and tears, his hands desperately pressing against the floor as he strained to tilt his head back, terrified of touching the foul-smelling puddle. I pressed my right foot on his back, pushing him down. Bring some water. I turned my head and instructed Li Xuemei and Lu Lan. This time, Li Xuemei was unusually obedient, not uttering a single word of protest. She walked to the water jar outside. The weather was so cold that a thick layer of ice had formed on the surface. She used a gourd ladle to break through the ice, scooped out half a basin of water, and brought it in. The water still had floating ice shards, clinking with a crisp sound. I glanced at the water, then at Xiao Ling, who was shivering behind Lu Lan. Take Xiao Ling out for a walk. The scene was too filthy, and Xiao Ling was only 4 years old. Seeing this might give her nightmares. Lu Lan quickly nodded, picked up Xiao Ling, and pulled Li Xuemei along as they headed out. The two of them left the main room, closed the door behind them, and retreated to the courtyard gate. There were only 2 people left in the room, me and Li Jiming. Brother Feng, Grandpa Feng. The kid felt the pressure under my foot growing heavier, making it hard for him to breathe. He started wailing at the top of his lungs. It really wasn't me. It was my brother. That bastard Li Zichai did it. He was jealous that you took this house, so he secretly peed here while moving things. I even tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. To save himself, he sold out his own brother completely. I sneered coldly and pressed down harder with my foot. I don't care which one of you pissed here. Right now, I only see you. Your brother ran off, so you're taking the blame. Clean it up. Brother Feng, it's filthy, he said, his face full of despair. Filthy. I bent down, grabbed the back of his collar, and shoved him down hard. His face slammed directly into the puddle of muddy water, and I rubbed it back and forth. Ugh. He started dry heaving on the spot. I didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. Grabbing his face, I rubbed it in the mess a couple more times. His face, chin, and neck were all smeared with mud. Still think it's filthy now. I let go of him. He lay on the ground, shaking his head repeatedly, tears and snot mixing with the muddy water as they dripped down. He couldn't even utter a word. I pointed to the basin of icy water. Clean it up. If there's even a trace of smell left, I'll shove your head into the latrine and make you drink your fill. With that, I splashed 2 ladles of water at him. He didn't dare say a word of protest and started wiping with his sleeve. But the more he wiped, the worse it got. Use snow to clean it. I barked. He scrambled out of the main room, crawling and stumbling, and began frantically scooping up snow from the piles in the yard. He brought back handfuls of clean snow and spread it over the muddy water. The snow absorbed the moisture and masked the smell. He ran back and forth 3 or 4 times, first using snow to soak up the mess in the corner, then throwing the dirty snow outside. Finally, he carefully wiped the floor with icy water. His hands were swollen and red from the cold, looking like 2 giant radishes, and his whole body was trembling uncontrollably. At the courtyard gate, Lu Lan was holding Xiao Ling, with Li Xuemei standing beside her. The two of them watched through the open door as Li Jiming ran back and forth between the snowy yard and the main room like a dog, completely subdued by me, not daring to make a single sound. Li Xuemei pressed her lips together, unable to say a word. See that? Lu Lan leaned close to her ear and lowered her voice. That's what it means to have power. Anyone else in the village, who would dare treat the Li family like this? Li Xuemei remained silent. Lu Lan sighed. Xuemei, I know you feel wronged, but look at the world we live in. The mountains are sealed with snow, and every family is tightening their belts, waiting to starve. Do you think reasoning with people works? Li Dahuai occupied our house for 2 years. Did we win by reasoning with him? Li Xuemei shook her head. Exactly. Only someone as ruthless as Fengzi can stand his ground and survive in this famine. Lu Lan glanced at my back inside the room, a strange glint in her eyes. He's domineering, rough, but he's got guts. He can get meat, take back the house. What's more important than that? She paused. Think about it. Fengzi could have just pulled up his pants and denied everything after taking your body, leaving the 3 of us to starve. But he didn't. He kept us, gave us meat to eat, and even offended the Li family and the team leader for us. That shows he has principles. He's a real man. Li Xuemei's mind was a mess. From the despair of being deceived, to the fullness of eating wild chicken, to today, when I forcefully took back the house. I was a bastard, but I was also their only support now. When she had nowhere else to turn and came to me to trade for food, the process was humiliating. But the result turned out to be the right choice. Without me, Xiao Ling would have starved to death long ago. To death long ago. The hatred and resistance in her heart had unknowingly dissipated by more than half. In the west room, Li Jiming finally finished cleaning the corner. He wiped his face with his frozen, stiff hand and stood up, trembling. Brother Foam, it's clean now. There's no smell at all. Can I go now? I walked over and looked down. It was indeed clean, even the dirt smoothed out. I turned and sneered. Go? Go where? His legs gave out, and he almost knelt again. Brother Foam, what more do you want? I really cleaned it up. Yeah, I know, I suddenly said. Now I'm going to piss on you, then splash some water to rinse it off. How about that? He opened his mouth, but was at a loss for words. Cursed Li Jizai in my heart. Get out here. I took the lead, and he sniffled as he hurried to follow. When we reached the yard, Lu Lan and Li Shuamei quickly stepped aside. Fengzi, where are you going? Lu Lan couldn't help but ask. Light the Kong, cut half a pound of rabbit meat, and make soup while you wait for me, I said, continuing to walk out. Li Jiming followed behind with his head down, too ashamed to face anyone. Lu Lan watched my back, her eyes shining. The dirt road in the village was completely covered by heavy snow. Li Jiming walked ahead, holding a lump of black, muddy stuff in his hands. Mud scraped from the corner of a wall, mixed with his brother Li Jizai's urine, emitting a pungent stench. His hands were red and swollen from the cold, his fingers long since numb, yet he didn't dare to change his posture. I followed 2 steps behind him, silent and without urging. It was cold, and every household was huddled indoors for the winter. Not a soul could be seen on the road. When we reached the earthen house, I stopped. Knock on the door. His hands were occupied, so he could only lift his foot and kick the wooden door twice. Who is it? Are you trying to kill me? Li Jizai's grumbling voice came from inside. It's me, Li Jiming shouted at the top of his lungs. The wooden door opened a crack, and Li Jizai poked half his head out. Where have you been? Dad was just looking for you. His words got stuck in his throat. He first noticed his younger brother, covered in mud and holding a lump of black sludge. Then his gaze lifted and met mine. I looked at him with a faint smile. His scalp tingled, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Run. That was the only thought in his mind. He abruptly stepped back, grabbing the door to slam it shut. I raised my leg and kicked the door. Bang! The door slammed against his shoulder, sending him stumbling back and landing on his rear. I strode into the house. Li Jiming, clutching the urine-soaked mud, hunched his shoulders and followed me inside. What do you want? Li Jizai scrambled backward on all fours, his voice trembling uncontrollably. This is my house. Don't do anything crazy. I took 2 steps forward, bent down, and grabbed his collar, yanking him up like a chick. Let me go? Help! He struggled desperately. I twisted my wrist to hold him in place, then drove my left knee upward, striking him squarely in the stomach. Ugh! His eyes bulged, and he curled up like a boiled shrimp, clutching his stomach, unable to make a sound. I flung him down at Li Jiming's feet. Dad! Mom! Help me! He gasped for air, lying on the ground and wailing like a slaughtered pig. The door to the inner room was pushed open, and Li Dahuai and Wang Hohat rushed out, barely wearing their shoes. Oh my heavens! Wang Hohat wailed when she saw her eldest son writhing on the ground and her youngest son covered in mud. She slapped her thighs and rushed forward to help. I stepped forward to block her. She froze in fear, pointing at me and cursing, Chen Feng, you damn scoundrel. Taking our house wasn't enough. Now you're here to cause trouble. Do you even know the law? Li Dahuai trembled with rage. Chen Feng, we've already handed over the house to you. Why won't you let it go? If you push us too far, I'll report you to the commune. I didn't even spare the old couple a glance. I turned to Li Jiming. Hold out your hands. My voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable force. He shivered, glanced at his brother lying on the ground, then at his parents, and finally met my eyes. Without hesitation, he stretched his hands forward and opened them. The lump of black mud, mixed with urine and melted snow, was fully displayed to everyone. The stench quickly filled the cramped living room. Li Dahuai's brows furrowed deeply, and Wang Hohat covered her nose. What is this? Li Dahuai asked, his face full of confusion. I ignored him, bent down, and grabbed the back of Li Jizai's head, lifting him with force. What are you doing? Let me go. He flailed his hands wildly. I pressed his head down with one hand and dragged him in front of Li Jiming. You like urinating in other people's houses, don't you? Clean up your own mess. That's the rule. He instantly understood, his face turning pale with terror. He desperately tried to pry my hand off his wrist. I won't eat it. I was wrong. Brother Feng, I'll never do it again. Dad, save me. Li Dahuai finally snapped out of it and rushed forward to pull me away. Chen Feng, killing someone is one thing, but this is too much. Don't go overboard. I turned my head sharply, my gaze slicing across his face like a knife. Stay put. Those 4 words nailed him to the spot, his legs unable to take another step. Wang Hohat was so frightened she forgot to cry, covering her mouth and trembling. I tightened my grip on my wrist. Li Jitsai clenched his mouth tightly, his head shaking frantically. I grabbed his chin with my left hand and pinched hard. He winced in pain, his mouth opening uncontrollably. My right hand pressed down, splat. His face slammed solidly into that pile of urine-soaked mud. Some of it slid into his throat through his open mouth. I let go and stepped back. He jerked his head up, his entire face covered in black muck, muddy water dripping from his chin, and strange gurgling sounds coming from his throat. Ugh! The acid from his stomach mixed with coarse food surged up, and he braced himself on the ground, vomiting loudly. The sour stench mingled with the smell of urine, spreading throughout the main room. He vomited so violently it seemed to tear at his insides, his face smeared with tears and snot, almost bringing up bile. Li Jiming cowered in the corner, clutching his head with both hands, not daring to look at his brother, terrified that he might be next. Li Dahuai looked at his eldest son in this pitiful state, his heart aching with every breath. He had always cared about saving face and was a respected figure in Kaoshan village. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Pointing a trembling finger at me, he shouted, "You're going too far." I didn't even blink, turning my head to glare at him fiercely. The cold intensity in my eyes sent a shiver down his spine. His finger quivered, and he quickly lowered his hand. Me going too far? Huh. I let out a bitter laugh, seething with anger. Li Dahuai, your precious son came into my house and urinated on my floor. I made him eat what he did himself. That's only fair. That's only fair. How does that make me the bully in your story? Li Dahuai's face turned beet red. He opened his mouth, but couldn't muster a single word for a long time. He knew he was in the wrong. You could have just punished him, given him a beating or something. But making him eat that filth, you're trying to kill him, wailed Wang Ho hot, slapping her thigh and crying out. I sneered. A beating? I wouldn't dirty my hands. If the Li family likes to play dirty, then I'll play along to the end. With that, I turned my head, my gaze passing over Li Dahuai to the east room, the place where the old couple slept. I walked straight toward it. Li Dahuai's heart sank. He quickly took a big step forward, spreading his arms to block the doorway. What are you trying to do? This is my house. Don't you dare. I didn't even pause, walking right up to him and bumping him aside with my shoulder. His frail old body couldn't withstand the impact. He stumbled to the side, his back slamming heavily against the wall. I stepped over the threshold into the east room. It was warmer inside, with the heated brick bed radiating heat. The bed was covered with a tattered mat, and at the head of it were quilts patched over and over again. I pushed the quilts aside. One shouldn't go too far, and then climbed onto the bed, placing my hands on my waistband. Li Dahuai peeked in and gasped sharply. He finally understood. I was about to urinate on the bed where the old couple slept. Chen Feng, don't you dare. His eyes turned bloodshot as he grabbed a door bar from the corner. If you dare cause trouble in this house today, I'll fight you to the death with this old life of mine. Seeing her husband grab a weapon, Wang Hohot panicked too. She rushed into the outer room, grabbed a rusty kitchen knife, and joined him at the doorway. The old couple, one holding a wooden stick and the other a knife, stood trembling in the doorway, ready to fight. I didn't even turn my head, pulling at my waistband with both hands. With a ripping sound, the coarse cloth belt came undone. The commotion was too loud. Li Jitsai's earlier screams had already alerted the neighbors. With the heavy snow sealing the mountain, the villagers were bored out of their minds. Hearing that something was happening at the Li family's house, they threw on their tattered cotton-padded jackets and rushed over. Aunt Zhou was the fastest. She had received a gift of rabbit offal from me and saw this as her chance to show her loyalty. Oh my, what's going on? Is the Li family slaughtering pigs? She hollered as she barged into the courtyard. Behind her came a group of women, widows from the village, and a few men with their hands stuffed in their sleeves. They poured into the main room, filling it to the brim. When they looked inside, everyone gasped. On the floor, Li Jitsai's face was covered in black mud, his eyes rolling back as he vomited sour-smelling bile all around him. In the corner, Li Jiming was curled up like a quail, trembling. At the doorway to the east room, the old couple stood with a wooden stick and a kitchen knife, looking ready to risk their lives. And inside the east room, I was standing on the edge of the heated bed, my hands pulling at my waistband, my pants hanging loosely around my hips. Oh my goodness! Widow Zhang quickly covered her eyes, but her fingers spread wide, her eyes peeking through. This crazy Chun is taking off his pants in broad daylight. Does he have no shame? A few women turned their heads, but they couldn't help muttering under their breath, swallowing hard. Fengzi's arms, so long and thick. Fengzi, let's talk this out. Li Dahuai's voice was dry and trembling, his wooden stick lowering slightly. What Jitsai did was wrong. Let's discuss this calmly. Don't do anything rash. Wang Hohot, holding a kitchen knife, initially intended to make a scene, but seeing her husband already backing down and then looking at my fearless demeanor, she swallowed the curses that were about to come out and only let out a few heavy breaths from her throat. I turned my back on them, completely ignoring Li Dahuai's pleas for mercy. Discuss? I came here today to set the rules. And with so many people present, it's perfect. I raised my hand slightly and lifted my head. Splash. The sound of water was particularly loud in the quiet room. Oh my goodness. A widow exclaimed dramatically, her eyes wide and fixed on the east room, her mouth agape as if it could fit a banana. Several wives quickly turned their heads, muttering, what a sin, and can't bear to look. But their necks stretched long, and their eyes darted toward the Kong bed. This Fengzi usually looks so skinny, but his assets. Aunt Zhou swallowed hard and muttered in a low voice. Exactly, like a door bar. Another wife replied, blushing. The men behind me, who initially wanted to see me make a fool of myself, leaned forward for a look, and their expressions turned awkward. One by one, they lowered their heads and cursed under their breath. Beast. Ah, satisfying. I exhaled deeply. Li Dahuai was so furious that his vision darkened, his body swayed, and he nearly collapsed. Wang Hohot completely lost it. That was their quilt for winter. You heartless scoundrel. I'll fight you to the death, she screamed, her eyes bloodshot, and charged in with a kitchen knife. I packed up my things and turned to give her a cold glance. Think carefully. Your Li family started this. It was Li Jizai who first came to my room and urinated. What I'm doing is just giving him a taste of his own medicine. If you dare to attack me with that knife, the nature of this will change. Wang Hohot froze under my gaze. Li Dahuai snapped out of it, threw away the wooden stick, and grabbed her waist tightly, dragging her back. Are you crazy? Put the knife down. This life is unbearable, she struggled, wildly swinging the knife. Do you want to embarrass us even more? Li Dahuai gritted his teeth and whispered harshly in her ear. If you kill him, the whole family will end up in jail. Everyone in the village saw the disgraceful thing Jizai did. Just accept it. At the mention of jail, Wang Hohot's strength drained away, and the kitchen knife clattered to the ground. She slumped onto the doorstep, slapping her thighs and wailing loudly. I jumped down from the Kong bed, clapped my hands, and swaggered out. Li Dahuai quickly pulled Wang Hohot aside to make way, not daring to utter a word. The villagers in the main room scattered to both sides, squeezing out a path. Their gazes toward me had completely changed. They used to see me as a good-for-nothing, but now they realized I was an untouchable living demon. The Li family, known for their numbers and influence in Kaoshan village, had been subdued by me alone today, without a single one daring to fight back. I walked straight out of the courtyard without looking sideways. As I passed the widow, she suddenly leaned forward, her body intentionally or unintentionally brushing against mine. I raised an eyebrow, trying to steal something. Huh? Bold move. I stopped and turned to look at her. She showed no guilt, instead puffing out her chest, throwing me a flirtatious glance, and whispering, Fengzi, you seem quite fiery. How about I help you cool down someday? I shook my head, ignored her, and walked straight out of the courtyard. At this moment, no one dared to provoke me. Oh dear, I left water boiling on the stove at home. Aunt Zhou was the first to find an excuse to leave. Yes, my husband is waiting for dinner. Let's go, it's freezing out here. Several people quickly made their escape. The widow was the last to leave. Before stepping out, she glanced back at the Kong bed. Her cheeks flushed, muttered, what a beast, and swayed her hips as she walked away. In less than half a minute, the Li family's main room, which had been packed full, was completely emptied. The room returned to a deathly silence. Later, I heard that Li Jizai was still lying on the ground, vomiting bile, while Li Jiming curled up in a corner, clutching his head, not daring to breathe. Li Dahuai looked at his eldest son, rage surging to his head, and grabbed the door bar. What are you doing, old man? Wang Hohot had just gotten up. What am I doing? I'm going to beat this troublemaking beast to death today. Bang. The stick landed heavily on Li Jizai's back. Ouch. Had enough of vomiting? I'm asking you, have you had enough of vomiting? The stick rained down like a storm. Father, stop hitting me. It hurts. Why are you hitting me? I'm hitting you, you brainless fool. I warned you 1,000 times not to provoke that lunatic, and you ignored me? You just had to go and pee in his house. Are you tired of living? Li Jizai had taken several hits, his bones feeling like they were about to fall apart. He suddenly raised his head, his face covered in mud and water, and shouted, If you're so angry, why didn't you hit that lunatic earlier? He's been trampling all over our family, defecating on our heads, peeing on your bed, and you didn't even dare to fart in protest. Now you're taking it out on me. These words struck Li Dahuai right in the chest. His old face turned purple red, and the hand holding the stick trembled. You dare talk back? You ungrateful son. I'll beat you to death today. You've disgraced the entire Li family. Thud. Another blow landed on his leg. Fatherly love is as solid as a mountain. Back at my new courtyard, in the outer room, Flames from the stove licked the bottom of the pot. Lulan stood by the stove, holding a gourd ladle, lost in thought. The water in the pot had long since boiled, and the aroma of rabbit meat wafted up with the steam, tickling the nose. But she didn't notice it at all. Her mind was filled with what had just happened in the West Room. She had unbuttoned her cotton jacket completely, even pulled open her shirt, closed her eyes, and waited for me to act. But all I did was ask who had made the puddle of water in the corner. Embarrassing. So embarrassing. But aside from the embarrassment, there was a feeling in her heart she couldn't quite describe. When I had grabbed her chin and said, "Offering yourself," she didn't know many words and didn't understand what it meant, but it sounded like something from a play about men and women. This Fengzi, who usually seemed so rough, how could he come up with such a phrase? Sister-in-law? Sister-in-law. Li Xuemei squatted by the stove, calling out several times. Lu Lan's hand trembled, and the ladle almost fell into the pot. Huh? What is it? It's time to add salt. What are you thinking about? Oh, adding salt. Lu Lan hurriedly sprinkled some salt into the pot, stirred it twice, and that surge of emotion rose again in her heart. She turned to look at Xuemei. Xuemei, she lowered her voice. If you really don't want to serve Fengzi, let me do it. Clang. The ladle in Xuemei's hand fell to the ground. Sister-in-law, what nonsense are you talking about? She panicked and grabbed Lu Lan's arm. I'm not talking nonsense. I've figured it out these past few days. Fengzi seems to be a reasonable person. All he wants is a woman. I'm a widow. My reputation doesn't matter anymore. As long as I can protect you in Shaoling, I'll do anything. No, absolutely not. Xuemei's eyes turned red, but she held back her tears. Sister-in-law, you're crazy. He's nothing but a beast. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. I entered the room with a chill, brushed the snow off my shoulders, and closed the door tightly. Lu Lan felt a bit uneasy. Fengzi, is everything okay with the Li family? It's fine. I walked to the stove to warm myself and glanced at the pot. Is it ready? I'm starving. It's ready, it's ready. I'll set the table now. Dinner was very quiet. Tonight, there was an extra dish, 1 pound of boiled rabbit meat. I ate half a pound by myself and drank 2 bowls of soup. The remaining bits of meat and soup were shared among the 3 of them. It was much better than yesterday. They were very content. After eating, I went straight back to the East Room. In the outer room, Lu Lan and Xuemei washed the dishes by the firelight. Xuemei stacked the bowls, glanced at the tightly closed door of the East Room, and leaned over to grab Lu Lan's hand. Sister-in-law, don't do anything foolish. Xuemei, I truly care about you. But your temper is too fiery, and Fengzi is like a mule that needs to be handled gently. If you two keep clashing, you'll suffer sooner or later. I'll take the suffering. Xuemei's eyes filled with tears, but they didn't fall. I've already been defiled. For your sake, I don't care. But you can't. You're my brother's lawfully wedded wife, and Shaoling still calls you mother. I can't let you sacrifice yourself. If you really go through with it, I'll never be able to face my brother, even in death. Lu Lan's heart ached, and she gripped Xuemei's frostbitten hand tightly. Xuemei, you've grown up. Since you've accepted this fate, don't act recklessly anymore. Xuemei wiped her tears and softly murmured, The night deepened. The village of Kaoshan Tun was completely silent, with only the howling of the northern wind. The east room was unlit, pitch black. The heated Kong was very warm. I had just returned from the yard, hiding the leftover meat to prevent theft. Sitting on the edge of the Kong to warm myself, I began to think. Today went smoothly. The Li family brats were thoroughly subdued. But the anger had risen, and tonight, it had to be vented. I turned my head toward the end of the Kong. Xuemei was curled up in the corner, without even a blanket, her back to me, motionless. But I could tell from her erratic breathing that she wasn't asleep. I took off my shoes and climbed onto the Kong, looking at her. Take off your clothes. I'm going to have you. Her body trembled slightly, and her breathing grew heavier. After a few seconds of no movement, I added, What? Do I have to do it myself? The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. I'll do it myself. She finally spoke, slowly arching her body and gripping her collar, moving as if to stall for time. I watched for a while, and instead of feeling impatient, I found it amusing. Getting up, I grabbed a match and lit the last remaining tallow lamp. The room was instantly bathed in a dim yellow glow. She hurriedly covered her chest. Why act all high and mighty? It's not like I haven't seen it before. I want to see you. She clearly hadn't expected this move from me, utterly flustered. The west room was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Lu Lan lay on the Kong, covered with the only tattered quilt they had, holding the sleeping Xiao Ling in her arms. This room had just been reclaimed, and though it had been cleaned, she still felt there was an unshakable stench lingering in the air. But that stench was nothing compared to the sounds coming from outside. Oh, one sound after another, piercingly loud in the dead of night. like a dull saw scraping back and forth across her heart. Xuemei. She must be in so much pain, right? That was her sister-in-law, the person closest to her in the world besides Xiaoling. 3 years ago, when her husband and in-laws passed away, it was just her and Xuemei, two women supporting each other in the icy wilderness, keeping Xiaoling from starving to death. But now, Xuemei was in the next room, suffering for the sake of her and her daughter's survival. I'm such a worthless person. Lulan cursed herself, but as she cursed, her thoughts began to drift. Her mind was filled with images of me from earlier in the day. In the moment, I grabbed her chin and said, "Offer yourself to me." Her whole body felt restless, as if a fire was burning in her bones. This feeling hadn't surfaced in the 3 years since her husband's death. The sounds outside grew louder, the howling wind never ceasing. Lulan's body stiffened, feeling like a sneaky voyeur, ashamed to the point of wanting to disappear, yet her ears betrayed her, straining to listen. She even began to wonder, if it were her lying on the Kong in the East Room, how would I treat her? Would I be as rough as I was with Xuemei? Or would I be a bit gentler because she was the sister-in-law? Slap. She gave herself a hard slap across the face. Lulan, you're so shameless. Are you even human? Xuemei is suffering in your place. And here you are thinking such indecent thoughts. How could you face your late husband? How could you face Xuemei calling you sister-in-law? But the more she suppressed it, the stronger the desire grew. She felt as if she were splitting in two. One half a proper widow, desperately trying to pull her back to her senses. The other half a woman yearning to be possessed, screaming wildly, urging her to rush over and take Xuemei's place. Just then, the little Xiaoling in her arms stirred. Mom. Xiaoling opened her eyes, her voice drowsy and tinged with fear. Lulan was startled and quickly comforted her. It's okay, Mom's here. Go back to sleep. Xiaoling didn't close her eyes, tilting her little head to listen for a moment, then suddenly asked in a small voice, Mom, I think I hear Auntie crying out in pain. Is Uncle Feng hitting Auntie? Lulan's heart leapt into her throat, and she quickly covered Xiaoling's ears, her voice trembling. No, no. Uncle Feng is just helping Annie with her bones, treating her. That's why it hurts. Go to sleep, don't listen. Xiaoling sensibly nodded and snuggled into her arms. Mom, Uncle Feng is really nice. He even helped Annie with her bones. If only he could help you too, then you wouldn't be so tired. Lulan swallowed hard, thinking to herself how unfair life was. This isn't something you can just do casually. Go to sleep. Oh, after much effort coaxing Xiaoling to sleep, Lulan found herself unable to fall asleep. The wind outside kept blowing, showing no signs of stopping. An hour later, Lulan clutched her chest, her breathing completely erratic. What was going on with the wind outside? Why was it blowing for so long? She was utterly bewildered, her worldview turned upside down. Could something like this last this long? What kind of strange weather was this? After a while, whoosh. The wind outside finally stopped. Lulan felt a pang of heartache for her sister-in-law. If she could, she would willingly bear this pain for her sister-in-law. At dawn the next day, as the sky began to lighten, Lulan lay wide awake, staring blankly at the dark ceiling. Her eyes were bloodshot, and dark circles ringed her eyes. She hadn't slept at all last night. She got off the Kong quietly. The outer room was chilly. She scooped half a ladle of water into the pot, struck a match, and worked the bellows. Once the water was hot, she placed the leftover bowl of meat soup from yesterday on the wooden rack above the pot to warm it up. I had mentioned last night that I'd be heading into the mountains to hunt this morning, and the meat soup was for me to drink. Before long, the door to the east room creaked open, and I walked out. Fengzi, you're up. I stretched lazily, my bones cracking audibly. I was full of energy, with no trace of fatigue on my face, exuding a wild vitality as if I'd eaten and drunk my fill. Yeah. I walked to the stove and sniffed. Is the soup warm? It's warm. She quickly brought out the half bowl of soup and handed it over. I took it and tilted my head back, gulping it down in a few swigs, leaving half of it untouched. Ah, satisfying. I turned to look at her, raising an eyebrow. What's with your eyes? Didn't sleep well last night? Is the west room drafty? Lulan's heart skipped a beat, and her face flushed red. She couldn't possibly admit that she had spent the whole night eavesdropping and was too restless to sleep. No drafts, she stammered, trying to cover up. It's just that it's a new house, and I'm not used to it yet. I kept tossing and turning and couldn't sleep well. I didn't think much of it, testing the string on my hunting bow, tucking the slingshot into my chest, and grabbing the sack. I'm heading into the mountains. I walked out the door. Lulan watched me until I disappeared into the distance before closing the door. She then returned to the stove, staring at the remaining bowl of meat soup, swallowing hard. She slowly picked it up, her gaze fixed on the spot where the liquid shimmered. Here. This was where Fengzi had just drunk from. I left the yard and walked along the village road. I hadn't gone far when someone approached me. Zhou Hong, Brother Feng. He came closer and called out to me. I glanced at him, shivering all over. Frozen all night. No, not too long. He sniffled, clearly freezing, but his spirits were surprisingly high. Brother Feng, those moves you taught me really work. I tucked my hands into my sleeves. What did you find out? Just tell me the important parts. He stepped half a pace closer and lowered his voice. Last night, I crouched by the back wall of Zhao Fuliang's house for half the night and heard something big. He's got a weapon. I paused. A gun. Exactly. An old-style black powder hunting rifle, single barrel, the kind that shoots iron pellets. I frowned. A homemade gun. It's a bit beneath the dignity of a team leader. But having one is better than nothing. The wild beasts in the mountains are fiercer than people. My hunting bow is fine for pheasants and small deer, but if I ran into a big wild boar, a large stag, or even a wolf, it wouldn't stand a chance. With a homemade gun, I'd feel more secure going deep into the mountains. And if I bagged a big catch, we could eat well for a long time. You're sure? Absolutely. He patted his chest. Last night, that scrawny Zhao Yuhua was complaining about eating pickled vegetables every day with no meat and was clamoring to take the gun into the mountains to hunt. Zhao Fuliang scolded him, saying he didn't have the skills to hunt. Makes sense. Without skills, even a good gun is useless in the mountains. You'd just end up drinking Mengpo's soup. Did you figure out where the gun's hidden? He scratched his head. Not exactly. Zhao Fuliang is very cautious. He doesn't even let his son touch it. I'm guessing it's either in the chest in the east room or the cellar. I didn't respond. A homemade gun, and he's making such a big deal out of it? Could it be a better gun? Or is it that guns are so rare in this village? How can a village by the mountains survive without guns? But thinking back, there really aren't many guns here. What's going on? Brother Feng, what should we do? He probed when I didn't speak. How about I sneak into his cellar tonight to take a look? Do you have a death wish? I shot him a glance. Zhao Fuliang's courtyard wall is taller than others. If you climb in with your build and get caught, they'll slap you with a charge of stealing collective property. They could beat you to death on the spot, and no one would care. He shrank back, not daring to say another word. Leave this to me. I've got it under control. I patted his shoulder. He's reliable enough. From now on, you have one job. Keep an eye on Zhao Yuhua for me. Keep an eye on him? Yes. I nodded. Can you still walk? I can. Then let's go. We'll head up the mountain to gather firewood and maybe find something to eat. Got it. He eagerly followed behind. He'd do anything I said because I saved his life. Meanwhile, at the Li family courtyard, there was no one else in the house. Xiaoling was asleep in the west room, and Xuemei was quiet in the east room. Lu Lan, as if possessed, turned the bowl around and brought her lips to the spot where I had just drunk. She closed her eyes and took small sips. The warmth slid down her throat, spreading all the way to her heart. Lu Lan, oh Lu Lan, you've really lost it. She scolded herself silently, her face burning. But she couldn't bear to put the bowl down and took another sip. Does this count as? Just then, the sound of rustling clothes came from the east room. She quickly set the soup down, having only taken 2 sips. Taking a deep breath, she carried the bowl to the door of the east room. Knock, knock, knock. Xuemei, she called softly, suppressing her voice, and pushed the door open. The moment she saw Xuemei's face, she froze. Xuemei, why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? She placed the bowl on the edge of the Kong and reached out to feel her forehead. Xuemei flinched as if pricked by a needle, jerking back suddenly. No, no fever. She lowered her head, clutching the collar of her cotton jacket. Her voice was hoarse, as if she had screamed herself hoarse the night before. Lu Lan's hand hung awkwardly in midair. She looked at the empty Kong, no quilt. The only one they had was given to her and her daughter. Thinking of this, her heart ached. She knew exactly why her sister-in-law's face was so flushed. It was because of me. She sighed and pushed the soup forward. Drink it while it's hot. Fengzi left it for us. Note: drinking Mengpo's soup is a Chinese metaphor for dying and entering the afterlife. That as soon as she heard the words Fengzi, Xuemei's body visibly stiffened. She stared at the bowl of soup for a while without saying anything. Drink it. Xuemei took the bowl and sipped it slowly, drinking from the exact spot where Lu Lan and I had drunk. She instinctively reached out her hand, but then pulled it back. She drank about a third of it. Your body is weak. Drink more. Xuemei shook her head. Save some for you and Xiaoling. Each of you can have a little. Lu Lan looked at her with a pained expression. Everything her sister-in-law did was for her and her daughter. Last night, I wronged you. Xuemei shook her head. After a few seconds, she opened her mouth as if to speak, but then closed it again. What's wrong? I need to use the bathroom, she stammered. Last night, I had completely let go and couldn't stop. So, Lu Lan felt both embarrassed and distressed, thinking to herself how inconsiderate I had been. Xuemei had just experienced such things for the first time. How could she endure such torment? If there's an issue, it should come to me instead. Come, I'll help you. I led Zhou Heng into the mountains, one in front and one behind. Brother Feng, heading into the mountains in this heavy snow. Can we really catch anything? Zhou Heng sniffled, his voice trembling. I walked steadily ahead without looking back. Strength alone makes you a beast. To go into the mountains, you need to use your brain. Living creatures will starve if they don't find food. As long as they move, they'll leave traces. He nodded, half understanding. In his eyes, the person I was now was completely different from the loafer I used to be. After walking for a while, I suddenly stopped and raised my hand to signal him to stay quiet. He immediately held his breath, freezing in place, his eyes wide open. I pulled a slingshot from my coat, loaded a round stone, gripped the handle with my left hand, pinched the leather pouch with my right, and pulled it back sharply. The rubber band stretched taut, making a faint creaking sound. I aimed at a sparrow perched on a branch ahead, its neck tucked in for warmth. Whoosh! The sparrow fell without even making a sound. You hit it from that far? Zhou Heng stared in disbelief. Go, pick it up. He ran over eagerly. Brother Feng, look. Right in the head. He came back holding the sparrow, his face full of admiration. That very slingshot would save his life one day. For the next hour, I led him through the forest, explaining bits and pieces of the craft as we walked. See these tracks in the snow? Left by a pheasant. 3 sharp points, heading that way. This tree bark has been gnawed all around. That's a rabbit's doing. Rabbits are clever. They don't take the usual paths and prefer to dart through thickets. He listened in awe. Though he'd been in the mountains before, he'd never noticed how much there was to learn from the snow. We were lucky. Within an hour, I shot down 3 more sparrows. He followed behind, picking them up with a grin that wouldn't leave his face. Brother Feng, this luck is amazing. If we could hunt like this every day, we'd never have to worry about going hungry. Hunting depends on fate. When luck's bad, you can wander all day and not even see a feather, I said truthfully. After walking a bit further, we reached a slope. I suddenly crouched down. Shoo, don't move. Following my gaze, he saw a grayish-brown bird about 20 meters away, scratching at the snow for food under an old elm tree. It was much larger than a sparrow, round and plump, with a small crest on its head. Is that a sand grouse? His voice trembled. Yeah, thick meat. One of these is worth several sparrows. I had already drawn my slingshot. The sand grouse was cautious, scratching twice before raising its head. I patiently waited for the moment it lowered its head to scratch vigorously. Whoosh! The stone hit it square in the neck. Got it! Got it! Zhou Heng was so excited he wanted to jump, but remembered my rules and didn't shout. He ran over to retrieve it, and, following my instructions, plucked its feathers and gutted it. 2 more hours passed. I looked at the sky. It was about time. Hengzi, head down the mountain first. Gather the firewood we picked up earlier into a pile. I'll take another look around. Got it. He ran down the mountain, carrying 3 sparrows and a sand grouse. I wandered alone nearby, carefully examining the tracks in the snow. This area had a lot of shrubs, a good hiding place for animals. As I walked, a strange set of claw prints caught my attention. I crouched down to inspect them. Bird tracks, larger than those of a sand grouse, but somewhat blurred, making it hard to identify the species. However, birds are creatures of habit. It would likely return. After wandering for a while without any other gains, I went down the mountain to meet up with Zhou Heng. He had tied a large bundle of firewood to the sled, with a smaller bundle placed on top. The 2 of us, one in front and one behind, headed back to the village. As soon as we entered the village entrance, we saw a few old men squatting under a big tree, huddling their necks and rubbing their hands, basking in the faint, heatless sunlight. Hey, Fengzi's back? An old man, missing a front tooth, looked up, his cloudy eyes scanning the sled. Out gathering firewood again. With the mountains sealed by snow, only you have the strength for that. That wasn't a compliment. Firewood for the winter had long been prepared, so he was implying I was lazy. I ignored him and kept walking. After a few steps, murmurs came from a group of women. Did you see? It was him last night. Li Jitsai's mouth was full of mud. I heard he was crying miserably at the Li family's place last night. Serves him right. Who told Li Jitsai to act so shamelessly, peeing in someone else's house? But Fengzi is really tough, taking on both Li brothers by himself. I heard he was on the Kong in the East Room last night. That's stamina. Oh my. Aunt Jo talked about it half the night, saying this young man looks thin but is as strong as a bull calf. Really? Aunt Jo's mouth can spin tales out of thin air. No mistake, several women saw it. They all came back blushing. They said whoever ends up with him in the future will really be. Heh. This group of people, starving to the point of seeing stars, still had the energy to gossip about this. And they dared to make up stories about me. Bold indeed. I kept my expression unchanged. Zhou Heng, walking behind, heard everything clearly and straightened his back even more. He felt that walking with me even made his steps more confident. When we reached the gate of my new courtyard, Zhou Hong, without needing instructions, deftly untied the rope and carried the large bundle of firewood into the woodshed, stacking it neatly. I watched, somewhat satisfied. Sensible, capable, and hardworking, I'd feed him. If he weren't sensible or useful, even if I had saved him, he wouldn't get another bite from me. Take this. I handed him 2 sparrows. He held them, looking up at me. Not enough. No, no. I feel it's too much. He handed one back. One can last me a day. Take it. Stick with me, and you won't starve, but don't expect more. I spoke plainly. Just 2 bites of meat. After all the work he'd done, even giving him 3 wouldn't be too much. Thank you, Brother Feng. He expressed his gratitude and left with the small bundle of firewood. I turned and entered the house. Creak. The wooden door let out a muffled sound. Lu Lan was already at the door, opening it for me in advance, her eyes filled with urgency. Fengzi, you're back. Yeah. I stepped into the main room. The room was heated by the Kong, much warmer than outside, with a faint smell of smoke. Bang. She closed the door and quickly took my gear, putting it away while asking about my well-being. This woman knew how to manage a household, could work hard, and even provided emotional support. Not bad. Just as I turned around, Xiaoling came up with a bowl in her small hands, steam rising from it. Uncle Feng, have some hot water to warm up. After speaking, she looked at her mother, not at me. I smiled at her, took the bowl, and patted her head with my other hand. Xiaoling is such a good girl. I took a sip. This little girl's actions were clearly taught by Lu Lan. I glanced at Lu Lan and smiled as I praised her. Sister-in-law, you're really something. At those words, Lu Lan's pupils shrank. She already felt guilty under my gaze. What did Fengzi just say? That I'm really something. What did he mean by that? Was he praising me for teaching the child well, or was he complimenting the way I unbuttoned my clothes in the West Room that night? At the thought of this, she felt her face burning, too embarrassed to even glance at me. I didn't think much of it, finishing the hot water and handing the empty bowl back to Xiaoling. I ruffled her dry, yellowed hair again. Go play with your mother. Xiaoling responded crisply, holding the bowl as she ran back to Lu Lan. I tossed half a sand chicken and a sparrow onto the stove, speaking flatly. These 2 for tonight. Chop them up, add more water, and make minced meat soup. Save the 2 rabbits. Who knows when we'll catch more. All right, as you say. Lu Lan lowered her head and picked up the knife. I'll stew the minced meat until it's tender so that Xiaoling and Xuemei can have a warm bowl. She worked quickly, chopping the chicken and sparrow into fine mince and adding water to the large iron pot. I busied myself with preparing equipment for hunting. The fire in the stove burned brighter and brighter, and the pot began to bubble, releasing a rich aroma of meat that seeped into the room through the door cracks. A while later, 4 bowls of meat soup were placed on the Kong table in the West Room. Xuemei, take it slow, Lu Lan said, steadying her. Sister-in-law, I'm fine, Xuemei muttered softly, casting a sidelong glance at me. It was all my fault. Auntie, what's wrong with your leg? Does it still hurt? Xiaoling suddenly looked up, her big eyes blinking. Xuemei froze, her face instantly turning crimson, stammering. Lu Lan was also taken aback, coughing awkwardly and not daring to respond. Last night, I heard Auntie crying out in pain. Mom said it was Uncle Feng pressing on Auntie's bones to treat her. After pressing the bones, Auntie's illness got better, Xiaoling said earnestly, tilting her head. The room fell silent, so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Xuemei's face turned so red it seemed like it might drip blood. She glared at Lu Lan in shame and anger, her eyes saying, Sister-in-law, why did you make up such nonsense for the child? Lu Lan wished she could disappear into the ground. At the time, she had been caught off guard by Xiaoling's question and had blurted out a random excuse. Who would have thought the child would remember it and bring it up in front of everyone? She lowered her head, clutching her pants tightly. The corners of my mouth lifted into a faint smile. Eat, I said, picking up a bowl and sipping slowly. The hot soup warmed me from the inside out. Lu Lan and Xuemei also began eating, holding each bite in their mouths for a long time, reluctant to swallow. Xiaoling licked her bowl clean, not leaving a single speck of meat behind. Fengzi, have another bowl? There's still some in the pot, Lu Lan offered, getting up to serve more. I waved her off. Save it for tomorrow morning. In this weather, it's better to be frugal. Though called meat soup, it was really just water with a bit of minced meat, carrying a faint taste of meat. But it was still better than plain water. I got off the Kong and turned to Xuemei. Finish eating and go back to your room. Don't dawdle. Xuemei lowered her head and said nothing. Lu Lan glanced at her, thinking, tonight, will there be more bone pressing? After dinner, the sky turned completely dark. In Kaoshan village, winter nights came early, and to save kerosene, families would extinguish their lamps and crawl into bed early to hibernate through the cold. In the West Room, Lu Lan groaned as she climbed onto the Kong, rubbing her shoulders. Xiaoling, full of concern, scooted over timidly. Mom, how about I ask Uncle Feng to press your bones for you? Lulan bit her lip hard. That wasn't bone pressing, it was creating siblings for you. Oh, why did I come up with such an excuse last night? Wasn't I digging a hole for myself? But if I really let Chen Feng press my bones, would I refuse? Mom, Uncle Feng cares about me a lot. If I ask him to help you, he'll definitely agree. Xiaoling insisted, her face full of worry. Lulan's face turned bright red as she hurriedly explained, Xiaoling, don't bother Uncle Feng. He's already so tired from hunting in the mountains. We can't trouble him, understand? She had no choice but to use a second lie to cover the first. Oh, Xiaoling replied softly. Then, Mom, I'll press for you. Okay, Lulan said, lying down as Xiaoling climbed onto her back to massage her shoulders. Lulan let out a long sigh. She couldn't help but wonder if the room next door would have any bone pressing tonight. In the east room, I returned to my room, took off my coat, and lay down on the Kong. The heated Kong was warm, making my back feel toasty and comfortable. Before long, Xuemei limped in, pushing the door open. She quietly took off her coat, as if afraid of disturbing something, and climbed onto the Kong in the dark, instinctively curling up at the edge. Tonight, would she be bullied again? Sure enough, I moved closer. A large hand naturally reached out, wrapping around her waist. With a firm pull, she fell into my arms. Her heart pounded like a drum, her mind buzzing. Instinctively, she wanted to struggle, but I held her tightly. Her resistance gradually weakened, and she could only let me hold her. I rested my chin on the top of her head. It felt so comfortable. There was no blanket in the room. The two of us pressed tightly together, relying on each other's body heat to stay warm. Xuemei slowly closed her eyes, already prepared to be tormented by this beast for another night. Come on. For Xiaoling, for my sister-in-law, what does this bit of suffering matter? I held her, not making a move. My breathing gradually slowed. I was truly exhausted. The past 2 days had been too chaotic, and all I wanted was a good night's sleep. I didn't care what Li Xuemei was thinking. It was only later that I learned. After I fell asleep that night, she lay there with her eyes open, staring at me for half the night. Her mind was in turmoil. If she thought I was bad, well, I had indeed taken her by force and my words could be sharp. But if she thought I was good, in these famine years, I had managed to bring home meat and grain. And I even left the family's only quilt for her sister-in-law and Xiaoling. She couldn't figure out what kind of person I was. Later, she buried her head in my arms and fell asleep too. She said my embrace was warm, like a furnace, giving her a sense of security she had never felt before. At dawn, I opened my eyes. The person in my arms was still asleep. I carefully pulled my arm out, and she woke up with a start, shrinking back and lowering her head to adjust her clothes. She didn't curse at me. After last night, she had resigned herself quite a bit. I got up and left the room. The fire in the stove was burning strong, and Lulan was standing by the stove adding water. Fengzi, you're up. She brought over a bowl of hot meat soup. Leftovers from last night. Drink it while it's hot. I gulped it down in a few swigs, feeling warmth spread through my body. We're almost out of salt, she reminded softly. If you're working, you won't have strength without salt. I set the bowl down, leaving half of it. Got it. You're heading to the mountain again today. Be careful. She walked me to the door and bolted it after I left. What happened next I only heard about later. She stared at that half bowl of meat soup for a few seconds, then picked it up and gently sipped from the spot where I had drunk. When she looked up, she saw Li Xuemei standing at the door of the east room. Lulan was so startled, like a thief caught red-handed, that she quickly put the bowl down. I'm going to check on Xiaoling. She darted into the west room and slammed the door shut. Li Xuemei stood there, stunned, not understanding what had gotten into her sister-in-law. I trudged through the thick snow toward the southern mountain. The snow reached my ankles, making it hard to walk. I took long strides, and it took me an hour to reach the forest. I didn't go deep into the woods. Following the marks I had made yesterday, I found the slope with the wild fruit trees. Under an old elm tree, I spotted a trail of bird tracks. 3-toed prints, narrow at the front and wide at the back, with closely spaced steps, short legs, often walking on the ground. Next to the tracks was a patch of snow that had been dug up, exposing dry grass. I picked up a bit of soil. It was still soft, not frozen solid. The bird hadn't left long ago, or it came here often. Birds have fixed routes when foraging, so it would definitely return today. I found a snow pit sheltered from the wind, packed down the loose snow, and broke off a few leafy branches to conceal myself. The cold crept up my pant legs. I tucked my hands into my sleeves and regulated my breathing. Hunting is all about patience. Whoever loses their composure first goes hungry. I waited for about an hour. A faint rustling came from the bushes. I didn't move, even slowing my breathing. A group of gray-brown birds emerged from the snow, 7 in total. They moved slowly, glancing around as they walked. They were slightly smaller than pheasants, with black and white patterned tails and a tuft of crest feathers on their heads. Hazel grouse. In the village, they're called flying dragons. These are a real delicacy. In the past, they were a tribute to the emperor, a mountain treasure known as dragon meat in the sky. You don't even need to add seasoning when making soup. The flavor is so rich it feels like you could swallow your tongue. On the black market, they're highly sought after. Normally, they sell for 2 to 4 yuan each, but now they go for 6 to 12 yuan. In these times, a worker's monthly wage is only 20 or 30 yuan. One bird is worth nearly half a month's salary. I didn't rush to make a move. I had to wait until they relaxed and gathered together before striking. Even if they flew off, I'd be able to see which direction they went. I slowly drew out my slingshot, loaded a stone, steadied it with my left hand, and pulled back with my right. The rubber band stretched taut. I aimed at the largest bird at the front. Whoosh! Thwack! A direct hit to the head. The bird didn't even flutter, collapsing straight into the snow. The remaining 6 birds took off in a panic. I didn't get up. Flying dragons have a nickname, the foolish roe deer of birds. Their wings are short, so they can't fly high or far. When startled, they only fly 5 or 6 meters before landing on a tree branch. They're also very curious. Instead of fleeing, they'll perch on a tree and crane their necks to look down, trying to figure out what happened to their companion. Sure enough, the 6 birds landed on a large pine tree ahead, stretching their necks to peer down. I crouched low, crept a few steps closer, and raised my slingshot again. Whoosh! Thwack! Hit squarely in the chest, it fell straight down. The remaining 5 flew again, soaring about 10 meters before landing on a tree. Whoosh! Crack! The third one hit the ground. This time, the remaining 4 finally reacted, scrambling and crawling into the depths of the forest, disappearing without a trace. I put away the slingshot and picked up the 3 flying dragons one by one. They were heavy, each weighing about half a kilogram. I considered selling them, but ultimately gave up. The heavy snow had sealed off the mountain, making it hard to go out, and I wasn't sure if anyone could afford such expensive game. The 3 together weighed only 2 kilograms, and selling them cheaply wasn't worth it. I decided to wait until I had more. I plucked them clean, skin and feathers, sliced open their bellies with a metal shard, and removed the guts, keeping the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. In times like these, anything edible was precious. After processing them, I stuffed them into a burlap sack, broke off a few dry tree branches to tie them up, and dragged them down the mountain. By evening, smoke rose from every household's chimney. I pushed open the courtyard gate. Lulan heard my footsteps and came out to take the firewood, lowering her voice. Fengzi, you're back. I threw the firewood into the corner of the wall and handed her the burlap sack. Cook it. She opened it and froze, her hands trembling. This is Flying Dragon. Just happened to come across them, I said, turning to enter the house. She followed behind, her heart pounding. This was a rare delicacy that even seasoned hunters might not encounter more than a few times a year. In the outer room, the fire burned brightly. She chopped up 2 of them and put them in the pot, leaving one in the courtyard to act as a refrigerator. Before long, the aroma of the meat filled the entire courtyard. Xiao Ling clung to the stove, swallowing her saliva. Mom, it smells so good. Go wait in the room. It'll be ready soon. In the west room, the 4 of us sat around the Kong table. I served myself a big bowl first, then gave Xiao Ling a bowl, leaving the rest for Lu Lan and Li Xiumei to share. Xiao Ling didn't care about the heat and slurped it down. Wow, it's so delicious. Uncle Feng is the best. The meat he hunts is the tastiest. I rarely smiled, but I did this time. The soup was indeed flavorful, far better than the dry rabbit meat we usually had. Lu Lan watched me and Xiao Ling from the side, her gaze soft. She was a widow. Her husband had died 3 years ago. During those 3 years, she had endured countless scornful looks while raising Xiao Ling and Xiumei. But since she had been with me for just a few days, the house had become spacious, and there was meat to eat every day. Later, she told me that at that moment, a thought had popped into her head. How wonderful it would be if I were Xiao Ling's biological father. The thought startled her, and she quickly lowered her head to drink the soup to hide her feelings. Li Xiumei sat at the edge of the Kong, silently drinking her soup. Just a few days ago, she had been so angry she wanted to stab me with a knife. But now, she realized she didn't seem to dislike me anymore. And besides, did she even have the right to dislike me? After Lu Lan cleaned up the dishes, she lifted the pot lid. There was still a bowl of Flying Dragon soup left at the bottom, with oil floating on the surface. She had deliberately saved it for me. She knew I would head into the mountains before dawn, and without hot food in my stomach, I wouldn't last. She had also noticed I always left half a bowl of soup, never saying who it was for. But she understood clearly. It was my way of ensuring there was something left for her and her daughters. She ran her fingers along the rim of the bowl, muttering softly, Lulan, what are you thinking about? She quickly covered the pot tightly, turned, and went into the west room, closing the door firmly behind her. In the east room, I leaned against the edge of the Kong, stretching out my long legs. The kerosene lamp cast a dim yellow light. Li Shuamei sat at the edge of the Kong, tidying her clothes. After eating and drinking her fill today, her face had a healthy flush, and the lamp's glow illuminated the fine hairs on her profile. I stared at her for a while, then leaned closer. She shrank back, looking at me warily. I reached out and pinched her chin. What are you doing? I rubbed my thumb against her cheek twice. Drinking dragon meat soup really makes a difference. Your face is getting prettier and prettier. Her face turned red, and she tilted her head to slap my hand away. Scoundrel! A few days ago, that insult would have been spat out with gritted teeth. But today, it was soft and carried little resentment, almost like a playful tease. I chuckled inwardly. Now this was more like it. I stepped closer, cornering her against the edge of the Kong. Since you've already called me a scoundrel, wouldn't it be a shame if I didn't act like one? Don't come so close, she said, pushing against my chest with both hands. That bit of strength was like scratching an itch. I pressed forward again. Move over, I want to sleep now. Her voice grew softer. I smirked mischievously and wrapped my arms around her waist, pulling her forcefully. She was pressed down onto the Kong. I followed through, pinning her beneath me. Don't mess around, my sister-in-law is in the next room. So what if she's next door? I said nonchalantly. The house is mine, you're mine too. Do I need to pick a time to do what I want? I leaned close to her ear. Besides, weren't you quite cooperative last night? Shameless. She blushed all the way to her neck, her hands flailing as she hit my back. That little bit of force was just playful to me. I grabbed her wrists and pinned them above her head with one hand. Shameless? Who was it last night that snuggled into my arms? I didn't. That was because it was too cold. Let me go, I really can't. Can't what? My other hand slid up her waist. Her body trembled, and her eyes reddened. Please, Fengzi. Hearing her call me Fengzi, like that made me feel satisfied. I stopped and looked at the woman beneath me, her face flushed and her eyes glistening with tears. Once her pride was worn down, she really was quite endearing. I was just about to get down to business. Then suddenly, a chaotic crunching of footsteps on snow came from outside the courtyard. Immediately after, the courtyard gate was pounded on loudly. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Feng, open the door. I froze. Li Shuamei was startled too, looking toward the window in a panic. Who is it? I let go of her and sat up on the Kong. That voice, it was Zhao Yuhua, the idle, bullying youngest son of Zhao Fuyang, the brigade leader. Earlier in the mountains, this punk had tried to steal my prey, and I had thrown him into a snowdrift. So he couldn't swallow his pride, and came looking for trouble in the middle of the night? Took him a few days to show up, pretty late for revenge. And this guy really knows how to pick his timing. I turned over and got off the Kong bed, striding out of the east room. Just as I reached the main room, the door to the west room creaked open. Lulan, wrapped in a tattered cotton jacket, poked half her body out, her face full of tension. It's none of your business. Go back to sleep. She obediently retreated and bolted the door. I pulled at the courtyard gate, feeling some resistance. So much snow. Without thinking much, I stepped outside. The snow was still falling, and the wind stung my face. Outside the courtyard gate, Zhao Yuhua was shouting at the top of his lungs. Chen Feng, you good for nothing. Open the door for me. I yanked the door open. He was just about to knock, and as the door swung open, he nearly stumbled. He steadied himself and pointed at my nose. You son of a... Knocking on doors in the middle of the night. Looking for trouble? I interrupted directly. He remembered how I had thrown him into a snowdrift in the mountains earlier that day, and his anger flared again. Relying on the fact that his father was the village leader, he had always been a bully in the village and had never suffered such humiliation. So what if I'm looking for trouble? You dared to mess with me that day? Tired of living, are you? I'm here to settle the score tonight. Settle the score? I stepped closer. Blowing off steam in the middle of the night? Want to end up in another snowdrift? He instinctively stepped back half a step, hesitating. This good-for-nothing used to avoid him whenever they crossed paths, but now he seemed like a different person. He had heard the village gossip. That guy's eyes, they really had changed. So, the bulging thing from last time, was it really prey? Could this guy actually hunt? He calculated in his mind, but refused to admit defeat. Chen Feng, don't you? Enough. Craving meat, aren't you? You? Who's craving meat? My family has plenty of food. I prepared to close the door. Hey. He panicked and grabbed me. You can really catch prey? I paused, turned around. Want to eat meat? It's simple. All you need is a gun. He froze. A gun? After chatting for a while, I closed the courtyard gate. Zhao Yuhua wasn't stupid, but he had weaknesses: greed, vanity, and superstition. I had to find a way to trick him into a situation where a gun was indispensable. And Joe could be useful too. If I could get my hands on a gun, it would be ideal. It would provide extra security in the mountains and allow me to catch bigger prey. I propped up the door bar and entered the east room. The room was pitch dark. On the Kong bed, a lump was visible. Li Shumei lay with her back to me, uncovered. I took off my outer clothes, stretched out my long arm, and pulled her into my embrace. Her body was tense, her breathing light, completely still. Her pretending to sleep skills were terrible. I deliberately pressed my cold hand against her stomach. She gasped sharply, shrinking back suddenly, unable to keep up the act. Your hand is cold. I flipped my hand to clasp her wrist, pulling her closer. Cold hands need your warmth. After a while, her body warmed up. Her breathing was uneven, and she gave a symbolic struggle. Stop it. Sister-in-law can hear. Let her hear. I turned over and leaned down, silencing her words in her throat. She resisted briefly, but it was futile. Her struggles grew weaker, and eventually, her hands climbed onto my shoulders. Over the past few days, she had started to get used to this man's dominance. In the west room, Lulan lay on the Kong bed, with Xiaoling sleeping soundly beside her. She, however, couldn't fall asleep. The night was too quiet. Every sound was crystal clear. She pulled the blanket over her head, but it was no use. The sounds still seeped through the gaps. Her body felt hot in waves. Chen Feng's intensity was too captivating. She clutched her chest, her heartbeat racing, swallowing hard. She turned over, her legs unconsciously twisting together. Suddenly, a thought popped into her head. What if the person lying on the Kong bed in the east room was her? The thought startled her, and she raised her hand to slap herself. Lulan, have you no shame? That's your brother-in-law. But she couldn't suppress the thought. She recalled his words during the day. Sister-in-law, you're quite something. She remembered the taste of that half bowl of meat soup she had secretly sipped from the rim of the bowl. Her body felt weak and powerless. Closing her eyes, all she could see was his face, his broad shoulders. How she longed for a man to rely on. These 3 years of holding the family together alone had been too exhausting. My ex-husband was an honest man, the kind who wouldn't say a word even if you hit him 3 times. When he was alive, he was bullied by Li Dahuai's family, and all he would say was, just endure it, and it will pass. Chen Feng was different. Chen Feng was unreasonable and domineering, but he could protect his own people. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Chen Feng was the real man. At dawn the next day, I opened my eyes on time. Li Shumei, who was in my arms, was still sound asleep, her face flushed with exhaustion. I didn't disturb her and quietly got dressed and got out of bed. When I opened the door, there was already movement in the main room. Lulan was busy at the stove, the firelight reflecting on her face. Hearing the noise, she turned around. Today, her hair was neatly combed, and her cotton jacket was smoothed out. Fengzi, you're up. She brought over a coarse porcelain bowl. There's hot dragon soup in the pot. Drink it while it's warm. I took the bowl and glanced at her. There were faint dark circles under her eyes, but her energy was surprisingly good. Did you not sleep well again last night, sister-in-law? Her face flushed, and she avoided my gaze. No, I slept just fine. I didn't think much of it, and drank half the bowl in one gulp before putting it down. She instinctively reached out to take the bowl, her hands brushing against the back of mine. Her pupils suddenly contracted. I looked up at her, and she quickly withdrew her hands, her face turning red. I put down the bowl and went to push open the main room door. As soon as I opened a crack, the wind, carrying large snowflakes, rushed in, stinging my face. The snow on the ground was knee-deep, and the resistance was several times greater than last night. Fengzi, maybe you shouldn't go. It snowed heavily last night, and it's still snowing now. Lulan said worriedly. I'll go out and take a look first. I stepped out anyway. She followed me a few steps, watching me leave. This man always carried an air of dominance and strength, like a mountain. She wished so much that I wouldn't go up the mountain today and would stay home instead. After waiting 2 or 3 minutes without seeing me return, she sighed, drank some hot soup, and woke Li Shumei to shovel the snow in the yard together. Xiaoling, on the other hand, was building a snowman in the yard. About half an hour later, someone approached from outside the yard. Xiaoling was the first to shout, Uncle Feng, you're back. Yeah, building a snowman, huh? Lulan quickly called out, Fengzi, the snow is too heavy, so I came back. Not going is fine too. Just take it as a rest. She felt a sense of relief. Li Shumei gripped the shovel tightly and paused for a few seconds. I'll pour you a bowl of hot water. She went inside first, poured a bowl of hot water, and placed it on the stove. The action seemed a bit deliberate, but for her to do this much wasn't easy. I picked up the bowl and drank a few sips, feeling much warmer. I'm going to shovel snow, she said, turning to leave. Xiaoling ran to the door. Uncle Feng, will you build a snowman with me? Sure, of course. I was in a great mood today. The two kids built a snowman, while the two women shoveled snow. The snow kept falling, showing no signs of stopping. The heavy snow fell for 3 days and nights, completely burying Kaoshan village. The snow was so deep it reached past the thighs. For 3 days, the village was eerily quiet. No one went out, not even the dogs barked. Every household was just trying to endure. The grain distributed in the autumn was already scarce, and with the mountains sealed by snow, even the hope of digging up roots or tree bark was gone. 2 meals a day, so thin you could see your reflection in it. Hunger. The entire Kaoshan village was shrouded in the fear of starvation. Except for my household. For these 3 days, the broken chimney of my house puffed out smoke every day, carrying the aroma of food. The freshness of dragon soup and the meaty scent of stewed rabbit wafted through half the village with the northwest wind. To those with empty stomachs, the smell was pure torture. Some people passing by the courtyard wall swallowed their saliva audibly, their feet rooted to the ground, unable to move for a long time. But no one dared to knock on that door. Crazy Chun dared to defy even the village leader and pour water into the bedding of Li Dahuai's elderly parents. Who would dare provoke him? Yet everyone secretly wondered. If they followed someone as ruthless as Chen Feng, could they survive? In the outer room, the fire in the stove crackled. Lu Lan, wearing a tattered apron, stirred the large iron pot with a gourd ladle. Inside the pot, 2 ounces of rabbit meat, chopped into bits, were mixed with 2 handfuls of corn kernels, simmering into a thick, meaty porridge. If I hadn't traded half a pound of rabbit meat for a pound of cornmeal, there wouldn't even be corn to eat right now. Out of oil, out of supplies, and this is the last of the salt. But the aroma of the meat is overpowering, drilling straight into the nose. Li Shuamei squats by the stove, adding firewood. These past 3 days, we haven't gone hungry. There's been meat soup every day, and her complexion has improved a lot. I sit on a wooden stump, fiddling with wire to make new snares. The snow has stopped, and tomorrow we can head into the mountains. Fengzi, the food's ready. Lu Lan lifts the pot lid, and steam billows out. She serves me a full bowl first, piling the meat on top. I walk over to take the bowl. She hands me chopsticks, her fingers brushing the back of my hand. She flinches, her face instantly turning red, and quickly pulls her hand back to serve Shaoling. I slurp down my food. Li Shuamei also serves herself a bowl and sits by the stove, eating in small bites. The 4 of us, in this snowbound world, are managing to live quite comfortably. How much food do we have left at home? 1.5 pounds of rabbit meat, 1 pheasant, and 6 ounces of cornmeal, Lu Lan replies. I nod without saying anything. Li Shuamei speaks up. Fengzi, maybe we should eat every other day. That way, it'll last longer. I look up at her. The resentment and unwillingness in her eyes from before are completely gone. She's been tamed. Though she still talks tough when we're in bed. I swallow the last bite and put down my bowl and chopsticks. Don't worry. Stick with me, and you won't go hungry. Then I turn to Lu Lan. Are we out of salt? This meal really lacked flavor. Yes, this was the last of it. I even rinsed out the salt jar to get the salty taste, she says softly, afraid I'll blame them for eating too much. I pour water into my bowl, rinse it, and drink it down. We need to get some salt. Just then, the sound of crunching snow comes from outside the yard. Then, bang, bang, bang. Who is it? Lu Lan glances out the window. The person outside knocks harder. Brother Feng, open the door. It's me. The voice is weak, with a hint of caution. I raise an eyebrow. That voice, is it Li Jitsai? The eldest son of Li Dahuai, the coward I pinned to the ground and made eat snow a few days ago. This guy, how does he have the nerve to come here? I glance toward the door, a smirk tugging at my lips. We're out of salt, aren't we? Well, here it comes. I'll go check. When Lu Lan hears it's Li Jitsai, her face darkens. She despises this cousin to the core. Li Shuamei also stops eating, nervously watching the door. I open the courtyard gate. Outside, Li Jitsai is huddled into a ball, hands tucked into his sleeves, with snot frozen into icicles hanging from his mouth. When he sees the door open, he instinctively takes half a step back. He's afraid of me. The memory of eating snow is still fresh in his mind. But he has no choice. This morning, Li Dahuai kicked him out for being a freeloader and told him to go chop firewood in the mountains. With the snow sealing off the mountains, where could he possibly find firewood? After wandering around, half frozen, he somehow ended up outside my yard. The smell of rabbit meat was killing him, so he mustered the courage to knock. Brother Feng. He forces a smile that's uglier than crying. About the other day, I left in a hurry when we moved. Spit it out. He rubs his hands. There's a pile of firewood in the shed. It's the hardwood we chopped in the fall. My dad told me to come get it. I smirk. The Li family really doesn't learn their lesson. After getting dealt with, they still have the nerve to come asking for things? Yours? Did you write your name on it? He panics, pulling his hands out to gesture. Brother Feng. It really is the hardwood we carried back from South Mountain. It's stacked neatly. We accidentally left it behind when we moved. Seeing I'm silent, he quickly adds, Brother Foam, please have mercy. My dad's furious. He said if I don't bring back firewood, I won't get to eat. The snow's almost up to my thighs. Where am I supposed to find firewood? As he speaks, he sneaks glances into the yard. Whether you starve or not has nothing to do with me. He grits his teeth and takes a step back. Brother Foam, let bygones be bygones. I don't need all of it. That pile weighs at least 100 pounds. I'll just take half, 50 pounds. The rest is yours. You'd be getting a good deal. His face is full of hope. 50 pounds of chopped hardwood for free. Who wouldn't want that in this snowy weather? A good deal for me. I step forward. Li Jitsai, are you frozen stupid? It's been days since you moved, and now you're saying the firewood is yours. Why not say the hundreds of pounds of grain in my house are yours too? He stammered. That firewood was chopped by us in the fall. The neighbors all know. I don't care who knows. I interrupted. The house is mine now, the yard is mine, and naturally, everything in the woodshed is mine too. You come here asking for my stuff and claim I'm profiting? Quite the calculation you've made. He was speechless. Brother Foam. He tried to plead. If you want firewood, it's not impossible. I spoke slowly. His eyes lit up, nodding and bowing. Thank you, Brother Foam. I'll go in and move it right away. Wait. I said coldly. This isn't a charity. If you want it, trade something for it. His smile froze. Then, what should I trade? Salt. His eyes widened. Salt? Are you crazy? That firewood was clearly ours, and now I have to trade salt to get half of it back. Take it or leave it. I placed my hand on the door, ready to shut it. Wait. He clung to the doorframe, sweating profusely. If he went back empty-handed today, Li Dahuai might really refuse to feed him. He quickly calculated in his head. There was still some salt at home. He could grab a small handful when his parents weren't looking. Brother Foam, I'll trade. Give me a third of the firewood, and I'll bring you the salt later. Half a pound of salt. I demanded exorbitantly. His eyes nearly popped out. Half a pound. Why don't you just rob me? Do you know how precious salt is right now? Even the supply and marketing cooperative is out of stock. If it's too expensive, go chop your own wood in the mountains. Brother Foam, that firewood was originally enough. I waved him off. If you want it, trade salt for it. Bang. I slammed the door shut. Outside, he was still begging, but it was useless. I went inside and locked the door. Half a pound was impossible. With his shameless nature, getting 3 ounces would already be impressive. So quoting a higher price was the right move. Fengzi, do you think he'll really bring salt to trade? Lulan asked tentatively. Based on her understanding of Li Jitsai, he absolutely wouldn't. His family was notoriously stingy. Li Shuamei agreed. She knew the Li family's character all too well. Fengzi, he won't come to trade, Li Shuamei reminded. He might even go around telling everyone we secretly took his family's firewood. Is that so? I looked up at her. That look made her feel a bit flustered. It was exactly the same as when he had forced her before. How about we make a bet? I leaned closer, speaking in a voice only the two of us could hear. If he really brings the salt, you take the initiative tonight. How about that? Her cheeks flushed, and she took a step back. Take the initiative? What on earth was this man thinking all day? But on second thought, the odds of winning this bet were high. She knew Li Jitsai's character well. That family was as stingy as they come. With the heavy snow sealing the mountains, salt was a precious commodity, and even the supply and marketing cooperative was out of stock. No matter how much he feared Li Dahuai, he wouldn't have the guts or the willingness to trade half a pound of salt for a pile of broken wood. With that thought, she felt more confident. If I win, then what? I raised an eyebrow, surprised she dared to take the bait. Li Shuamei took a deep breath and mustered her courage to say, if I win, I'll move into the west room and sleep with sister-in-law and Xiaoling from now on. As soon as she said this, the air in the outer room seemed to freeze. I could tell she was nervous, afraid I might lose my temper. Over the past few days, she had come to understand just how domineering I could be. But I didn't get angry. Instead, I chuckled lightly. All right, I agreed readily. If you win, you can move into the west room, and I won't stop you. She froze, looking incredulous. Just like that, I agreed. You mean it? She asked, still uneasy. My word is as good as gold, I said, leaving her with that as I pushed open the door and entered the main room. I picked up the unfinished wire, coiled it twice, and used pliers to twist it into a loop. I tested it, it was smooth. But in my mind, I was already calculating the bet. So what if she wins? Am I the kind of person who plays by the rules? I'm a bandit. Since when do bandits keep promises to their women? What could she do, bite me? The thought of her being furious, yet helpless, when the time came filled me with satisfaction. Ah, women. You'd better hope Li Jitsai shows up today. Time flew, and soon it was evening. In the outer room, the fire in the stove was blazing. Lulan held a cleaver, chopping rabbit meat into fine mince. Meat was precious these days, so mincing it and cooking it into porridge ensured every spoonful had a hint of flavor, enough to satisfy the family's craving. Li Xuemei squatted by the stove, feeding the fire. The flames cast a rosy glow on her face. She was especially diligent today, even humming a little tune. Lu Lan scraped the minced meat into the pot, then turned to look at her. Xuemei, why are you so happy? Li Xuemei stood up, leaned closer, glanced toward the east room, and lowered her voice to share the story of the bet. At the end, she deliberately raised her voice and shouted toward the east room. Sister-in-law, do you think Li Jizai, that stingy miser, would trade half a pound of salt for firewood? No way. Tonight, I'm moving to the west room to sleep with you all. She said this on purpose, to make sure I heard it and couldn't back out. Lu Lan, holding a gourd ladle, froze in place. This silly girl. Usually so clever, but when it comes to me, her brain stops working. Who am I? The living devil who dares to defy even the brigade leader Zhao Fuyang and pour water on Li Dehuai's Kong bed. Do you think I'd give up what's already in my grasp? If I dared to make this bet, it means I never intended to let her go. Even if she really won, I'd just block the west room door and drag her back. What could she do? Lu Lan understood this perfectly, but didn't say it out loud. Watching Li Xuemei's happy expression, she even felt a twinge of envy. Fengzi was teasing her in his own way, which meant she was in his heart. If only Fengzi would mess around with me like that. Lu Lan quickly stopped that thought, her face heating up. She turned back to stir the porridge and casually agreed. Yeah, Li Jizai's so stingy, he definitely won't come. Tonight, the three of us can finally sleep comfortably. Hearing this, Li Xuemei felt even more assured. She happily squatted back down to tend the fire. The sky grew darker, and the wind and snow beat against the window paper, making a rustling sound. The meat porridge in the pot bubbled and released a tempting aroma. Lu Lan poured the last bit of water from the salt jar into the pot, completing the meal. Xuemei, grab some bowls for dinner. Li Xuemei responded and went to get the bowls, glancing out through a crack in the window toward the yard. The courtyard gate was tightly shut, and outside, there was nothing but white snow, not even a ghostly shadow. She felt relieved. See, I told you Li Jizai wouldn't come. It's almost dark. If he were coming, he'd have been here by now. I've won. Tonight, I finally don't have to go to the east room and endure that man's bullying. She set the table with bowls and chopsticks, already planning to pack up her tattered clothes after dinner and move to the west room. But after glancing at the door of the east room, an indescribable feeling suddenly surged in her heart. I should be happy. But why, looking at that tightly closed door, does my heart feel so empty? If I really move to the west room tonight, will Fengzi stop caring about me? Will he abandon me? Auntie, what are you looking at? It's time to eat. Xiaoling tugged at her sleeve. Li Xuemei snapped out of her thoughts, patted Xiaoling's head, and forced a smile. Nothing. Let's go inside and eat. She steeled herself inwardly. Stop overthinking. Tonight, I'll move to the west room. Whoever wants to serve that living devil can do it. But just as she pushed open the door to the west room, a noise suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Creak, creak. It was the sound of wooden planks dragging across the snow, as if someone was pulling a sled. Li Xuemei's hand froze on the door, her heart skipping several beats. She instinctively turned her head to look toward the main room. I happened to meet her gaze, smiled faintly, and stared at her intently. You lost. Her heart panicked. No, impossible. It must be someone just passing by. She couldn't even think about eating anymore. She rushed to the main room door in a few steps and yanked it open. Cold wind mixed with snow hit her face. Outside the courtyard, Li Jizai was hunched over, pulling a simple wooden sled, panting as he stopped at the woodshed door. He was shivering, his neck shrunk into his shoulders, rubbing his hands together. Cousin, is Brother Feng home? Li Xuemei froze in place, her mind blank. Her cousin really came? He really brought salt to trade for firewood? I lost. This thought exploded in her mind. She had thought she would feel like the sky was falling, that she would feel wronged. But strangely, she didn't feel much disappointment. Instead, it was as if a stone had been lifted from her heart, and she inexplicably felt a sense of relief. It seemed that deep down, she never really wanted to move to the west room. At this moment, I walked up behind her, my tall figure blocking the cold wind. I leaned close to her ear. Wash up later, and wait for me. My warm breath brushed against her ear, and her face instantly turned red, even the base of her neck flushing. She whipped her head around and glared at me fiercely, clenching her fists, looking both aggrieved and angry. But inside, she was already a mess. I walked straight into the courtyard. The salt. I looked at Li Jizai, not bothering with pleasantries. He shrank his neck, reached into his satchel, fumbled around for a long time, and finally pulled out a small, dusty cloth bag with a pained expression. He clutched it tightly, reluctant to hand it over. I raised an eyebrow and snatched it directly from his hand, weighing it. It was light. Is this half a pound? I gave him a sidelong glance, my voice turning cold. At most, it was 3 ounces. He took half a step back, stammering. Brother Foam, this is really all I have. I even scraped this from the bottom of the jar when my parents weren't looking. If I took any more, my dad would break my legs. I actually understood his frustration. These 3 ounces of salt were stolen at the risk of being beaten. He had planned to trade it in the village for some cornmeal. But after dragging his sled around the entire area, no one paid him any attention. Who has extra grain to trade for salt these days? And even if they did, who would trust Li Jitsai? With no other options, he had to bite the bullet and come to me. I weighed the salt bag in my hand, feeling quite satisfied. 3 ounces of salt, used sparingly, would last our family of 4 for a month. Getting something out of a miser like him was no small feat, but outwardly, I remained expressionless, casually stuffing the salt into my pocket. All right, since we're neighbors, I won't make a fuss. I pointed to the woodshed. Go in and take 30 pounds. If you take even 1 extra stick, I'll chop off your hand. His eyes nearly popped out of his head, and he jumped in frustration. Brother Foam, didn't we agree on half? That pile of firewood is at least over 100 pounds. Half would be 50 pounds. 3 ounces of salt for 30 pounds. You're too ruthless. Too ruthless. I sneered. If you think it's too much, take your salt back and go chop your own wood in the mountains. But this salt, I'm not giving it back. He gritted his teeth, his face turning green. Fine, Brother Foam. 30 pounds it is. He was probably cursing my ancestors in his heart. Scolding aside, he still obediently went into the woodshed to carry firewood. In the main hall, Lulan stood by the window, watching the scene clearly, her eyes fixed on my back. This man, he's really tough. She swallowed hard and touched her chest. After a while, Li Ji finally finished carrying 30 pounds, panting heavily. Brother Foam, I'm done. I'll leave now. Wait a moment, I suddenly called out to him. His heart skipped a beat, and he turned back with a bitter face. Brother Foam, I swear I didn't take anything extra. I walked down the steps and patted his shoulder. Considering we're neighbors, I'll point you to a good opportunity. He looked wary but didn't dare not to respond. What opportunity? I pointed southward. There's a spot on the back mountain where the wind is strong and snow doesn't settle. Beneath it, there's a patch of bellflowers. He froze. Bellflowers? In this freezing winter, with the ground completely frozen, where would bellflowers come from? His first reaction was that I was messing with him. Brother Foam, are you joking with me? He forced a laugh and took half a step back. The ground is rock hard. Who could dig it up? If there were really such a good thing, would you even tell me? I sneered. Believe it or not, a few days ago, someone dug some up, and I happened to see it. They took it to the black market in town and exchanged it for cornmeal. At the mention of cornmeal, his Adam's apple bobbed hard. If it's such a good deal, why don't you go yourself? I don't want to suffer like that. Digging up bellflowers isn't easy, I admitted. And pointing you to this opportunity isn't for free. He tensed up. What do you want? If you dig some up, give me 30%, I said, holding up 3 fingers. His suspicion eased significantly. Nobody believes in free benefits. Asking for a share made it seem more credible. I leaned in and lowered my voice. Do this quietly. Don't let your father find out. With his timid nature, he definitely wouldn't let you go to the black market. He swallowed hard, his mind racing. He had been to that place before, and indeed, there was less snow. With a good pickaxe, maybe he could break through the frozen ground. But what if there are wolves there? Starving to death or being bitten by wolves? Take your pick, I snorted. Where would wolves come from in broad daylight? You're just a coward. If there really are wolves, let me know. If I take one down, I'll even share some meat with you. Provoked, he gritted his teeth. I couldn't be bothered to say more and turned to head back into the courtyard. I've said my piece. Whether you go or not is up to you. Bang. The courtyard door slammed shut. He stood in the wind and snow, staring at the door in a daze for a long time. Go. What if he really found some? He pulled his sled and trudged through the snow toward home, his mind already filled with wild thoughts. I pushed open the door to the main hall. The room was warm, with firelight flickering on the walls. Lulan was serving a bowl of meat porridge, while Xiao Ling sat obediently, staring eagerly at the pot. Li Xuemei stood to the side with her head lowered, wringing her hands. I took off my cotton-padded jacket, sat down boldly, and glanced at her. Her face was so red it looked like it might drip blood. Even her ears were flushed. I chuckled to myself. She must be preoccupied with losing the bet and thinking about how to take the initiative tonight. Why is your face so red? I teased her on purpose. Is it from the heat of the stove? She jumped in surprise and quickly nodded. The fire is strong. Lulan brought over the largest bowl and placed it in front of me, casually asking, Fengzi, what were you talking to Li Ji about? Bellflowers? In this freezing weather, with the ground frozen solid, can they really be dug up? I stirred the porridge. They do exist. There really are bellflowers growing on the back mountain. Lu Lan's eyes lit up. Can they be dug up? She wanted to go. I took a sip of the meat soup. They can, but it's not easy to dig them up. Fengzi, what if Xue Mei and I go dig? Can we manage? Lu Lan wanted to contribute to the household and couldn't bear to let me shoulder all the burden. This woman truly cared about the family. Can we really dig them up? I can do it too, Li Xuemei stammered. I looked at them, their eyes sparkling. You wouldn't be able to dig them up. This kind of thing also depends on luck. Not everyone can find them, I said, taking another bite. Don't worry. There will be opportunities for you to contribute in the future. The two exchanged a glance and didn't doubt my words. Because they knew that the word pity didn't exist in my dictionary, so what I said must be true. The family ate quietly. Xiaoling ate while occasionally looking up at me, her eyes full of admiration. Li Xuemei, however, seemed distracted. She took forever to finish a bowl of porridge and almost dropped the bowl on the table. What's wrong? Can't even hold a bowl steady. She blushed and shook her head. Lu Lan quickly smoothed things over. Xuemei was shoveling snow today. She's exhausted. I smiled. Exhausted? Then you'd better get a good rest tonight. The double meaning in my words made her ears burn. Her mind was filled with my earlier words. Clean yourself up and wait for me. Take the initiative. How was she supposed to take the initiative? She had never even held a man's hand before, and now I had forcibly taken her. And now she was supposed to take the initiative? The more she thought about it, the more ashamed she felt. After dinner, Lu Lan cleaned up the dishes. Li Xuemei didn't help. Instead, she took a wooden basin and went to the large pot to scoop hot water. Lu Lan came out holding dishes and saw her mixing warm water, looking a bit puzzled. Xuemei, what are you doing? Didn't you just wash up yesterday? It's freezing, don't catch a cold. Li Xuemei's hand trembled, almost spilling water on her shoes. Her face was burning, and she didn't dare look at her sister-in-law. I sweated, and I smell a bit sour. Lu Lan leaned in to sniff. What sweat smell? You're perfectly clean. Li Xuemei panicked, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. It's that bastard who told me to wash. Lu Lan froze, her mind turning before she quickly understood. She had heard the bet during the day loud and clear. Li Xuemei had lost, and tonight she had to. Her heart felt a pang of bitterness. Looking at her sister-in-law's embarrassed expression, she also felt an indescribable twinge of envy. She leaned close to Li Xuemei's ear. If Fengzi told you to wash, then just wash. Go along with him, don't make him angry. He's the type who responds to softness, not hardness. Li Xuemei lowered her head. Sister-in-law, I know. It's so embarrassing. Lu Lan sighed and helped her mix the water. What's there to be embarrassed about? Behind closed doors, you're a couple. Fengzi has a bad temper, but he's not bad to us. Look at the families in the village who've run out of food. What wouldn't they do for half a piece of bread? Just go along with him. He knows what's what. Li Xuemei bit her lip, her eyes stinging, and nodded. She picked up the basin. The water in the basin rippled, reflecting her flushed face. She carried the basin step by step toward the west room, not the east room. She didn't dare go there. In the west room, the light was dim. Li Xuemei scooped some warm water into the wooden basin, soaked an old towel, wrung it out, and slowly wiped her arms and neck. The steam dissipated quickly in the cold air. She looked down at the marks on her body, her mind a tangled mess. After washing, she put on a coarse cloth jacket, picked up the basin, and walked out of the west room. Standing in front of the east room door, she took a deep breath before pushing it open. Creak! With a click, the door closed. The east room was lit by a kerosene lamp, its light dim and yellow. I was sitting on the edge of the Kong, having just finished organizing my gear, preparing to head into the deep mountains. You can never have too much stock. The more food, the more secure I felt. Hearing the door close, I looked up. Li Xuemei was leaning against the door, her hands twisting together, her head lowered, not daring to look at me. The room was very quiet, with only the sound of the wind outside brushing against the window paper, rustling softly. I said nothing, just sat on the Kong with a bold and imposing posture. In front of me, Li Xuemei had lost all her usual cold and proud demeanor, leaving only unease and awkwardness. I found it amusing. This woman, who initially acted like a bristling cat, cursing me as a scoundrel and a beast, was now like a frightened rabbit, not even daring to breathe heavily. Standing there like a door god, I spoke. Her shoulders shrank as she took 2 steps forward, stopping 3 or 4 steps away from the edge of the Kong. Lost the bet, haven't forgotten, right? I smiled. Her head lowered even further. Of course, she hadn't forgotten. It was voluntary. She pursed her lips, slowly raising her hands to the buttons at her collar, her fingers trembling. The first button took her ages to undo. I didn't rush her, just watched. I enjoyed the process, watching a wild horse being tamed bit by bit, seeing her let go of her pride and willingly bow her head. It was more satisfying than hunting a wild boar in the mountains. Why so slow? I urged. She pressed her fingers harder, slowly. After a long while, she crossed her arms over her chest, the room chilly. My gaze lingered on her skin, leaving her nowhere to hide. In the past, she could just close her eyes and grit her teeth to endure it, but now every second felt like being roasted over a fire. I slowly got off the Kong and stood up straight. At 6 feet tall, I blocked most of the kerosene lamp's light, casting a shadow over her. She instinctively took half a step back. I stepped forward, spreading my arms wide open. I didn't say anything, but the meaning was clear: strip me of my armor. She glanced up at me, then quickly lowered her head again, cautiously stepping closer. Blushing, she reached for the buttons on my padded jacket and began to undo them slowly. I looked down at her, at the crown of her head, her flushed ears, her trembling eyelashes from nervousness. Not bad. No matter how wild the horse, if it can be tamed, it's a good horse. After a long while, I lay back with my hands behind my head, watching. The kerosene might be expensive, but it could be replaced later. Some things, if you don't watch, you miss out on. She gritted her teeth, propped herself up with a crutch, and slowly sat down. It was time to rest. The west room was pitch black. Lulan lay on her side on the Kong, holding the sleeping Xiaoling. Her eyes were open, staring at the newspaper-patched window frame. The wind outside was strong, rustling the dry branches. But the sound of the wind couldn't drown out the noises from the east room. Through the central room, the intermittent sounds drifted over. Lulan's face burned, her neck heating up. She pulled the quilt higher, trying to cover her ears. But the muffled noises, along with my occasional crude remarks, left her mind in turmoil. Mom. Xiaoling suddenly stirred, rubbing her eyes. Lulan was startled and quickly patted her back. Why are you awake? Go back to sleep. Xiaoling mumbled sleepily. Mom, I think I heard Auntie's voice. Is Uncle Feng massaging Auntie's bones again? Lulan's heart raced as she covered Xiaoling's ears. No. Then why is Auntie making noises? Your auntie? Oh, yes, Uncle Feng is massaging your auntie's bones. Lulan stammered, feeling utterly embarrassed to tell such a lie. She thought to herself, can't you two keep it down? Uncle Feng is amazing. I wish he could massage Mom's bones too. Don't talk nonsense. Go to sleep. Lulan quickly covered Xiaoling's mouth. Xiaoling mumbled a few times and fell asleep again. But Lulan couldn't sleep at all. At the break of dawn, I sat up. Beside me, Li Xuemei was curled up at the edge of the Kong, sleeping soundly. I didn't wake her and got off the Kong, pushing open the door to the east room. The stove pit was already lit, and the central room was somewhat bright. Lulan was squatting by the stove, adding firewood. Hearing the noise, she turned her head and quickly stood up. Fengzi, you're up? Her voice was a bit shaky. Why is sister-in-law up so early? I asked casually. I boiled some hot water, she said, knowing I was heading to the mountains today. I scooped a few sips of hot water and drank. There was no food today, so I had to conserve. I strapped on my gear and headed out. Lulan walked me to the courtyard gate, only returning to the house after I was out of sight. On the mountain, I had been walking for 3 hours and leaned against a tree trunk to catch my breath. Ahead was a slope covered in scattered rocks, with dry grass growing in the crevices. I crouched down to examine the tracks in the snow. A few small claw prints trailed along the cracks in the rocks. They looked like they belonged to a pheasant, but not quite. I searched for a while longer and finally found the owner of the tracks. Near a large green stone ahead, a grayish-brown bird was pecking at the dry grass. It was a rock partridge. Its meat is firm and even tastier than that of a pheasant, but it's highly alert. Any slight movement, and it would dart into the cracks or fly away. I didn't use my hunting bow. Instead, I pulled out my slingshot, loaded a stone, and aimed at its head. Whoosh! The rock partridge didn't even make a sound before it fell headfirst into the snow. Its wings flapped a few times, then it went still. I walked over, picked it up, and weighed it in my hand. At least half a kilo. A rock partridge is still a bird, so you can't pluck it dry. You have to take it home and scald it with hot water. I stuffed it into a burlap sack, tied it shut, and started heading down the mountain. With the heavy snow sealing off the mountain, going home empty-handed was never my habit. Passing through a grove of withered trees, I saw plenty of broken branches on the ground. I gathered a large bundle of dry firewood, tied it securely, and dragged it home. These days, firewood is a lifesaver. In temperatures below -30 degrees, no firewood could mean freezing to death. 3 in the afternoon. Back in the yard, I threw the firewood onto the ground with a dull thud. The door to the main room creaked open, and Lulan stepped out quickly, wearing a gray cotton jacket, seemingly unfazed by the cold. Fengzi, you're back. She bent down to pick up the firewood. I reached out to untie the rope as well. Our hands bumped into each other mid-air, her hand brushing against the back of mine. Lulan's heartbeat quickened, but she didn't pull her hand back. She left it resting on the wood, pretending nothing had happened as she continued untying the rope. I glanced at her, but said nothing. After a while, the firewood was sorted and brought into the outer room. Inside, it was warm and cozy. Warm and cozy. Lulan walked to the stove, scooped a bowl of warm water, and brought it to me with both hands. Have some hot water to warm up. I reached out to take it, and as she handed it over, her fingers moved slightly forward, brushing against the back of my hand. This time, it was intentional. After the touch, she quickly withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her head, not daring to look at me. She didn't even know why she was acting this way. She just couldn't help wanting to be close to me, even if it was just a brief touch. It made her feel at ease. I tilted my head back and gulped down the water. The door to the west room opened, and Xiaoling poked her head out. The door to the east room also opened, and Li Xuemei stepped out, holding onto the doorframe. Uncle Feng. Xiaoling ran over and hugged my leg. I placed the empty bowl on the stove and emptied the contents of the burlap sack onto the ground. Thud. A grayish-brown feathered creature fell out. A pheasant. Lulan leaned in for a closer look. No, it's a rock partridge, I said, clapping my hands. Harder to hunt than a pheasant, and the meat's even tastier. The two women were stunned. They had lived in this mountain village for over 20 years and had never seen a rock partridge before. There's such a thing in the mountains? Lulan's eyes were full of amazement. They're in the deep mountains, not easy to find. Lulan looked at the rock partridge, then at me, her eyes filled with admiration. The men in the village couldn't even catch a rat, yet I brought home meat every day. Uncle Feng is amazing. Xiaoling squatted down and poked at the partridge's feathers. Li Xuemei pursed her lips, stepped forward, and squatted down, reaching out. I'll boil water and pluck the feathers. Lulan quickly stopped her. Don't trouble yourself. Your legs aren't in good shape. Go rest in the room. I'll handle this. Li Xuemei froze. Legs not in good shape? Wasn't that because of last night's? Her face turned bright red as she looked up and glared at me in mock anger. Leaning against the stove, I gave her a mischievous smile at her flustered expression. Flustered by my smile, her face grew even hotter. She stood up and limped back to the east room. Bang! The door closed. In the outer room, it was just me, Lulan, and Xiaoling. Xiaoling, go play in the west room. Mommy has work to do, Lulan said, sending her daughter inside. Lulan didn't immediately start dealing with the rock partridge. Instead, she walked over to me and helped me take off my hunting bow and slingshot. The outer room wasn't very big, so we stood close to each other. I was tall, and she only came up to my chest. She hung the hunting bow on a wooden peg and turned around. I was lowering my head, unbuttoning my cotton jacket. On impulse, she reached out to brush off the snowflakes on my collar and smoothed out the creases on my chest. Her hand lingered on my chest, and even through the cotton jacket, she could feel the muscles underneath. I suddenly raised my hand and grabbed her wrist. Her body trembled slightly. She didn't struggle or pull away, letting me hold her hand. The room was quiet, with only the crackling of firewood in the stove. She lowered her head, breathing rapidly, and I could feel the warmth of my palm traveling through her wrist and into her heart. Sister-in-law, your hand is quite warm, huh? I lowered my voice, teasing. Her face turned even redder, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum, just from warming it by the stove. I chuckled lightly, my thumb brushing her wrist twice. Half of her body went numb. A voice in her head screamed, "Pull away quickly, Xuemei is just in the next room." But her body wouldn't listen, and instead, she leaned slightly closer to me. Just then, the door to the east room creaked open. Li Xuemei walked out. She had been thinking since entering the house that she couldn't appear weak, living and eating under someone else's roof. She couldn't act like a useless person, she had to help out. But as soon as she stepped over the threshold, she saw this scene, me holding Lulan's hand, with Lulan lowering her head and leaning toward me. She froze in place. You too. Li Xuemei stood at the east room's doorway, staring blankly. Lulan abruptly stepped back 2 paces, her back hitting the stove, her face so red it seemed like it might drip blood. I'm going to boil water. The pheasant needs to be scalded with boiling water to pluck the feathers. She stammered, turning to grab the gourd ladle, her hands trembling so much she almost dropped it into the pot. Li Xuemei walked over, looking at me, then at Lulan's back. Sister-in-law, what's wrong with you? She stared at Lulan's wrist. And nothing. Lulan kept her head down, frantically stuffing firewood into the stove. Your leg doesn't hurt anymore? I looked at Li Xuemei. Her face flushed, and she glared at me fiercely without responding, then walked over to Lulan to help. Don't touch anything. Go rest in the room. Lulan pushed her out. Li Xuemei felt uneasy. Was her sister-in-law being proactive just now? The two of them were so close. Could it be? She didn't dare think further. The sky darkened. The pheasant in the pot was stewed until tender, filling the house with the aroma of meat. On the wooden table in the main room were 4 coarse porcelain bowls. I sat at the head of the table, and Lulan brought the pot over, serving meat stew into each bowl. My bowl had the most meat. Lu Lan sat across from me, her head lowered, occasionally sneaking glances at me. I didn't look at her at all, focusing only on eating. Lu Lan felt a pang of disappointment. Just now in the outer room, I had clearly held her hand and said those heart-racing words. How could I act as if nothing had happened in the blink of an eye? Was I just teasing her casually? The more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. Even the meat stew in her mouth lost its flavor. Li Xuemei observed everything, glancing at me, then at Lu Lan, her suspicions growing stronger. Uncle Feng, this meat is so delicious. Xiao Ling exclaimed, her mouth greasy. If it's good, eat more. I patted her head. After dinner, I put down my bowl and chopsticks and returned to the East Room. Lu Lan watched the door to the East Room close. After tidying up the dishes, she carried the wooden basin to the outer room to wash them. Li Xuemei followed her out. Sister-in-law, let me help you. The two of them silently finished washing the dishes. Sister-in-law, come to my room. I need to talk to you. Li Xuemei grabbed Lu Lan's arm and pulled her into the West Room. The West Room was unlit, pitch dark. Xiao Ling was already asleep on the comm. Li Xuemei shut the door tightly and pulled Lu Lan to sit on the edge of the comm. Xuemei, what's wrong? Lu Lan's voice was guilty. Sister-in-law, tell me the truth. What were you and Chen Feng doing in the outer room just now? Li Xuemei lowered her voice, getting straight to the point. Lu Lan's heart skipped a beat. Nothing, just helping him brush off the snow. Brushing off snow requires holding hands. Li Xuemei pressed. She hadn't seen the part where they leaned close. Xuemei, what nonsense are you thinking? I'm your sister-in-law, and he's your man. What could I possibly do with him? Lu Lan's voice trembled. Sister-in-law, I'm not doubting you. I'm afraid you're being deceived by him. Li Xuemei held her hand. Don't you know what kind of person Chen Feng is? He's a scoundrel, a bandit. He forced himself on me, and now he's coming after you. Don't fall for it. Listening to her, Lu Lan felt a wave of irritation. A scoundrel? A bandit? Yes, he used to be a good-for-nothing. But these past few days, who braved the heavy snow to hunt in the mountains? Who drove away Li Dahuai's family and reclaimed the house? Who made it possible for the mother and daughter to eat meat and no longer suffer from hunger and cold? Xuemei, stop calling him a bandit, Lu Lan retorted. Can reason fill our stomachs these days? Li Dahuai reasoned, and he took over our house. Li Zhicai reasoned, and he urinated in our room. If it weren't for Feng Ziheng, we'd still be freezing in that broken house, and Xiaoling would have starved to death long ago. Li Xuemei was stunned. She hadn't expected her sister-in-law to defend me so strongly. Sister-in-law, I know he's capable. He can get meat and protect us. But deep down, he's just an unruly tyrant. He even dared to pour water on Li Dahuai's Kong bed. What wouldn't he dare to do? Lu Lan fell silent. Sister-in-law, if I get involved, so be it. I'll consider it for you and Xiaoling. But you're my sister-in-law. If you get involved too, I wouldn't have the face to meet my brother even in death. At the mention of her late husband, Lu Lan's heart ached. But in her mind, she couldn't help but picture my broad shoulders and the burning warmth of my hand gripping her wrist. Lu Lan's eyes reddened. But right now, it's Feng Zi who's keeping us alive. Stop treating him like a thief. He's out there risking his life every day, and when he comes back, he doesn't even get a kind word. If you anger him, we'll all be left with nothing but the cold wind to drink. Sister-in-law you. Li Xuemei was incredulous. She suddenly realized her sister-in-law had changed. The once submissive woman who valued her reputation above all else now seemed to have her mind full of me. Enough, stop talking. Lu Lan stood up and pulled away from her. I'm your sister-in-law. I know what I'm doing. Go back to the East Room and don't keep him waiting. Li Xuemei stood there, her chest tight with anger. She knew her sister-in-law was right. Surviving was more important than anything. But she was afraid that this insatiable man would truly consume her sister-in-law as well. The two parted on bad terms. Li Xuemei pushed open the door to the East Room. Creak. The door opened. Inside, a kerosene lamp was lit, and I was sitting cross-legged on the Kong bed. Done with your meeting? She closed the door, walked to the edge of the Kong, and stood there, fuming at my nonchalant demeanor. Chen Feng, I'm warning you, she said in a low voice. Come at me if you want, but don't touch my sister-in-law. Looking at this angry woman, I chuckled. Do I need your permission to decide who I touch? You promised me, she snapped. What did I promise? I leaned forward, staring into her eyes. I only said I'd take care of you, not that I'd become a monk. You're shameless. That's right, I'm shameless. I grabbed her arm and pulled her into my embrace. She let out a startled cry as she fell onto the Kong. I flipped over, pinning her down, looking down at her from above. If you're so afraid I'll go after your sister-in-law, then you'd better keep me satisfied. If you don't, who knows, one night I might just wander into the West Room by mistake. She shuddered in fear. She knew me too well. I meant what I said and cared nothing for ethics or morals. Don't. Her voice softened, tinged with tears. I'll do as you say. Just don't go to the West Room. Do as I say. I raised an eyebrow. Then what are you waiting for? Humiliated, she closed her eyes, her trembling hands slowly unbuttoning her padded jacket. I just watched as she gave up her dignity step by step to protect her sister-in-law. This feeling of being in complete control was more addictive than eating meat. In the West Room, Lulan lay on the Kong, holding the sleeping Xiaoling. Through the central room, the faint sounds from the East Room reached her ears, as if they had legs, crawling straight into her mind. Lulan's mouth was dry, her body heating up in waves. Her mind was filled with images of the scene outside earlier, my solid chest, my domineering gaze, and that line. Sister-in-law, your hands are quite warm. Lulan, you shameless woman. She cursed herself inwardly. But no matter how much she cursed, her body betrayed her. She even began to wonder, if it were her lying on the Kong in the East Room right now, what would it feel like? The thought startled her, and she quickly slapped herself. Don't think about it. Absolutely don't think about it. But the more she suppressed it, the stronger the fire burned. 3 days later. I hadn't shown my face these past few days, but rumors about me had spread like wildfire in the village. On the Kong in Aunt Zhou's house, she sat cross-legged, grabbing a handful of over-roasted soybeans, spitting as she spoke. A few village women sat around her, listening in astonishment. You all didn't see it. Aunt Zhou tossed a soybean into her mouth, crunching it loudly. Fengzi's slingshot, one shot, and the sparrows flying in the sky dropped straight down. His aim is godlike. I saw with my own eyes that his sack was filled with several sand partridges, and even a stone partridge this big. One of the women swallowed hard. Really? Wasn't he just a good-for-nothing before? Couldn't even catch a rat. What good-for-nothing? That's called hiding his true abilities. Aunt Zhou slapped her thigh. Let me tell you something even more unbelievable. Li Daohuai's eldest son, Li Jizai, went to Fengzi's yard to cause trouble a few days ago. Guess what happened? The women leaned in closer. Fengzi castrated him? Don't talk nonsense. Not only did Fengzi not hit him, but he also pointed him to a way out, digging for bellflower roots in the back mountain. And Li Jizai actually found some. The women exchanged bewildered glances. Fengzi kind-hearted? A few days ago, didn't he flood the Kong in Li Daohuai's house? You just don't understand. Aunt Zhou pursed her lips. Fengzi is all about clear distinctions between grudges and favors. If you provoke him, he'll make your life hell. But if you behave, even the crumbs he lets slip through his fingers are enough to keep you alive. What's that called? That's called having real skills. Meanwhile, at Li Daohuai's house, the wooden door was suddenly pushed open, and a cold wind rushed in. Li Jizai stumbled into the room, his cotton-padded jacket covered in mud and frozen clumps of snow. His hands were so frostbitten they looked like purple radishes, with several cracked, bleeding wounds. Wang Ho-hot, squatting by the stove boiling tree bark soup, turned her head and immediately got angry. You useless thing. Running to the back mountain every day, not even gathering firewood. Are you trying to starve the whole family? Li Jizai said nothing. He walked to the wooden table and pulled a gray cloth bag from his coat. Bang! Father, mother, look at this. Li Daohuai, draped in a tattered cotton jacket, came out of the East Room and suspiciously untied the hemp rope. The bag opened, golden cornmeal spilled out. Cornmeal! Wang Ho-hot shrieked, lunging forward to clutch the bag tightly. Oh my heavens! It really is cornmeal. This must be over 3 pounds. Li Jiming also rushed out. Brother, did you rob someone? Rob my ass. Brother Feng showed me the way. There really are bellflower roots at the bottom of the rocky slope in the back mountain. I dug for 2 days, my hands are almost useless, and last night I rushed to the black market in town to trade them. 3.5 pounds of cornmeal. The room fell silent. 3.5 pounds, rationed carefully with some tree bark and grass roots mixed in, could last the whole family 10 days. At this critical time, with the mountain snowed in and every household running out of food, this was a life-saving miracle. That Chen Feng, could he really be so kind-hearted? Wang Ho-hot still couldn't believe it. Li Jizai wiped his face. Mother, Brother Feng said we have to give him 30%. Out of this 3.5 pounds, we need to send him 1.5 pounds. Wang Ho-hot's face darkened, and she clutched the bag tightly to her chest. Why should we? You worked so hard digging. Your hands are frozen and cracked. Why should we give him 1.5 pounds? No way. Shut up. Li Daohuai slammed the table, making the cracked bowls tremble. He stared intently at his eldest son. He really said that? Do I have a choice? I don't want to eat. Li Daohuai drew in a sharp breath. He understood everything. Chen Feng wasn't being kind. He was establishing rules. First, he'd beat you into submission, make you fear him, and then show you a way to survive. If you followed his rules, everyone could eat. If you dared to break them, he'd make sure you were utterly destroyed. This method was more ruthless than any of the old foxes in the village. Gritting his teeth, Li Dahuai yanked the bag from Wang Hohat's arms. Give it to him. Not just a pound. Give him the full pound and a half. Wang Hohat was so furious she slapped her thigh. Are you crazy? What do you know? These days, whoever can get food is the boss. Chen Feng can casually throw us a lifeline like this. Who knows how much more he's got up his sleeve. If we cozy up to him, the whole family might survive. Li Jiming still wanted to speak, but Li Dahuai slapped the back of his head. Can face save you from hunger? From now on, if anyone dares to provoke Chen Feng, I'll break their legs first. He turned to look at Li Jitsai, his tone softening. Jitsai, you deliver it yourself. Lower your attitude. Don't act all high and mighty. From now on, be polite when you see Fengzi. Li Jitsai looked at his frostbitten hands and nodded heavily. Fengge didn't lie to me. Mom and Dad still don't seem to have noticed that 3 taels of salt are missing. He glanced at his younger brother, thinking that if they found out, he'd deny it to the end and blame it on his brother. Before half a day had passed, the news of Li Jitsai delivering cornmeal to me had spread throughout the village. Kaoshan village was in an uproar. The villagers' gazes toward my yard completely changed. Before, they were fearful, thinking I was a reckless living king of hell. Now, they were respectful, with a hint of envy. The living king of hell had turned into a living god of wealth. Everyone wanted to get close and benefit, but they were also wary of my ruthlessness, so no one dared to be the first to approach. At the home of the village leader, Zhao Fuliang. Zhao Fuliang sat cross-legged on the kong, puffing on a dry tobacco pipe. Wang Haiyan was stitching a shoe sole, muttering, "Listen to the gossip outside. Even that big fool from Li Dahuai's family can eat cornmeal with Chen Feng. And you're the village leader. Our family hasn't even had a proper meal in days." Zhao Fuliang tapped his pipe against the edge of the kong. "What do you know? That Chen Feng kid is tricky. My position as village leader can't suppress him. Just a few days ago, during the house allocation, he dared to confront me in front of the entire village." Wang Haiyan lowered her voice. "If you can't suppress him, then work with him. Have you forgotten what's hidden in the kong hole at home?" Zhao Fuliang's hand paused. "That old foreign rifle, it's just rusting away. You can't aim properly, you can't even hit a rabbit. But Chen Feng is so skilled with a slingshot. If he had a gun, wouldn't he hit the mark every time? Lend him the gun, let him hunt wild boars and bears, and we can split the meat. Isn't that better than starving?" Zhao Fuliang pondered for a long time. That made sense. No matter how tough Chen Feng was, all he had was a broken bow and a slingshot. But with a gun, it would be a different story. He tossed his pipe onto the kong, got up, and put on a tattered cotton jacket. "I'll go find him later." Meanwhile, on my side, the sound of footsteps crunching in the snow came from outside the courtyard gate. "Fengzi, are you home?" I came out of the east room. Lu Lan was adding water to the pot with a gourd ladle. Hearing the call, she paused. "Who is it?" she asked softly. "Zhao Fuliang." I strode to the main room and opened the door. Cold wind rushed in. Zhao Fuliang stood outside the door, hunching his shoulders against the cold. He looked around, saw no one, and pulled a glass bottle from his coat, half filled with clear liquid. "Fengzi, your uncle came to see you." He extended the bottle with a smile. I didn't take it, leaning against the doorframe as I sized him up. "Village leader, what brings you out in this freezing weather to visit a nobody like me?" He coughed twice. "What nobody? That was in the past. Now everyone knows you, Fengzi, have great skills. Your uncle is here today to discuss something important with you." "Something important? What important matter could the village leader have with me?" He glanced outside the courtyard again and lowered his voice. "Let's talk inside." I stepped aside to let him in. Inside the east room, Li Xuemei was stitching a shoe sole. When she saw him enter, she quickly stood up and moved to the side. "Sit," I said, pointing to the kong. Zhao Fuliang took off his shoes, climbed onto the kong, placed the half bottle of liquor on the kong table, and rubbed his hands. "Fengzi, your uncle won't beat around the bush. I heard you've been getting some good stuff from the mountains these days." I pulled over a stool, sat down, and crossed my legs. "Not bad, just enough to fill my stomach. My family hasn't seen any meat for days. Can you help your uncle out?" "Help? Village leader, I'm just an ordinary person. How can I help you?" He leaned in closer. "Your uncle knows you're good with a slingshot. But no matter how good a slingshot is, it can only hit sparrows. For the big stuff, you need the real deal." I knew exactly what he was getting at. This old fox couldn't hold it in any longer. "The real deal? What real deal?" He gritted his teeth. "Your uncle has an old foreign rifle at home. But my aim is no good, and it's just rusting away. Lend you the gun. You go into the mountains and hunt big game. We split it 50-50. How about that? Borrow the gun. Split 50-50? Dream on." I picked up the bottle of liquor on the kong table, pulled out the cork, and sniffed it. "Where's the gun?" "It's hidden at home." "You agreed. Bring it over so I can take a look. Even old muskets have their quality differences. If it's just a useless stick, it's not worth the trouble." Seeing a glimmer of hope, He quickly got off the Kong and put on his shoes. All right, wait here. I'll go get it right now. Watching his hurried figure disappear, I let out a cold snort. Li Xuemei walked over, her face full of worry. Are you really going to take his gun? Yeah, maybe it'll help us hunt big game. She looked at me, paused for several seconds, and inexplicably felt a sense of reassurance. By evening, after dinner, the courtyard gate was pushed open again. Zhao Fuliang came in, clutching a long object wrapped tightly in tattered cloth, and jogged into the house, panting as he placed it on the Kong. Fengzi, take a look. He began unwrapping the cloth layer by layer. An old black powder hunting rifle was revealed. The wooden stock was covered in scratches and grease stains. The barrel was rusty, and it emitted a mix of gunpowder and rust smell. I reached out and picked up the gun. It was heavy. I skillfully pulled back the bolt and inspected the chamber, my movements clean and precise. Zhao Fuliang stared in astonishment. He had thought I was only good with slingshots, not expecting me to be so adept with firearms. Captain, how long has it been since this gun was last used? About 2 or 3 years, I think. I shook my head. 2 or 3 years of disuse. The barrel is full of carbon buildup, and the firing pin is worn out. If you load it and fire, it might just blow up. He was startled. Blow up? No way. It used to work fine for hunting wolves. That was then. I pointed at the barrel. Look, the rifling is almost worn smooth, and the locking mechanism is loose. This gun is now a hazard. Carbon buildup, firing pin, rifling, locking mechanism. I rattled off a series of technical terms. Zhao Fuliang listened, completely baffled, but he understood the gravity of my words. The gun could explode at any moment. So what should we do? He was flustered. I sighed and pretended to be troubled. It needs a major overhaul. The barrel has to be dismantled and soaked in kerosene to clean the carbon buildup, and the firing pin needs to be repolished. This is delicate work, not something just anyone can do. Fengzi, you know how to do it. Help your uncle fix it. I stroked my chin, hesitating. I can fix it, but it'll take time. Tonight, I'll have to completely disassemble the gun and maintain it piece by piece. All right, you do it. As long as it can fire, that's all that matters. I extended my hand. Where's the gunpowder and iron shot? Without ammunition, how am I supposed to test the gun? He pulled out a horn-shaped container and a small cloth bag from his pocket. This is all that's left. Half a container of gunpowder and enough iron shot for 3 or 4 rounds. Use it sparingly. I weighed them in my hand and got a sense of the amount. Captain, I'm out of kerosene at home. Get some for me to clean the gun. This. All right, wait here. I'll go get it right away. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. He stood up and left. Once he was gone, Li Xuemei looked at the hunting rifle on the Kong, then at me. Do you really know how to fix guns? I picked up the tattered cloth and wiped the barrel. Fix it? No way. This gun is fine, just a bit dirty. I was bluffing him earlier. Didn't we run out of kerosene at home? Without kerosene, how can I enjoy? I stopped mid-sentence, my gaze falling on Li Xuemei. You. Her face instantly turned red. Thinking back to her initiative last time, it was undoubtedly the most embarrassing moment of her life. And yet, that scoundrel had the audacity to lie there the whole time.